Okay. I think that we should be stable on this one, even if I disconnect. Hmm. Okay, are we good, chat? Are we good? I think I just got a link. Can somebody link this stream to the last? There's been 2 streams. I gotta cut this one off. Okay, private. Save. Private. Save. And then... That's the one. That's the one. Okay, cool. Oh. That's ridiculous. That's redonkulous. Okay, let me make sure that this is the only version of this stream that is visible. This is really annoying. I hate it when this happens. I always try to keep myself in check from just like ruining the rest of the stream by being upset and venting about technical issues, which, you know, while they're quite annoying, it's like it's not what we're here for. But I think that I got us a thumbnail now. Oh my god, it's so annoying that that happens. I can't believe it. Well, we got like half of the people back. That if that's a copyright thing, it was insane. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about the fact that it could be. It could be a copyright thing. Let me just make sure it's not. Okay, YouTube has sent me stuff, but nope. I don't think I got taken down. Thanks for whoever said that. Thanks for bringing that up though. It's always possible. So yeah, we're getting, yeah, there we go. We got almost 2/3 of the people back, or 3/4. Sorry about that, chat. We better get going. I feel like it's good luck to get going so that we don't miss anything else. I don't think that I got hit with a copyright thing. So chat, I've got to say this again. Oh yeah, and that's what we got to do. We got to put yeah, you're right, because the whole thing is that even if the piece itself, even if the even if the musical piece is not copyrighted, sometimes, oh my god, come on. Sometimes the performance, what? Come on. Okay, let's put this content up for a vote. Might have to go over once again what each of these things are. And there's your poll. There is your poll. Yeah, it should be, yeah, the piece is going to be public domain, but sometimes the performance is not, right? The performance can be copyrighted, right? So if, like, the Omaha Philharmonic does a performance of that piece or something, then they still own the right. Hypno what now? Great question. Wait.
Fandom culture is not known for being tame. When I was 11, I joined the MLP fandom, you know, the brony fandom, and stayed there for a couple years. During my time in that community, I somehow stumbled across a very small sub-community called Hypnoponies, a community that had its own dedicated forum dedicated to the idea of hypnotizing yourself to become a pony to solve all of your life's problems. Their site slogan was finding ourselves by becoming others. Like, to me, that does not sound good. They wanted to hypnotize themselves to not only physically feel like a pony, like a horn or wings or hooves or something. Don't know why I did that. I should delete my channel. They also hypnotize themselves to take on the main personality traits of these characters. You know, there's the 6 main characters called the main 6. There's
Okay, wait. I need to see how many can I name?
To take on the main personality traits of these characters. You know, there's the 6 main characters called the main 6.
All right. So we got Rainbow Dash on top. Twilight Sparkle in purple. Applejack in orange. And that is literally all I know. Wait, there was one of them named like Pinky? Is the pink one named Pinky? I don't know that much about the pony fandom. I don't know much at all about the pony fandom. Wait, Sparkles, Twilight Sparkles. Pinkie Pie, thank you. Yeah, it's Pinkie Pie. I half knew that one. But the rest, the white pony and the yellow pony, I don't know. It's 3 times what you know? Well, I guess everybody knows Rainbow Dash, right? Is that the basic? Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Rarity. Okay, Rarity. Twilight Sparkle, which I got right. Applejack, which I also got right. And Fluttershy. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, these are ponies. And this is a video about a community that hypnotized themselves to become ponies, or to feel like ponies, and to exist in poniness. It's hypnoponies, right? We got hypnoponies, we've got Medhi versus Piers Morgan.
You always pivot back to, yeah, but the real problem is Israel.
You're famous for interview style that begins with condemn this group, that group, that group. You let me finish before you keep suggesting I'm supporting October 7th, which I have not.
Sounds like you're justifying it to me.
You know what? Can I finish a sentence?
Booby traps are not allowed if they are genuinely indiscriminate.
You don't think going off in a grocery store is indiscriminate?
No, actually,
I'm not playing this game, Piers, because I'm not here to talk about the rules of war.
You say, Medhi, all roads lead to the occupation.
Yes.
Okay? Israel would say all roads lead to Iran.
Who cares what Israel says? They've lied for the last year. They've lied
Who cares
for
what they say? I'm curious what you think Israel could do that would pass your test.
Probably not much. I'm as close. I'm as close to a pacifist as you can get.
Just saying, I want it, or I want peace and joy. You sound like Kamala Harris. Well, 2 seismic issues are dominating the global news agenda. What happens next in each of them?
Okay, so that's the Piers versus Medhi Hasan debate. We could watch that, right? I'm going over the bonus content right now. You can vote for the bonus content in the poll on YouTube, right? You can also like the stream while you're at it. That's another thing you can do to interact, right? So basically, I'll take the ending like scores on the poll for all these, and then I'll add in the donations that happened, right? So we're at 0% on the donation goal right now, If we get that to 100%, we will unlock one of these subjects. And dare I say, if like last night, somehow we hit it more than once, you will unlock extra bonus content. You will unlock another bonus content. So there's every chance to open more than one of these. That's what happened last night. Yeah, the dono goal has to get pushed to 100%, and then to open a certain one, it's like a combination of the vote, like the percentage in the vote, and then people get to add their donations as a percentage to the topic of their choice. They can also choose Irene Sings, which I've had one person ask for. They want me to, I need to get my 9-volt battery so that I can hook my guitar up to my interface and actually play a little something for you if we hit that one. You could also say Vox Populi, which that's like basically you saying that you want to turn it back to the voters, right? If you say Vox Populi, instead of adding to a certain topic, I'm going to be taking away points. Whatever your donation is will get taken away as points from every topic, right? And so it'll make the poll count for more, and it'll make the individual subjects, or like the donations, count for less, right? That's how the dono goal works. So make sure when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're gifting memberships or getting yourself a membership, if you're signing up for Patreon, if you're donating to my throne, which is that link right there, I think. Wait, is that link right there? In fact, is it? Yeah, it's right there. Oh, I was a little bit off, right? Or on Twitch, which has a ad break at the top of every hour. You probably already just experienced this. It's a 3-minute ad break. It's unskippable unless you get yourself a sub. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. You can do that for, oh my God, it's still September, so I think you can do that for a reduced price today only, right? Or you could possibly do that, be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. And any of those things, including bits on Twitch, moves our dono goal forward, allows you to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win. And all you got to do is let me know in chat which of the topics you want to see as your bonus content for today. All right, so have I showed off everything? The only other thing is the Tim Pool, right? The skateboarding
skill in all of these.
This is an actual skateboarder who's encountered Tim Pool because Tim Pool bought the local skate park where he lives because he got mad that they wouldn't let him do his weird trick contest. One weird trick to impress Tim Pool, and you win like a ridiculous amount of money, right? And the local skating competition didn't want to have like the Tim Pool trick contest there, right? So he got mad. He buys the land out from under them, just like an 80s movie villain. That is this story, right? And it's an update, right? Because we already have had a video to skateboarding's new supervillain. This is Gifted Hater. Gifted Hater is the Tim Pool Slayer. And how does he slay Tim Pool? By proving that Tim Pool does not really know or, you know, have the connection that he thinks he does to skateboarding. So that's what that's all about. Have I covered every... Yeah, Medhi, Hasan, Hypno Ponies, Tim Pool, John Doyle, again, is this weird dude that, like, is obsessed with the 50s. And not even the cool 50s, right? You know, there's you know, rockabillys that are into the 50s, but for, like, the pop culture of the 50s, this is a guy that if he would have wanted to be in the 50s, and if he had been in the 50s, he would have been one of those dudes that's like, this rock and roll music is really corrupting our white children. We've got to do something about this. This is degenerate behavior. You know, like, right? He would have been one of those dudes. He would have been unironically reporting his fucking communist neighbor to the House Un-American Activities Committee. That is the kind of throwback that John Doyle is. And John Doyle has a new video that looks racist as fuck. Again, I described this guy as being like, what if alt-hist without the cursory knowledge of history or interest in books, and with a slightly more overt racism. Because as you can see, there is a cat in this picture I wonder what he's going to be talking about. It sounds like it's going to be a video about Springfield. So that's what we've got on deck as far as bonus content that we can unlock for tonight. We've also got some Trump tint that we need to go over that has been burning a hole in my pocket. I don't know if that's the right... Trump has said some weird stuff, right? Trump has said some really weird stuff lately, and we need to go over all of it, so... Trump's new policy. Trump... Wait, oh my god. New policy. Let's do the purge. That's what he said. That's what Donald Trump said. Put the proper...
Erok 121 super chatted $10. Morbidly curious about hypnoponies.
Me too. You're not the only one, Iraq. That's... I like, look, I'll be honest. I completely skipped this, this fandom, this content, right? My ex, I think, was into MLP, FIM, Friendship is Magic, right? And always tried to get me into it. And that's like, I don't know. There's something wrong with me, chat. Look, this is why you're lucky to be in my chat rather than dating me. Because you don't have to put up with my intransigence into whatever you're into, which my partners have had to put up with, right? I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why I'm like that. But for some reason, when somebody hits me with, you gotta see XYZ, I'm like, sure that XYZ sucks. Even if I really like them and care about them and think that they're cool and have good taste generally, I still have these like reservations. So I didn't end up seeing... I don't know how that worked. My ex got me to watch all of the shitty Adam Sandler movies, which... I wish I had those hours of my life back. But I didn't mind until it was like, let's watch My Little Pony. And then I was like, oh, you know what it was? Is because the last cartoon that they tried to get me to watch before My Little Pony was Happy Tree Friends. And do you know what this is, chat? You know about Happy Tree Friends? It is like a bunch of cute little animals, little woodland creatures, like sawing each other in half with chainsaws. I don't get it. And it freaks me out. It freaks me the fuck out. So that when they tried to get me to watch Happy Tree Friends, I was like, you know what? I am not going to trust your taste in anything ever again. All right. So we got some Trump tint. We got some Chud tint. I'm going to try to tell the story that Sunday cannot tell or will not tell, right? I think he could. I think he should. I think Sunday's got the insights that nobody else does. And there's a story waiting to be told about how Chud left the left. It's actually a really interesting story. No hate. This is not me trying to do like, you know, let's embarrass people type content. It's just like something that's not getting covered. And I think it needs to be covered. In fact, I know it needs to be covered. But the other thing that needs to be covered is our boy Trump. Yeah, but we're 10% of the way towards the dono goal. If we hit that sucker by the end of the stream, you'll unlock extra content. In fact, if we hit it early, I will actually do what I did last night, and I'll switch over right away to the content that wins, right? So that because people don't like to have to wait. People don't like to have to wait, and why should they? Shouldn't have to wait, right? We can do this like professionals, like the professional that we are together, only together, chat. I by myself am not a professional, but with you, I can be. Do you believe in me, chat? Do you believe in the magic that is this stream that is the place that you are right now. Try Turner Classic Music movies. It was brutal. Yes, I know. Happy Tree Friends. So brutal. So brutal. Going through the horror movie iceberg is part of my bucket list. My cousin got me to watch Happy Tree Friends when it was on Netflix. Yeah, I think that's when my ex tried to get me to watch it too. Your phone is gonna die? Oh God, I hope you get that fixed. But that's what we're doing tonight. So the sooner that we get to the Trump tent, the sooner that we can get to the rest of the stream, indeed. And what am I oh yeah, I gotta press the buttons. Button. So many buttons. Do you believe, chat? Do you believe in my power to keep you entertained? To make you more entertained than you were before? To increase your level of entertainment in a general direction that is good? I certainly hope so. We're about to get into it with Donald freaking Trump. So I've got to tweet from Natalie Marie, who you should all go follow. This is Natalie Marie's Twitter. And Natalie Marie, this is not a clip that Natalie Marie herself made, but she did find it. And she is a finder of good things. So let's see what Trump's got for us.
Because the liberal left won't let him do it. The liberal left wants to destroy him, and they want to destroy our country. You know, if you had one day, like one real rough, nasty day with the drugstores as an example, but they have to be taught. Now, if you had one really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge, Congressman.
Okay, now who is Mike Kelly? Who's this chud?
Kelly, put him in charge for one day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, it's a chain of events that's so bad. One rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately. End immediately. You know, it'll end immediately. Crooked Joe Biden, do it because the...
So when I heard about this, I was immediately worried, right? This sounds to a lot of people like Donald Trump just doing his thing. And, you know, it is definitely like on brand for him, I guess. But the thing that I don't like about this is that he is playing to people's dark fantasies now. In a way that he always did. You remember, get him out of here, get him out of here. And it cops, if you put him in the, you know, if you put him in the backseat of the car and they're always like, make sure to like keep their head, you know, from hitting the thing. Don't worry about that. Just bang their head into the fucking car, right? He's got all these, like, he's got all this id. He is an id and a half, right? A half an hour or so would be short. If an egg hits someone at top or bottom, it, sorry, Kelly, that's a different Kelly. Like, who is this guy? Mike Kelly. This is Mike Kelly. You're thinking of Mark Kelly. This is a Pennsylvania guy named Mike Kelly. Let's find out why it is that Trump thinks that this guy would be so into the ultra violence. This is Droogie Trump. This is Clockwork Orange Trump. That's what makes me nervous about this shit. That's what's scary about this shit, right? This is him literally indulging in the old ultra violence after listening to a bit of the Ludwig van. In 2019, he said that as a person of Irish and Anglo-Saxon descent, he considers himself a person of color. There we go. That's what this guy's kind of known for. That's, you know, in the age of Trump, I guess you got to say something. You got to say something freaky. You got to say something weird, right? To get on the map. Because, like, you're competing with Lauren Beetlejuice Boebert, Marjorie Bad-Built Taylor Greene. You're dealing with so many weird people, so many weird fuckers, right? Just to get a little bit of notoriety so people know who you are and don't get you mixed up with an astronaut from Arizona. In 2015, Kelly co-sponsored a resolution to amend the U.S. Constitution to ban same-sex marriage. In 2022, he was one of 157 Republicans to vote against a bill protecting same-sex and interracial marriage. But where is Trump getting the... Okay, in July 2024, following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump in Kelly's hometown, Kelly initially released a post that stated, "We will not tolerate this attack from the left." How hilarious, considering that it was a Republican that took the shot. Despite the fact that no information about the shooter's background or motivation was publicly known at that point. He doesn't care. He's looking to do the old ultra violence, right? This is literally Clockwork Orange. The post was subsequently deleted. Okay, so at least, yeah, I mean, I guess that's, he deleted the post, right? Some of these fuckers don't do it. Some of these fuckers, they just giga chat it, right? Kelly introduced a resolution to formally call for a bipartisan House task force to investigate the incident. Kelly was also selected as chair to task the task force investigating the assassination attempt. Okay, so there's where I see the fact that before knowing anything about the shooter, he tweets out, "We will not tolerate this attack from the left." Basically, trying to get something started. Is that why Trump thinks that Mark Kelly is his guy to do the purge with? Signed an amicus brief to support Texas versus Pennsylvania lawsuit in the United States Supreme Court contesting the results of the 2020 election. So he's a bit of a election denialist. The Supreme Court declined to hear it. Substanding. Amid ballot counting in the 2020 election, Kelly filed a lawsuit to stop Pennsylvania from allowing voters to fix mistakes on their ballots. After Biden won Pennsylvania, Kelly filed a suit arguing that all mail-in ballots cast in the state, more than 2.5 million, should be discarded. Now, that is not all mail-in ballots that get there after the date of the election, as is what they're trying to do right now in Mississippi, and you know, bring that to the Supreme Court to make that a nationwide thing, where if your ballot arrived there late, your vote would not count, right? That is all mail-in ballots cast in the state. 2.5 million, it says, should be discarded, which would result in flipping the state to Trump. Or if that was not possible, the electors for the president should instead be chosen by the legislature. If successful, this suit would have retroactively disenfranchised millions of Pennsylvania voters in the election. On November 28th of 2020, Pennsylvania Supreme Court unanimously rejected Kelly's suit, additionally ruling dismissed with prejudice. Yeah, so not... He compares Trump's first impeachment to the attack on Pearl Harbor. Deep state conspiracies. When speaking at a Mercer County Republican Party event in 2017, Kelly advanced the conspiracy theory that the former President Barack Obama was running a shadow government to undermine President Trump. In 2017, so as Trump is president, as after he's inaugurated, right? So Trump is inaugurated, but he's like, no, but Donald Trump's not really running the country. It's secretly Obama with his shadow presidency. When asked about these remarks, Kelly did not said that they were meant to be private, so he did not want to expand on what he was saying there. After their march made national news, Kelly's spokesperson said that Kelly did not believe that Obama is personally operating a shadow government. Wow. He got a lot of debt forgiveness for his PPP loan. I'm just trying to find anything that is specifically related to law enforcement, violence, police violence, because that's what Trump is implying here, right? You give the cops 1 hour with no rules, and they will stop the supposed epidemic of shoplifting. Now, chat, you know we talk about this all the time. Is there a rise in crime currently? The correct answer is no. The correct answer is that crime is not up, crime is down. All right? But there is one type of crime that has very recently gone up, and that is shoplifting. It's gone up to 2019 levels. In other words, during the pandemic and the lockdown, shoplifting decreased massively. And it has recently come back up to the levels it was at before. So that's not a rise in crime. That's not an epidemic of shoplifting. That's certainly not what you're going to see portrayed in Republican media as some kind of like an organized effort to, you know, fence, you know, fucking drugstore and grocery type goods in order to resell them, right? That is just the regular amount of shoplifting that was going on in 2019 resuming. And when companies get shoplifted, it's called shrinkage. And if it's a normal amount, then all that happens is that the company's insurance pays them back for the shrinkage, right? They've got, I think, am I saying it right? It's a shrinkage, right? Yeah, it's much like Trump's crowds, shrinkage, right? Hate crimes against Asians went up. Yeah, okay, so also hate crimes against Asians and hate crimes against LGBT people, right? That's a subset of violent crimes that has gone up. In fact, in two different time periods. People are poor. Yeah, that's the other thing. Well, no, like Bloodstone, just please understand this. The level of shoplifting right now is like the level in 2019. It's not an increase. It's just the same rate of shoplifting. It's gone up because it was down. But now that, you know, like that's literally all it is. That's literally all it is. There is no rise in crime. There is, as somebody, or was during the pandemic, as somebody pointed out, a rise in hate crimes against Asian people, and is currently a rise in crimes against violent crimes against LGBTQ people, right? But those are the two categories, subcategories in that case, that are up. Let's see what else Natalie's got for us. Thank you, Natalie, for finding this, by the way.
A lot of people don't give. I know a lot about overtime. I'd hated to give overtime. I hated it. I'd get other people, I shouldn't say this, but I'd get other people in, I wouldn't pay. I hated. This is going to lead to a lot of people don't give. I know a lot about overtime. I'd hated to give overtime. I hated it. I'd get other people, I shouldn't say this, but I'd get other people in, I wouldn't pay. I hated.
You'd get other people in, right? So he's saying that to avoid paying overtime, he would try to disperse the hours. Chat, need I remind you that part of Project 2025 is getting rid of overtime? Now, I guess we don't have the rest of we'll try to find this rally. This is a rally in Pennsylvania fairly recently. Let's see if we can track this one down. Oh God. So we got the purge, we got the overtime purge. I am trying to find.
The presidential candidates are working to court voters on the campaign trail as former President Trump continues his rhetoric.
It's Chicago.
Against Vice President Kamala.
Where is he? Where is he?
At a rally today, Trump called for
At a rally where? It's got to be in Wisconsin.
Policies. Last night, he called her mentally impaired. Illinois Governor
Oh my God, you're not going to show the freaking clip, you assholes.
Calling.
Only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country.
I think whenever he says,
it's cut up, it's cut up, it's cut up. I need the whole clip. God damn it. Trump rally. We've got a Wisconsin one. From 2 days ago, there it is.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is great. I want to just thank Derek, who is an incredible congressman. So
now, I don't want to be, judging people or promoting the judgment of people for things like, cognitive impairment, which happens to a lot of people as they age. But I do want to point out the irony of Trump asserting some sort of mental impairment in Kamala Harris, considering his own struggles. Okay, so here we go. It starts, it's pretty soon. Now, he's talking about Biden, right? I think that's how he gets to... See what he has to say here.
And kill the people of the United...
Oh, wait, we gotta switch over to... this version. This version. There you go. There you go. All right, let's take a look at this.
United States of America, and they're not going to change. They're only going to get worse. They're only going to get worse. And our law enforcement system, we have the greatest in the world, but our people are told not to do their jobs. We don't want you to do anything. And they come from tough systems. They're going to love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did...
So chat, one in chat, if you think that this is what Donald Trump calls an audible, right? If you don't know, that's a football term for when the quarterback, I think, changes the play last minute, right? So what that means is that Trump, it wasn't in the script, it wasn't something he was supposed to say, but he said it anyway. He felt the spirit move him, and he decided to be like, Kamala is mentally impaired. Do you think that? That's one. Or two, they wrote that. They meant that. They're going for that. That's the strategy. What do you think? Is it the strategy, or is it just incidental?
If a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office, and rightfully so.
You can vote too, Shorts Chat. Tell me what you think. One, you think that Trump added that against maybe, or in spite of the wishes of his campaign managers? Or two, that's what the campaign's going with. What do you think? Do you think that was on purpose? Do you think that was a last minute?
For high crimes and misdemeanors. That would be high crimes and misdemeanors.
The last Jaguar agrees with Trump.
Think of it. 13,099 murderers convicted of murder, not like convicted of.
But look at who we're watching. Less Black Jaguar. Look at who we're watching. This is the guy that we're watching. Now, if you want to say that some people are more like with it than other people, some people are more aware, some people seem more cogent in their speech, some people are more prone to misspeaking or speaking word salad, things that don't make any sense, right? You got to look at your own guy first. And I don't know, the Trump fans, they're like the person that stepped in dog shit and they're walking everywhere and they're like, why does it smell like shit everywhere? I can't believe that it smells. Why does it smell like shit? And it's like, check your shoes. That's your guy that smells like shit. That's your guy that can't put two words together. That's your guy that only looks good when he's put up against Joe Biden. When he's put up against a walking corpse, he looks okay, right? In the debate, the first debate that he did, he managed himself fine, or at least he seemed to, because we weren't really paying attention to this guy, considering that the other guy was like, we finally beat Medicare, you know? And when you compare Donald Trump to somebody that is not an aging syphilitic octogenarian, he doesn't look so good. He doesn't look so hot. And I don't know what kind of MAGA blinders you got to have on your face to not see that, because it's staring you in the face. Now you can say, and I'm sure some of you do, I'm going to vote for him anyway. Yeah, he's fucked up. Yeah, he doesn't sound like he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, he's all over the place. Yeah, he's slobbering on himself. Yeah, you know what I mean? You can say that, but I'm going to vote for him anyway. You're going to say that I hate Kamala Harris so much. I think that Democrats are freaking communist invading radicals. And we got to save our country through MAGA. We got to make America healthy and wealthy and syphilitic once again. And this guy's our only hope, right? Maybe you say that, right? Maybe that's your hope. But you cannot say that this guy is any less incompetent for the office, for even running for office, right? And communicating than Joe Biden. He is very fucking similar. Very fucking similar in his age-related issues to Joe Biden.
Murder. Some of the worst murders you've ever seen. They're all in our country now, every one of them. And I've been saying this for 3 years, and the fake news has been saying, well, you don't know that. Well, now we know it. They've never released a list like this. Not just on this, they've never done it. Over the years, they've never done it. She let in, and that's not even mentioning the rapists, the gang members, the drug dealers, the child predators, and the traffickers in women, mostly women. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. Okay.
So yeah, there we go. Kamala was born that way. Of all the shit to make fun of somebody for, right? Of all the shit for Trump to go after, this only makes sense to somebody that lives up Trump's butt. This only makes sense to the MAGA diehards. The rest of America is just standing there with their mouth agape. Just kind of, you sure you want to go there, buddy? You sure you want to go there? You want to talk about mental impairment? Yeah? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing, Donald?
She was born that way.
And also, if she is a mentally disabled person, as Donald Trump is about to argue, and you lost a debate to her, what does that make you? Did you think about that, like, for a second? Did that cross your mind? Because it's crossing the minds of undecided voters right now.
And if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to us.
Also, look at how he's regarding mentally disabled people, right? He's using that as a slur. He's using that as a put down. Like, Trump is this close from going full Chud Logic and calling her the R slur. This is a boomer R slur that he's doing, and it's coming from somebody that just maybe should check for the dog shit on their own shoes before they say it smells like shit in here. Yes, it does, Donald. It smells like shit everywhere you go, and that's because you're tracking it in.
Country, anybody would know this. And before I knew the numbers, I was saying it for a long time. They're coming in, they're murderers. I said it so much. They're from jails. I say jails and prisons, there's a difference. One's a little stronger than the other, as you understand.
That's the difference, is that a jail, the bars can be made of candy canes, right? And if you gnaw on them long enough, you can get through there. But like in prison, they're, I don't know, never-ending gobstoppers. I don't know. What is he talking about?
They come from mental institutions.
Oh, please, can we get a Hannibal Lecter?
Insane asylums. How many?
Yeah. Insane asylums? Who lives in an insane asylum, Donald? Who lives in an insane asylum?
Times have you heard?
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
There's also a difference there. One's a little bit stronger than the others.
Did you just repeat yourself, motherfucker? Did he repeat himself, or did my
Mentally disabled person
she's mentally disabled
could have allowed this to happen to our country? Anybody would know this. And before I knew the numbers, I was saying it for a long time. They're coming in, they're murderers. I said it so much. They're from jails. I say jails and prisons, there's a difference. One's a little stronger than the other, as you understand. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. How many times have you heard? There's also a difference there. One's a little bit stronger than the others. And they're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists at the highest level. We have some of the...
I love being talked down to by somebody that my fourth grade self would be able to run mental circles around. I love being talked down to by such a person. It is very interesting. Oh, you wouldn't understand this, but jails and prisons, there's a difference. One's a little stronger. Mental institutions and asylum, there's a difference. One's a little stronger.
The greatest terrorists in the world.
Like, that's it, Trump. That's it. That they're a little, the bars are a little stronger, right? Miss Piggy can break out of jail. Miss Piggy cannot break out of prison, right? That's why it's a good thing that they didn't put her in prison.
Country right now. We have no idea where they are. We have no idea anything about them. They could be in Iowa. They could be in Idaho. They could be here. Because
they could be the late great Hannibal Lecter.
Every border is right now running around every state. Every state is a border town. Every state is a border state. They're flying them in by the hundreds of thousands. Can you believe it? Even yesterday when she was talking about how she's going to start getting very tough. Why didn't she do this 4 years ago? And she lies so much. She lies so much. How about she lies? She said...
Again, Trump, of all the things to criticize somebody else for doing, right? Your lies don't come up because they are a dog bites man story, right? You lying is a Tuesday. You lying is so fucking normalized that it's not news, right? But when you start throwing that allegation around and then you're proven to be wrong, then the story becomes Donald Trump is lying about Kamala Harris lying, and guess what? He's told a bunch of other lies too. Look, oh, there's a whole string of them. This guy does nothing but fucking lying. I'm sorry, but you're the wrong messenger to call somebody else out on their honesty.
Donald Trump ripped the babies out of the crib. I ripped the babies out of a crib. No, and it was actually President Obama that built the cages. Remember when they were saying, Donald Trump, and they show a picture of cages, and then I was lucky enough, somebody from Border Patrol said, no, that was in 2014. That was Obama. And then that story went away very rapidly, remember? All of a sudden, the cages The cage story went away when it wasn't me. Now she lies. Well, look, I mean, the simplest lie is that she worked at McDonald's and she never worked at McDonald's.
There's never any proof. I don't know what the fucking proof would be. She never worked at McDonald's. Right? No, she did. As a high school student, she did. Right? It wasn't a job that she had as part of her career. But she did work at McDonald's. And also, Trump, you have some soft hands, sir. Anybody else notice this man's soft hands? This guy has never, ever worked a day in his life. His idea of work is yelling at people to do something for him. His idea of work is you're fired. He's never done anything. What the fuck is he talking about? Why would he even bring this up? Right? He is not somebody that you can relate to. And if you think that you can, you are more of a sucker than I thought. You are more of a sucker. This man has some soft hands, okay? I am telling you. These hands have never done a day of work, have never done an hour of work, have never done a second of work. Why would they? He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He inherited money to be a big shot, and then he lost the money, and then he got bailed out, and then he lost it again, right? This guy failed out of the fucking casino business, right? The business where you skim famously money off the top. Not this guy. He loses his ass on casinos. He loses his ass on real estate, right? The only thing he's ever really good at is as a reality star. He's good at bullshitting people. He's good at lying to people. He's good at ripping people off. He's good at not paying overtime to people. He's good at firing people for their union affiliation, right? These are the things that he's good at. He's good at scumbagging people. He's good at rat fucking people. He learned from the best, Roy Cohn, lest we forget.
She worked at McDonald's and I didn't work there. She didn't work there.
You didn't work anywhere. You didn't even come close to working anywhere. What are you talking about?
I'm going to go to a McDonald's, I think, over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, why don't you step in the back?
And I'm going to stand over the French.
Okay, you're going to burn yourself. You're going to burn yourself, sir. You're going to be a beautiful Harvey Dent-looking person after you get half of your face fried in that oil fryer. Donald Trump should not mess with a high temperature fryer, right? Donald Trump is going to end up disfigured. He has never been around anything like that.
She said, I stood over those French fries. She never did. It turned out to be a lie. And when I mentioned that...
All right, cool. Prove it. Where's that proof, Donald? Let's call his campaign. Let's get a hold of his campaign, see if we got proof. That's a big story. She didn't work at McDonald's. Great. Where's your proof? Where's your proof? You don't have it, do you? You don't have proof. Just like you didn't have proof that Obama was born in Kenya. Dude, you're the last person in the world to call anyone a liar. You are a world-class bullshit artist, all right? A liar? You're gonna say she's a liar? All this guy's ever done is lied. His whole fucking life is a lie. Like the idea that he's a billionaire, the idea that he's a successful businessman, the idea that he wrote The Art of a Deal, lie, 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 lie. This man is living in a house of lies that if you scrape the gold paint off of, you're going to find bullshit as the superstructure for that building.
He's fallen into a trap because you ever see that? Whenever I criticize, they say, all the stupid people, the anchors back there. No, they say, he fell into a trap, her trap. She can't set a mental trap. There is no... But if she...
I know, it'd be really bad if a mentally disabled person, Donald, had tricked you into harming yourself in a debate. had tricked you into talking about your crowd sizes, which is not what the question was about. The question was your favorite topic, immigrants. You were going to get to talk about immigrants, and you were probably going to relate them to crime. You were probably going to cherry pick like the worst criminal violent incidents that you could possibly find and portray that as if all the immigrants coming into our country are committing heinous violent crimes. And you didn't get to do that. Why didn't you get to do that? Because you were talking about your crowd size. Sorry, your crowd. It was definitely about the crowd size that you were defending. You had to defend your crowd size. Remember, January 6th was bigger than Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech. This is what this guy's all about. He can't help himself. He cannot help himself, right?
He says something wrong, like in the...
And also he's posting his L's. He's posting his L's here, right? Oh, they say that she trapped me. They say that she tricked me. She couldn't trick me. She's mentally disabled. But I'm very smart. I'm a stable genius. Did I tell you?
Something wrong. I questioned it. She said another thing.
That's what Dr. Ronnie Kofefe Jackson said.
I made her look bad. She said another thing. They don't want me to ever question. They said, oh, he fell into a trap. He questioned the fact on Charlottesville, which was totally debunked. On all...
Well, again, if it's not your topic, right? You've got topics. This is what you... Oh, my God. I feel like I'm being drafted into the Trump campaign. I feel like I am now a contestant wrangler for Mr. Beast. And I'm having to wrangle this contestant into... Now, you know, Donnie, we talked about this before, right? We want to talk about criminals. We want to talk about immigrants. We want to talk about immigrant criminals. Those are our three topics, right? If they ask you a question about something else, pivot to criminal immigrants. It's a bunch of criminal immigrant crime, right? That's what we want to say. That's what we want to talk about, right? Or you know, say that Biden's economy is bullshit, right? Hit him where it hurts. But instead, he's defending. And if you're defending Donald, you should know this. People have given him credit for knowing this, right? People have scolded Democratic candidates for not understanding this. If you are explaining, if you are defending, you are losing. You are losing that debate. You are harming yourself, no matter how well you think you acquit yourself, right? No matter how well you think you defend yourself, right? If you get so defensive that you change from talking about one of your strong suits, one of the points where, you know, you are actually polling above Kamala in, you're losing. You're losing in two ways. You're missing your opportunity costs, right? You're not getting to say inflation. Biden did an inflation, and it's Kamala's fault too. You're not getting to say crime, immigrant crime. The immigrants are committing all the crimes. You're not getting to say any of the things you want to say. And instead, you're saying, I didn't say that Nazis were okay people in Charlottesville. Everyone's debunked that. No, that's definitely not what I was saying. I was talking about the other neo-Confederates defending the statue of Robert E. Lee. Those were the good people. I was talking about not the people with swastikas. I was talking about the people with Confederate flags. You're not helping yourself. You're not helping yourself, right? That's a distinction almost without difference.
All of these stories that were totally debunked, fake stories, she mentions them. But yesterday, this is one I never heard, that I ripped the baby out of the cribs. No, that might have been Obama and other people, but it wasn't us.
We didn't rip any babies.
At the safest border in the history of our country, and even a sign that I put down, fortunately. I put that
the safest border ever.
down, and I love that sign.
What's he talking about?
I love the graph. You know the graph? Like,
Okay, no, he's talking about the graph that he had up in Wilkes-Barre. Is that what it's called? Wilkes-Barre? In Pennsylvania, where he turned to look at the graph, and people speculate that's why the bullet missed him. That's what he's talking about. The Jesus graph.
Blue, gold, and red graph. It's my favorite piece of paper, perhaps anywhere in the world. But she's so radical, she even wants to legalize fentanyl right away. Fentanyl will kill.
Yeah, that's right. That's in Kamala's playbook. That's her policy. She's like, oh, legalize fent. Legalize the fentanyl. No, no, come on. Where is he even getting this? She wants to legalize fentanyl. That's what he said.
You just a little tiny, on the top of a pin and you're dead. I have so many friends that have lost their children to fentanyl. No, we're going to do something else. We're going to get China that if they send us any fentanyl, I had this deal done with him, but
she was talking about the import of the precursors for fentanyl from China and stopping that. She was not talking about legalizing fucking fentanyl, no.
But Biden never got it finished. Do you think he lied?
She's gonna legalize heroin. She's gonna legalize crack cocaine.
Awake at night thinking about fentanyl and death. No, I had the deal done, and then we had a bad election. We got more votes than anybody that ever ran for office. Think of it, more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country.
But less votes than Joe Biden. And that's why you lost. You also got less votes than Hillary Clinton. Lucky for you, that's not what the presidency is decided on. It's decided on the electoral votes, of which you did win, right? But you have never won a plurality, let alone a majority of the votes in any election you've run on. This is loser Donald. People, by and large, don't want him.
We lost by just a little bit. Just a little.
That's why I asked if I could find, can you find me 1,100 votes here in the state of Georgia?
I was told if I got 63 million votes, which is what we got in 2016, we got millions.
It's a prescription drug? Yeah, what does he mean by she's going to legalize it? What does that even mean then?
Millions more votes, more than anybody's ever gotten. More votes than any sitting president has ever gotten. And
less votes than Joe Biden.
Just by a little bit. No, we got to make sure there's no cheating, and we're working hard on that. We got more lawyers. We got more people watching. And I told them, if we win and when we win, we're going to prosecute people that cheat on this election. And if we can, we'll go back to the last one, too, if we're allowed. But we're going to prosecute people, so at least they know that's going to happen. And I said that because...
he admits it again. What did he say, though? It was like a little bit subtle. Just by a little bit. Just by a little. All these hand motions that he makes.
We have to have strong borders. You need two things, strong borders and fair elections. And we have neither, but we're going to do numbers too big to rig, right? Too big to rig. And, there comes a point when they can't cheat. And when you see the lines going back, like even today, lines going back for miles to get in. And this, a lovely building, I don't want to insult anybody. It's a lovely building. But if this building were 20 times larger, it wouldn't be big enough. And why should they do that to all the people that journeyed from all over your great state? When I saw these...
Wait, what is he even saying now?
Crime numbers yesterday,
what is he even saying now? I don't get it.
First time they'd ever been released. They don't release numbers on murders, but they did. Somebody probably liked me. They said, boy, this is unfair. But they released them. I said, this is the real deal. This is something that's very special. There's nothing as serious as this. Nothing can be as serious as this. Because this gets down to the very fabric of our society, your way of life. I mean, you're going to be looking around over your shoulder all the time. Communities that were safe. This is more important in a way than inflation, which is a disaster in this country. She's destroyed our middle class, our senior citizens.
Okay, so he's back on inflation. See, this is what you should have been trying to talk about during the debate. You didn't get to talk about the stuff during the debate. Does he not get that? He's like, she didn't trap me, she didn't trick me, she didn't get me. And it's like, dude, this is your favorite shit to talk about, obviously. Like, your team knows that, you know that, and instead you're talking about your crowd size? That's a big L, Donald. Even Aiden Ross will tell you that's an L.
This is more important than anything having to do with the economy. We'll make it better. We'll make the economy. This is something bigger in a sense, because this is the fabric of our country. She's letting in people who are going to walk into your house.
Can we get Hannibal Lecter in here? Paging Dr. Lecter.
And They'll do anything they want.
No.
They'll do anything they want. These people are animals. She's released people. These people are animals.
God, I hate that his team has gotten him to not say Hannibal Lecter anymore. Right? That's my favorite thing about Trump. When he talks about Hannibal Lecter, when he talks about the shark and the battery, that's the best Trump. That is objectively the best Trump, and they won't let Trump be Trump, right? If I was one of his handlers, that's one of the things that I would do is be like, you know what, you're committed to the Dr. Hannibal. I would be his favorite person. If one of his campaign managers was like, no, actually the Dr. Hannibal Lecter shit is genius, that would be the top person. That person's getting promoted, right? You just got to kiss this man's ass and you'll be his favorite, his favorite like political analyst, right? You'll be in charge of everything.
Now they'll say, oh, that's a terrible thing for him to say. No. These people are animals. These are stone cold killers. They're heartless, and they wake up the next morning and they don't even think about what they did the day before. These are real killers. These are real killers. These are the worst. These are people that have been in jail for many years. These are people that killed many people.
It's just funny because he's talking about people with like sociopathic tendencies, and these are the tendencies he's displayed his whole fucking life.
They took them out of their jails. You know, in Venezuela, their jails are almost empty. All over the world. You know, this isn't just South America. The Congo.
How much do Republicans believe this shit? Like, how much do they care, right? But how much do they believe? Do they believe that, like, literally Venezuela is like, hey, prisoners, get out of jail. We're going to send you to the border with the United States, and if you can climb over Trump's shitty wall, then you can be in the good old USA, right? Do they believe that? Because it doesn't make sense. It's not a thing. If you got somebody in jail, you got somebody in jail. You're not going to risk, like, what, putting them out into, like, you're saying that they're freeing their prisoners, right? I don't think that's what's going on.
Their jails are almost empty. The Congo.
It's just like he can write a story with it. He's like, oh no, this was what's happening. Who are the people that are coming into the country?
But now they're a freaking communist.
They're communist invading radicals, right?
Africa. They took them out. They bring them into our country. Many countries, their jails are almost empty. Some are empty. Some are much less than that. I would do it the same thing. I would have.
Bill Blair says Jill Stein won that debate without even being there.
Better than any of them. I would have had everybody out of there. Some of them still have people. They probably couldn't get buses to get them in, right? You know, you need a lot of buses, but they're bringing them into our country at levels never seen before. And your law enforcement over here had.
Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we got. Let's see, this is in Erie, Pennsylvania. See if we can find this one. Trump, Erie. Oh my God, if I can spell Erie, Pennsylvania.
Ladies and...
No. What kind of hoggery is this? Nope, let's see. They're playing Proud to Be American.
Well, I want to thank everybody. There has never been spirit. You know, we did great, as you know, in 2016. We did much better in 2020. Bad things happened there. But there's never been spirit like we have for this one. Something's going on that's very special.
Oh, no.
I want to say hello, Pennsylvania. I'm thrilled to be back in this.
Chat, there's no closed captions, meaning I can't find where he says we're gonna have to use another version of this.
Thank you. Whoa.
So we got to zero in on this. No, show transcript. Yes. Where does he say rough? You're gonna make me search for it, Donald. You're gonna make me search for it. He really has not said the word rough. 1 hour and 10 minutes into the speech? No shot. Did I misspell rough somehow? Okay, so he does say rough quite a bit, actually. He keeps on saying ripped a baby. All right, let's just put it on here.
And the fake news doesn't want to talk about it. Although I heard a major...
Wait.
People get bored with Uncle Sam. It's just basic. She said she worked so hard, she sweated over French fries at McDonald's, and she never worked there. It turned out to be a lie. And the fake news doesn't want to talk about it. Although I heard a major...
But they're all like, yo, it's a lie. It's a lie. Like, he hasn't offered anything. He's just like, she didn't work at McDonald's. It's like, you didn't stream on Twitch. I didn't stream on Twitch. Are you sure about that? Is that really what you want to hang your hat on? Like, right? Instead, you should be attacking me for being a scumbag Twitch streamer who serves you top of the hour ad breaks every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. Ad breaks that you too can get out of for the low, low price of free by using an Amazon Twitch Prime sub, or by possibly getting yourself a discounted sub during this month of September, or even by being gifted a sub, which can happen and does happen, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Newspaper's doing a big story on it. It's a lie. It's a total lie. She never worked at McDonald's, but she lies about everything, and we can't let her get into office, and that's why I'm a little bit rougher than I would normally be. You know, we started off with crooked Joe Biden, and they kept him in a basement. They got lucky because of the horrible...
I love the idea of Joe Biden in a basement. Like, this is like
COVID
keeping him in a basement, feeding him candy bars.
Situation. We did an amazing job with COVID. I got credit for the economy. I got credit for the military. We took out ISIS. We rebuilt them. I got a lot of credit. Space Force. Never got credit. And what we did was amazing. Nobody knew what it was. What we did was amazing. With all of the things that we did were amazing, actually. But you know, when he came in, and then he comes along and he stops, and all of a sudden you realize, and now we got him as a president, and the wall stopped and everything stopped, and people started coming in. Oh, is my favorite of all time, my favorite graph, in fact, my favorite document of all time, and I have some good ones. There is never a document like this.
I have some really good documents. Yeah, Trump is known for his great documents.
You have?
Like the document where he contracted a ghostwriter to write The Art of a Deal for him. That was a good that was a really great document, right?
They don't even know I'm going to be asking for this. This reminds me, oh, they're unbelievable. No, they didn't even know. That's my favorite document. That document saved my life.
Yeah, he's been using visual aids a lot more. We'll look at one more story involving Trump and visual aids before we get started with the Chud Logic shit.
Immigration saved my life. Without that document, I would not be here. Without that document, I wouldn't be talking to you. Without that document, we're not here. Because that document's always on my left. It's always on my left. It's always at the end of the speech, not the beginning. And I had...
Wait, we got to listen to this. Okay.
I said...
So, chat, do you remember David Muir, the one of the debate moderators? Right? He's focused a lot of his hatred on this guy. I think he used to like him. I can't remember what it was, but David Muir did something once that Trump liked. And so he actually regards this as sort of a stab in the back. Even though it's like, he's a journalist. He's supposed to be objective. You lied on stage. He corrected the record.
How about that guy? Pretty boy. You know, we call him Pretty Boy.
We call him Pretty Boy.
That's about it.
We call him Brokeback Mountain.
But you know what?
What are you saying? What are you saying? This is like some...
I said, crime.
No, because his back is bad, and his back is bad, and he's built like a mountain. He's like the mountain from Game of Thrones. Obviously, that's what Brokeback Mountain means. What did you think it meant? What did you think he was saying? No, chat.
Is at a level like we've never seen. It's rampant. It's rising. Okay. He interrupts me. I'm sorry, sir. Crime in this country has gone down.
Straight up it has. Straight up.
I said, you know, without looking at numbers, is there anybody in this room that think that crime has gone down? It's gone through the roof. And
oh, okay. So we shouldn't look at numbers. We should look at what? Vibes when you're scaring these people? When you're regaling them with stories of horror show violent crimes? And then attributing that to undocumented people? As if the crime rate for undocumented people was not lower than that there is for citizens? That kind of shit? Yeah.
Largely because
that kind of shit.
Migrant crime. It's not only that. You know, in New York, you can't walk in.
Wait, what kind of nonsense is Vernon talking about here? It's illegal for her to run for president anyway? This is like some trutherism here. What, was she born in Kenya too? What are you going to say? Even if why would it be illegal for her to run for president? What kind of fucking conspiracy dog shit is this? She will be put right back out? Show me one vote from a citizen to elect her to run for president. See, Vernon Stevens doesn't know that political candidates, the nominees, are not voted for by people. They're voted for by delegates. Those delegates were elected by people in the Democratic primary. And when their first choice, Joe Biden, withdrew his name from consideration, backed out, they said, okay, I guess I'm going with Kamala. So yeah, she was voted for, Vernon. Sorry. I don't know what kind of fucking cope you're puffing over there, but it cannot be good for you. Is that some galaxy juice? Some galaxy gas?
To a drugstore now. It's like you're in a prison of glass. If you want to buy aspirin, you have to wait 45 minutes for a clerk to come up and open because what's gone on.
You know who doesn't know that, though? You know who doesn't deal with that? You know who doesn't buy his own aspirin? This guy. Motherfucker acting like he goes to the drugstore to buy his own aspirin. They're like, oh, hi, Mr. Trump. You'll have to wait for the employee to come and unlock your aspirin because it's behind a glass wall because of all the shoplifting that's supposedly going on, even though we're just at 2019 levels.
And every drugstore, I just lost one. I had a nice tenant. I just lost a tenant. Had a beautiful tenant at 40 Wall Street. I just lost a tenant. They opened a big chain drugstore. Big, beautiful chain. They opened. They were doing such great business. 40 Wall Street, right across from the stock exchange. They gave me no.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals.
Notice they said, we're going to have to close because the shelves, the people walk in, they just take everything they want. They walk out of the store. What the hell is going on?
It's kind of a metaphor for what you do in terms of just lying to people. You walk into their heads. You take what you want. You manipulate them. You make them afraid with lies. And you just walk right out of there. With no fucking pangs of conscience whatsoever. Right? This guy, his whole life has been a lie. His whole life has been a con. This is Don the Con over here.
See, we have to let the police...
And he's used to ripping people the fuck off.
Their job. And if they have to be
yeah, let's let the law do its job on you, buddy.
extraordinarily rough,
They have to strap a little ankle bracelet around you. I mean, that's what this guy's running for, right? That's why he's running for president. People ask, why is he running for president? He's put him on all this danger. This guy's got to run for president to try to not have to face the charges against him. That's his only chance now, right? Become president, control the Justice Department, force them to drop the charges against you.
And you know, the funny thing with all of that stuff, look at the department stores, same thing. They walk into you see these guys walking out with air conditioners, with refrigerators on their back.
With refrigerators on their back. Okay, no. Air conditioners was one thing, right? Air conditioner is probably not something that anybody's going to shoplift. But you could imagine, right? Especially on a hot day, you could imagine somebody making that work. You could imagine somebody just so bold. They just pick up the air conditioner. Maybe they even find a receipt or something to hold on to act like they bought it. I don't know what they did. You would imagine that, right? What you can imagine, though, is a refrigerator on their motherfucking back. But that is what the Donald just said.
And you know, the funny thing with all of that stuff, look at the department stores, same thing. They walk into you see these guys walking out with air conditioners, with refrigerators on their back, crazy.
With nuclear submarines strapped to them. Yeah.
And the police aren't allowed to do their job. They're told, if you do anything, you're going to lose your pension, you're going to lose your family, your house, your car. The police want to do it. The Border Patrol wants to do it. Border Patrol, they're incredible. They want to do it. They're not allowed to do it because the liberal left won't let them do it.
They won't let them do it, right? We can have the purge, but the liberal left won't let them do it.
The liberal left wants to destroy them, and they want to destroy our country. You know, if you had one day, like one real...
Here we go.
nasty day with the drugstores as an example, where when they start walking out with... You know, she created something in San Francisco. $950 you're allowed to steal. Anything above that.
This is his favorite story, right? You got a shoplifter with a pocket calculator tabulating how much $950 of goods are. So they can steal $949, but no more. And thus, what? And you're allowed to, like, not even, no charges, no nothing? You stole under 950? Actually, I think I know what this is, right? And if I understand this correctly, I don't think it's even like a government law type thing. I think it is a store type thing, right? They don't prosecute shoplifters, even the ones they catch on camera, until that shoplifter has stolen a certain amount of merchandise. They let them go, let them accrue a certain amount that's gonna, I don't know, like, graduate the charges, make the penalties more severe, right? They purposefully wait until they've got that amount of documented that this person's stolen, and then the next time the person comes into the store to shoplift, that's when they nab them. That is a real thing. What he's saying of shoplifters sitting there with calculators trying to tabulate $950 because they know that Kamala Harris will, like, let them steal that much without any fucking problem whatsoever in San Francisco. And, you know, this was like more than 10 years ago too. It's not relevant to the current. You know, if there was, like, I don't get gaslit by this, right? There's not really a shoplifting situation. There's not a crime situation. Most crime is down. We're kind of at record lows. As shoplifting is up, but only in the sense that there was a dip after COVID, and now it's come back to, like, basically 2019 levels. So essentially, since 2019, no difference, no change in shoplifting. But he wants you to think that it's this big thing.
You will be prosecuted. Well, it works out that the 950 is a misnomer because you can steal whatever you want. You can go way above. But you'd see, originally you saw kids walk in with calculators.
Originally you saw kids walk in with calculators. Guess what he's not going to produce? Guess what they're never going to show you? They're never going to show you a fucking kid with a calculator tabulating how much they can go steal. And they're not going to show you that because it didn't fucking happen.
Calculate.
You just make it up.
They want to go over the 950.
Bro is just lying. This is the guy that just told us that dudes were walking out with refrigerators on their backs. And like a air conditioner under each arm.
They're standing with calculators, adding it up. You know, these are smart people. They're not so stupid, but they have to be taught. Now, if you had one really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge. Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for...
And look, chat, I looked up Congressman Kelly. I want to know why Trump is painting him. He's in Pennsylvania right now, so it makes sense that this is the Pennsylvania, a congressman from Pennsylvania. So that part makes sense, but what doesn't make sense is I didn't really find anything super violent, like in his... Like, he is a conspiracy theorist. He is an asshole. He got a whole bunch of PPP, almost $1 million in PPP loans forgiven. Did not pay those off. He has a financial scandal. Conflict of interest in stock purchases, apparently. But the closest thing that I found to violence was in July 2024, following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump in Kelly's hometown. Kelly initially released a post, I'm guessing a tweet, that stated, "We will not tolerate this attack from the left," despite there being no information about the shooter's background or motivation. The post was subsequently deleted. So right after finding out that the shooter is in fact a Republican, the post was deleted. But, you know, you could say that that reads like an attempt to inspire violence. Right? To immediately blame the attack on the left. It does feel like he's trying to get something started. But as far as this police violence that Donald Trump thinks that he would unleash in order to stop shoplifting, right? Just let the cops go nuts on people for 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, this is a dirty congressman too. There's a lot of dirty congressmen that the Republicans are just willing to let slide. I'm still not seeing why Trump chose this guy. It must just be because he's the guy whose district it is.
Mike, would you say, he's right here. He's a great congressman. Would you say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, "Oh, please, don't touch them. Don't touch them. Let them rob your store. Let all these stores go out of business, right? They don't pay rent. The city doesn't have it's a chain of events. It's so bad." One
of Kelly's own constituents shot at Trump. I guess he might be in that district.
Hour, and I mean real rough. The word will get out, and it will end immediately. End immediately. You know, it'll end immediately. Crooked Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Sad.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. So this is the clip where he says, like, there's two clips. Okay, so we got two clips now of.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
He starts off saying Crooked Joe Biden became mentally impaired. But Kamala Harris, honestly, she was born with that. Oh my God. So here we go. This is something that he's repeating. So anybody that thought it was a one-off, Donald Trump got a wild hair up his ass and decided to call Kamala Harris mentally impaired one time, and that he was just going to leave it at that and say, "Ooh, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I'm not going to do that again." Nope. This is a pattern.
But lying Kamala Harris, honestly, I believe she was born that way. There's something wrong with Kamala, and I just don't.
There's something wrong with Donald.
I don't know what it is, but there is
And I've been trained to not notice it.
definitely something missing. And you know what? Everybody knows it.
I have never seen a presidential candidate try to persecute their opponent for being mentally impaired. I have never seen a presidential candidate do the equivalent of calling their opponent the R slur, the Chud Logic word, as a reason not to vote for them. Wait, where's that laughter coming from? Oh. Yo, oh no, you know what this is, chat? This is Donald Trump trying to clip her. This is Donald Trump being a live streamer. This is Donald Trump doing his Aiden Ross impression. This is Donald Trump trying to lolcow Kamala Harris. And the problem is, Donald, the problem is, for someone like you, stepping that close to the lolcow spotlight is very likely to end up with that spotlight shining on you. Ooh, this is not a good move. This is not a good move for Trump. Like, there is shit with Trump to notice if you start noticing it, if you pay attention to it, right? If you do not ignore it, and you just document it, you just count the number of times, you just notice how fucking weird this guy is, you will drive yourself freaking batty. And if people start to notice Donald Trump's mannerisms, the way he's trying to focus their attention on Kamala's, he is in trouble.
I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border.
Who really is Kamala Harris? She's been telling us her entire career.
I support our sanctuary law. The illegal
Sanctuary law is the law that cops in cities want because it allows them to be able to talk to undocumented migrants. And if they are not able to talk to undocumented migrants because those people feel like talking to a cop would cause them to possibly be deported, then they are going to have a lot harder time solving the crime that does exist in every community, right? That's what sanctuary cities are. They make it sound like it's like, come on in, sanctuary city. We're not paying any attention to the law over here. You can just come on in and have sanctuary, right? But no, it's a very specific thing, and it has to do with law enforcement. That's
immigrant deported multiple times who stands accused of killing Kate Steinle, an undocumented.
Oh no, are we doing the fucking George H.W. Bush shit? Are we doing the Dukakis shit?
An immigrant is not a criminal.
Also urged to reject that term illegal alien.
Are you aware that there's a perception? Are you aware that there's a perception?
That puts ICE in the same category as the KKK. Is that what you're asking me?
Abolish ICE. Yeah. Is that a position that you agree with? And we need to probably think about starting from scratch. We're not going to treat people who are...
That's a great idea, by the way, starting from scratch.
Undocumented cross-border criminals. I am opposed to any policy that would deny any human being public health, period.
You be committing to close immigration detention centers? Absolutely, on day one.
How can she has applied consequences the last 3.5 years? 10 million illegal encounters, 2 million gotaways, 600% increase in sex trafficking, more terrorists coming across the border, a record number of people off the terrorist watch list, and over 250,000 Americans dead to fentanyl that comes across the border. Consequences, there ought to be consequences for her failure.
We have a secure border. The border is secure.
Sickening new details about the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The 22-year-old was...
I can't tell if they are slowing down. Like they're Seems to be like tape distortion or something. I can't tell if it's the is it just the music that's like that?
With a mystery object.
Is the music purposefully like detuning?
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't.
Kamala Harris. Do you trust her to stop the invasion?
So this is his visual aid. I think probably inspired by his near assassination, Donald Trump has decided that the visual aid is his good luck charm in this election, and I anticipate him using more of it. Right now, that's a very simple use of it. I'm sure that other candidates have done that, like to put it on an ad during their speech. But yeah, he's definitely got a strange... I don't know how better to say it than a lolcow strategy, right? He is going to try to lolcow Kamala Harris. And again, the danger of that is that he becomes the juicier target for ridicule. Because in so many ways, this man is beyond parody. And so, a lot of those ways that we've stopped paying attention to. We're so used to his goofy dances. We're so used to his weird facial expressions. We're so used to his hand speak that we don't really concentrate on it, but that could easily change. And with this strategy, Trump is inviting exactly that. The question is, will the Harris campaign have what it takes to turn his ridicule around on him? So far, they have. So far, that is what the Kamala HQ Twitter account does best. Whatever comes out of the Trump camp, they send it back at him. And I can only wonder what they're going to do with this. But yeah, I think we watched our Trump clips. Yeah, we did. We watched our Trump clips. We got our Trump clips for the day. Wait, what is this?
And I'm a victim, I will tell you. I'm a victim. Think of it.
That kind of sums it all up.
We didn't watch all of his stuff, right? I didn't know about this I'm a victim thing.
There, doesn't it? Donald Trump's entire campaign is being run on grievance and victimhood. But those are the...
What can we say? He's a victim.
...hallmarks of a cult. And the cult leader says, we're all victims. I'm a victim. They're coming to get me. Please protect me. Now, Donald Trump's most recent statements about what went down at the Florida Golf Club in this alleged assassination attempt there, where the individual has been charged, who, by the way, was a 2016 Trump supporter and Trump voter. Donald Trump's just again lying about this, turning a very serious matter into something very Trumpian. Not sure if you saw, but in the recent speech he gave in Walker, Michigan, Donald Trump says that the reason for these assassination attempts is because of his policy on tariffs and what he wants to do in terms of tariffing other nations. He doesn't even know what tariffs are, but listen to what he says here. Play this clip.
Had in this state, your car industry will be as big relatively as it was 60 years ago. When you were like dominant. It's not dominant anymore. This is why people in countries are all after Trump. This is why.
People in countries, God damn them.
You know, the only one that has
those fucking people in countries.
Shots fired at them. That throbbing feeling, right? The only one are consequential presidents. When I
look, the only one that doesn't know better than to play golf in a public course facing the road. I'm sorry, is it a public course? What, regardless, like, right, in a golf course facing the fucking road. I don't know.
Do these things. I've got a lot of enemies out there. I've got a lot.
And again, the first incident in Butler, Pennsylvania, the individual was a MAGA guy, white, male, Republican, MAGA guy.
Not only that, but he was also a debate bro. The first shooter was a fucking debate bro, a debate lord, a high school debate lord. This kid, his classmates say that he would always try to engage them in some sort of political debate and just like ridicule them for liking anyone, right? Trump, Bernie, Hillary. He would just like, he was like the worst kind of debate lord, right? He doesn't just like, you know, oh, let's like talk about politics since that's what I am obsessed with, right? He's, you know, let's talk about politics. Oh, by the way, you're fucking stupid. You're the worst, right? I don't know. It's just like,
was a 2016 Trump supporter. And Donald Trump saying, oh, this is just because they're so scared of my tariff policy. Your tariff policy is the stupidest thing ever. You don't know what tariffs are. It's an import on you. It's a tax on imports of United States companies. But this is how Donald Trump has been handling this all along. When Donald Trump did not like the testimony of FBI Director Christopher Wray about the incident in Butler, Pennsylvania, what does Donald Trump do? Mind you, this
Trump is Vince McMahon's puppet.
This is a Republican FBI director who Donald Trump appointed. Well, Donald Trump reposts Tucker Carlson and says Christopher Wray, who's the FBI director, is a liar and a criminal, and I hope he's reading this. And then Donald Trump posts memes of Christopher Wray to intimidate, threaten, and harass the FBI director who Trump appointed. That says, this is what Trump posted. What did you know and when did you know about it? Read Truth if you want to know who ordered the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And then, you know, there is the kind of perpetual victimhood that goes on. So Donald Trump has his top surrogate, Alina Habba, who says that, you know, when Donald Trump's out there playing golf every day, he's risking his life for you, the people. That's what's happening. He's risking his life playing golf. Here, play this clip.
He's completely unrelenting. He will go out there today and do the same thing he has always done because he is so determined to save this country, even when it means risking his life not once, but twice. And that's all that we know of. So you know him, Martha. That's who the man is. He is just the...
So she said it just there. That's all that we know of, as in there could have been other attempts on his life, just like there could have been attempts on the life of the current president or of Kamala Harris, or right there is stuff that happens that doesn't get released until later, right? And that exists for other candidates as well. So it's just weird that she'd bring that up. That's all we know of. Maybe there's more, right? Yeah, there were shots fired in the Obama White House that you didn't hear about until, I don't know, like years after it happened.
Fiercest fighter that America could ask for. So what you're...
No, it should be noted that both the Secret Service and FBI assessment of Donald Trump was that they provided to him was that he shouldn't be playing golf in courses that have a direct line of view to public highways and roads. That he could play golf other places. And Donald Trump says, no, I'm just going to play golf wherever I want to play golf here. And, you know, then Donald Trump's wife, Melania, she's trying to sell her book, right? So she's now pushing that the FBI must somehow be involved in this. And again, she's complicit with Donald Trump in everything. And so she's out there saying that this was an interview that she just gave. And she said, well, because no one's talking about the assassination attempts anymore, there's something suspicious going on here. There's something suspicious here. Play this clip.
We were told this week, and we were told that authorities have already known this for a while, that there wasn't a...
Now, what's weird about this is any attempt to massage the narrative from Trump and Melania actually risks making it sound like they are using this situation cynically. Right? And whether they are or not, I mean, there's no way to, necessarily know that, right? But it's something that most people would give them the benefit of the doubt on. Unless they start like, why is no one talking about the fact that there was an assassination attempt? Well, because it doesn't change people's minds, right? If they were going to vote for him already, maybe they feel like a little extra lump well up in their throat when they see Donald Trump with the American flag waving behind him and, hear some patriotic song, right? But they were going to vote for him anyway. It changes nothing. That's why no one's talking about it, because it's not changing the race. People that are going to vote against him, are they don't like that there was an attempt on his life, but it doesn't make them be like, oh no, actually I'm going to vote for this guy, right? This piece of shit candidate that I hate. I'm going to vote for him now because I feel bad about him getting shot. That's not how voting works.
Iranian.
That's not how anything works.
To kill your husband. So I watched this video that you released on social media questioning the first assassination attempt. For the second one, if they knew that there was this plot, why didn't they sweep the golf course?
It's interesting how quiet and everything became, all of the mainstream media. There were a few days reporting about July 13 event, and everything then became quiet. So,
well, there's a lot of things about Donald Trump that are remarkable, right? There's a lot of ridiculous things that he says. There's a lot of lies that he gets caught in. There's a lot of things that get exposed about the guy. And because these remarkable things that with any other president would come to define their presidency, would be a major scandal for them, because Donald Trump has so many of them, it becomes a non-story. And he says, grab her by the pussy. And then 2 weeks later, people are like, oh, I don't know. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. The people that were going to vote for him, they're still going to vote for him, right? This is the weird curse of Trump. And for once, we're working against him, because it does feel like there's a conscious attempt on the part of Trump and Melania to use this situation to get him reelected. That is Trump's victimhood. That is what this story is about. That's what this segment is about. Like and subscribe.
I had a lot of questions. What's going on? This is not normal. And is it really shocking that all this egregious violence goes against my husband, especially that we hear the leaders from the opposition party and mainstream media branding him as a threat to democracy, calling him vile names. They only fueling a toxic atmosphere and giving power all of these people that they want to do harm to him. This needs to stop. This needs to stop. The country
The
needs
Green super chatted $7.39. Lol, I mean Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan, it is. Also, Greenest Faye, I don't know why your super chat did not get read. Chat, am I missing? Are my alerts fucking up again? Greenest Faye says, you guys have the rest of the way here, but I want to see Medhi Hasan call out Tucker. You guys have the rest of the way there? Have to get the rest of the way there. Oh, you mean in terms of the stream, I think. Pierce it is. Okay, so let me add these, if I can figure out how Canada money works. Okay, so yes, I can make this happen. Okay. Medhi Hasan gets 37. And Piers Morgan. Oh, I mean Piers Morgan and Medhi Hasan. Oh, instead of Tucker. I got it. I got it. And then add... I think it makes it up to 54 then. And then... Wait, 10% plus... It's 50. Yeah. Okay, so the donut goal goes... I'm sorry, chat. I'm having trouble doing math tonight.
Unite. And I encourage everybody to read my letter that I wrote on July 14 again, because that cannot continue.
Letter was very powerful. What made you get to the point of writing that letter?
That's how I felt. That's how I felt.
You know, what's going on here is that Donald Trump has not been forthcoming about anything. He has not released the medical records from Butler, Pennsylvania. When he's asked about how he's doing, what his health was after the Butler event, he said that he's a fast...
Yeah, the irony of all of Donald Trump's scandals that he tried to push on other people, right? The Obama birth certificate thing being the first and foremost in my mind, right? You've actually got a situation in which there is information that should be public record that seems to be missing. Now, that doesn't mean that he didn't get shot. That doesn't mean that he didn't get hurt, but it is weird. And it is feeding into this line of thought that apparently a lot of people think this, that there was, you know, some kind of a exaggeration or maybe even a, you know, that he faked his injury or something like that. That's a pretty wild theory, considering, you know, how easy it would be for somebody to, if you were to, you know, somehow fake the injury, how easy it would be for somebody to see him injure himself if that was what happened. But I don't know what the theory is. It doesn't make sense to me. It does seem like he got you know, hit with a bullet or a fragment from a bullet.
Healer, and that he was shot in the lobe. And look, the bottom line is that if you were shot by an AR-15 bullet in your face, it leaves a mark. We'll just say that. But Trump can't even articulate. He doesn't even know what an earlobe is. Like when Trump said this, here, play this clip.
Yeah, pretty much recovered. Yeah, I'm a fast healer. It's a hell of a shot.
Wait.
But I'm a fast healer. Yeah, pretty much recovered.
It's 44 or 45 more for Piers.
No, it didn't hit that. I got very lucky. It just hit the...
Oh, yeah.
As they call it.
The lobe, as they call it. No, that's not the lobe.
Yeah, a little bit. Not much. On top.
Not only does Donald Trump not know what an earlobe is, for someone who claims to, you know, be this Second Amendment aficionado and that he believes war should be everywhere, there shouldn't be common sense gun control, right? He brags. He says, remember what he said to the NRA? I did nothing. I'm not going to do. Remember what he said to the NRA? Here, play this clip.
During my 4 years, nothing happened, and there was great pressure on me having to do with guns. We did nothing. We didn't yield.
Okay, so wait, it should be this.
That's just the beginning. That's the avalanche begins.
But then in the speech that he gave Saturday,
I think that's right.
Donald Trump doesn't even know what an AK-47 is, or an AR-15. He calls it an MK-47s. And again, this is just a constant victimhood by him.
That should be 44?
Venezuelan killers, street gang.
I think that's right.
Occupying the town with MK-47s. I know that gun very well. I got to know it very well.
Even I know that it's an AK-47. Donald, you're making me sad. He's like, I know guns. It's an MK-47, one of those kinds of guns.
I've become an expert on guns.
An MK-47.
Quickly.
What is he mixing up? Is he mixing up MK Ultra with AK-47?
My sons know guns. They couldn't believe what the story they heard.
As many life insurance. What Trump's been saying now about these assassination attempts. Let's play it.
It's been a great experience. It's a dangerous business, however, being president. It's a little bit dangerous. It's, they think race car driving is dangerous. No. They think bull riding, that's pretty scary, right? No. This is a dangerous business, and we have to keep it safe.
So yet again, Donald Trump is playing the martyr and the victim and saying how dangerous it is to be president. I was kind of
AK Ultra.
That the media presented the last assassination attempt as shots fired. The shots were fired by the Secret Service because they saw a muzzle of a gun. The fellow who was hiding out, yes, he had a gun, but he didn't shoot anything. And, I think this whole escalation of violence can be laid at the feet of Trump from the beginning of 2015 as he was ramping up the rhetoric. What's interesting is that...
See, that's such an understatement. Oh my God. It's such an understatement. Yeah, you think that Trump has pushed violence? You think that Trump has said stuff that resulted in stochastic actions on his behalf? Oh yeah, I think so. I can think of a certain day in January when that happened. Yes, I do believe so. Yes, quite possibly. Thank you. He's mixing it up with the Iron Man armor. Wait, MK-47? Wait, is there Iron Man armor that's MK-47?
More and more less confident. Decompensating is the psychological term for it. And I'm really curious why he would say that he got a nice call from Biden and Kamala to his followers who booed, but he actually pretended to be sincere. Was he appealing to the religious, moral people of his base? Yes, I believe there are people who consider themselves to be moral. What do you think? Put your comments below. Thanks.
Here, by the way, was Christopher Wray.
No, put your comments below, chat.
FBI director. This was his assessment of the Butler incident. Play this clip.
I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear.
I thought they cleared this up, though. I thought they cleared this part up.
So it's conceivable, although as I sit here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots and the cartridges.
And now I would say at least 65 to 70% of all of the emails being sent out by the Trump campaign for fundraising all involves assassination attempt stuff.
How long before Trump starts offering little pieces of his ear? Like, how he's doing all the stuff where he's selling the Trump cards, he's selling the Trump NFTs, and he's also selling $100,000 gold watches. We haven't watched that, have we?
Donald Trump selling assassination edition sneakers, assassination edition watches, assassination edition shirts, assassination edition hats. Like, could you imagine if Ronald Reagan, after the assassination attempt, started selling these trinkets over and over again? But here are some of the emails that you get from Trump every day, or J.D. Vance when they ask for money. Like this one over here from J.D. Vance. Another attempt on Trump's life. Then it blames it on Vice President Kamala Harris. Then it says, here's another one for September 22nd. I'm asking you to make a small sacrifice. I know these last few days have been very
note to
emotional.
all the collectors out-
Donald Trump nearly lost his life for the second.
So these are the donation asks that are going out by email. Let's take a look at this. We haven't done the gold watches yet. This is Pod Save America, John Favreau.
Out there. So you've got your Trump trading card NFTs. You've bought Trump's coffee table book. You got Melania's memoir that she's out there hawking right now. You've stocked up on Trump and Son's private cryptocurrency, and yet you still want more. Well, today is your lucky day. Take a listen.
It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. I think you're going to love it. My new Trump watches. This isn't just any watch. It's one of the best watches made, with almost 200 grams of gold and more than 100 real diamonds. That's a lot of diamonds. I love gold. I love diamonds. We all do. Owning one puts you in a very exclusive club. I have watch number 1, and I'm going to keep it. It's mine, and that's the way I want to have it. Each watch is numbered and extremely rare, a true collector's item, and it includes a personal letter signed by me. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
It's Trump time. Yo!
The Trump watch.
Did he actually just say it's Trump time, Chad? It's turbo time. Americans can't buy groceries, but please buy my $100,000 watch.
They're $100,000. $100,000. He's out there talking about Kamala Harris and...
That's not a watch. That's a bribe. Am I right about this, chat? Like, he might sell some of these, but he's not going to sell a lot of them. And he's going to kind of know every person that helped him out by buying one of those watches. I think this is the president's IPO, right? He just needs money that bad. He's going to take stockholders.
Joe Biden and inflation and...
How is this legal? How is this legal in an election year? This is This seems like massive conflict of interest. How is this legal?
People are getting killed with the cost, and he's a populist. The Republican Party under Trump. There's the Workers' People's Party. He's fucking selling $100,000 watches 40 days before an election. What is happening? What are we doing? I think that Kamala Harris should speak about this. I think she should, like, next time she's in an interview, she's at a rally, I would do an insert in the rally speech, in the stump speech. She should mock the $100,000 thing. She should paint him as this rich guy who doesn't give a shit about people. She's already doing that now. Now she's got something that's going to make news. I would put it in an ad that he's doing this. Like, this is insane. Insane.
I agree with all that. She should hammer it. The crypto thing is weird and kind of hard to explain to people.
Totally.
It's hard to make fun of someone for selling Bibles.
The trading cards thing is weird and hard to understand. NFTs. Yeah.
The sneaker. You left out the sneakers.
Sneakers you could do. The sneakers you could do.
Yeah. The gold.
How are they ignoring the golden goose? How are they ignoring the elephant in the room? That being Trumpy Bear. How are they ignoring Trumpy Bear?
Old sneakers, but the
Obama, you know what?
watch.
Obama wanted to do the sneakers in his convention speech. It fell out of a draft.
Did you take it out?
I don't know where it went. It was.
He had to make room for
yes. I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened. But so the sneakers you could do, but the $100,000 watches, I would be doing this. I imagine our friend David Plouffe is salivating over this.
This is not the biggest point here, but I think
wait, is Plouffe working for the Kamala campaign?
The takeaway from this is that Donald Trump has fully become Fox News. Like, his speeches,
he's going to be selling Trump catheters soon.
They are Hannity, and everything else is just one long Fox commercial. It's this right here, selling gold sneakers. Don't say that's going to happen.
I know.
Wait, what did he say?
This is just one long Fox commercial.
It's
this right here, selling gold sneakers.
Cialis.
Don't say that's going to happen.
I know.
He's going to talk to them about their penises. Sometimes it needs a little help, folks.
Somewhere, Dad Jr. is working on
That's why you're gonna need Trump Cialis.
I don't know, man. I don't know. If you can't, like, if we elect this, I mean, who knows? Where it's a tie race. It's a tie race, and he's got an advantage on the economy. Is he's out there selling $100,000 watches? People are most upset that costs are too high. They can't afford a home, can't afford groceries. $100,000 watches. Who's buying that? Read
somebody that owns a piece of Trump.
Wants everyone to know
the people
like you don't have to buy a piece of his earlobe. You can buy one of those watches.
Reed, who produces this show and writes this show, wants us to know that the fighter watch can be yours for as little as $500. That it's not. There is a low price point for folks who can't afford the $100.
Wait, what's the low price point?
Show and writes this show, wants us to know that the fighter watch can be yours for as little as $500. That it's not. There is.
Okay, so there's a $500 watch.
A low price point for folks who can't afford the $100,000. So I guess just to be fair.
Did Reed just Daniel Dale us?
He was very concerned that I just want to make sure that the $100,000 that's the top echelon. That's the high price point.
Reed is remote, but I'm going to take a close look in the next couple of weeks to see if he's got a fighter watch on his wrist.
Chad, I got to ask you, is that a normal price for a watch? Any watch knowers in chat? Trump Fox News special edition collab with Diamond, Gold Diamond watch win. More money for merch. Oh God, let me get my wallet. So yeah, there it is. The Trump watch. And the Trump fish. Trumpy bear. There's Trumpy bear and there's Trumpy Trout.
The wind whispered through the forest. A storm is coming. You cannot defeat the storm. From the trees rose a resounding voice. I fear nothing. I come when the trumpet sounds. I am the storm, the great American grizzly. Introducing the original Trumpy bear.
Except no substitutes.
Super plush American grizzly. Trumpy bear was born June 14th, Flag Day. Just find
and probably some weird QAnon code.
The secret zipper and pull out the flag.
It's probably an astronomy thing.
Then wrap yourself in the red, white, and blue for comfort and warmth. Show your patriotism and proudly display Trumpy.
Sorry, not astronomy, astrology, different thing.
And on any American holiday, Trumpy can even honor your own family heroes.
God bless America, and God bless Trumpy Bear.
Trumpy Bear sits proudly at the front of the motorcycle for all the world to see and loves to cruise with his brother.
I'm a former Marine, and I'm proud to have Trumpy Bear ride by my side. Once a Marine, always a Marine.
Everyone knows Trumpy Bear loves to go to the golf course.
When I ride with Trumpy Bear, he makes my golf game great again. Thank you, Trumpy Bear.
Simply style his trademark hair and place him in his favorite chair, even the toughest.
Okay, so when you place him in his favorite chair, you are gonna have some action where that thing like moves around at night, right? You are just chilling in your bed, and you look over, and Trumpy Bear is not where you left him, right? That thing is gonna get possessed.
Guys will love Trumpy Bear.
When America is great, business is great. When business is great, I am great. I love you, Trumpy Bear.
I am an Army veteran. I am proud to own the Trumpy Bear, and I will always be proud to be an American.
Order the Super Plush Trumpy Bear for only 2 payments of $19.95 and receive a
I mean, that's a steal compared to those watches.
Special certificate of
the thing is, I don't think Trump is necessarily getting any money from this. Like,
authenticity. Don't miss out on owning a piece of American history. Order now for only 2 payments of $19.95. Trumpy, the most fearless bear anywhere. Order now.
All right, let's take a look at the Trumpy Trout really quick. It's a real ad on Newsmax.
A message from the 45th President of the United Ponds of America.
Let's make fishing great again, okay?
He's here, everyone's favorite fish.
Trumpy Trout.
one has ever seen a fish like me.
Trumpy Trout is an animatronic talking fish with a big...
So now the first time I saw this, I gotta admit, I thought that these were some liberals that had made a parody commercial. Right? I thought there was no product. This product didn't really exist. And that the people making this were anti-Trump. I was soon corrected.
I am the hugely bigliest fish in the pond.
Watch his fins flap and his large...
That just doesn't look like a real thing.
...move as he makes speech after speech in high-fidelity sound.
Some bass, a bad fish, crazy fish, criminal fish, and druggy fish. But some bass are good fish, and I only love some of them.
Mount him to your...
This is what I'm talking about, right? This is the part it's like it's got to be a parody.
...wall, or use the built-in stand to display him proudly on your desk. Now you'll never miss a Trumpy Trout rally.
I'm building a new pond, and the bass will pay for it.
Okay, the only way that this product's really worth it is if you can hook it up to the internet, and when Trump is giving a speech, it will, like, speak his speech. So that when Trump is giving his speech and your Trump family can all gather around the Trumpy fish and watch the fish deliver the speech. You get the live speech from Donald Trump, but it's coming through the fish's mouth, right? Then it's worth it. Then it's worth it. You hook him up to any TV with Trump on it, and the fish will, you know, will voice Trump's
Set him
speech.
Activated to surprise his fins.
His fins? His fans? Oh god.
Fins are big. I have the biggest fins. No fish have fins like me.
Or turn him on and let his inspiring words delight the crowd.
All the fish love Trumpy. They just love me.
Catch Trumpy Trout for yourself or someone you love.
Oh, they can try, but they can't. They just can't.
Treat yourself to this limited edition Trumpy Trout for just $59.99.
It's a little bit more expensive than Trumpy Bear.
It comes with your official Make Fishing Great...
I mean, you need that certificate of authenticity so somebody doesn't think you just bought like a ripoff of
Certificate of
Make Fishing Great Again.
Order right now and we'll instantly upgrade you to the deluxe version with desktop stand and Trumpy Trout jingle free.
He is the greatest trout without a doubt, the biggest.
Really?
And for even more fun, we'll give you a discount when you buy more than one.
We got the shoreline secure. No bass in this pond.
Supplies are limited, so don't miss...
You notice that? In the beginning, he's like, we only like the good bass, right? We don't like the druggy bass. We don't like the bad bass. We don't... Like, right? And then no bass in the pond. That's mass deportation. God damn. See, this is what I mean. It feels like a dark parody, but this is a real product. I mean, you know, check the website if you want.
Your chance to hook the greatest fish of all time.
I am the greatest trout, and there is no doubt.
This is a limited edition collectible from Top Dog Direct. Order now at TrumpyTrout.com. That's TrumpyTrout.com.
It is Trumpy motherfucking Trout. All right, so it is time to consolidate the streams. We are going to be talking about Mr. Chud Logic and his cautionary tale, how he left to the left. So jump over there. I've got the... I guess I need to pen this, don't I? I got the message penned. Go ahead and click on it. Or you'll just be taken possibly automatically. I'm not sure, chat. One or the other will work. So it's your chance to jump in there. And my chance to jump into streamer mode. That's right. So where shall we start? I guess we'll start with Noah Samson. That's as good a place as any. Chat, I'm sure you've seen various videos. Oh wait, I'm supposed to read the... I'm supposed to check on the poll. I'm not doing it right, chat. I'm not doing it right. Let's take a look. Medhi Hasan owns Piers-Morgan in first place. Temple doesn't know skateboarding in second place. Hypno Ponies in third place. John Doyle in fourth place. But the dono goal is at 55%. So there is actually a pretty good chance of that getting hit tonight. We are 45 points away from some of this content actually happening. Medhi owns, oh my god, Medhi is walking away with it. Hypno Ponies in second place. And yeah, nothing else is anywhere close. It's Bass Deportation. Oh no, Lady Badass, you're right. It is Bass Deportations. Yeah, a $60 Trump fish. A Trumpy Trout, as it were. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. Again, thank you for donating to Greenest Faye and Eric121. Thanks to both of them, we're at 55% of the dono goal, 45% from hitting it. And with Medhi Hasan in a commanding lead, just like he's going to be in a commanding lead.
Super chatted $6.69. Butterfly, butterfly, butterfly.
Butterfly? Is that what we're voting for? A butterfly? That does indeed bring us up to 61% on the dono goal. Thank you, Choking. You know, I've not pronounced your name correctly yet. Choking on Ashes. I don't know why. But thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the butterflies. So yeah, let me find out where we're at. Noah Sampson. Is that where we'll start? No, we'll start with Rob's Media. Now, look, this video is going to be at the center of the controversy that we're examining tonight. That's Rob's Media right there. That is Stranger Danger, or Why I Hate BreadTubers by Rob's Media. Let's see if we can get it to just like give us the, there we go. All right, that's the thumbnail that we're dealing with. You've probably seen shit like this before. You have no doubt seen shit where it's like, fucking BreadTube though. These BreadTubers are hypocrites. They pretend to be nice, but they're actually very judgmental. They pretend to be high and mighty, but they're actually bad people. What's going on with this Stranger Danger? And seriously, that's the weirdest thing. Because this shit, despite how much I'm making fun of this, popped off. That's almost 500K. This is algorithmic catnip from Rob's Media. And I'm not even sure how it works. Like, right, you see all these links. These are videos that are cited in this. This is a video essay. This is a video essay about why BreadTube is bad. We've got Vosh, we've got Xander Hall, we've got Noah Sampson in the front row. We got Pethan, or Ethan is online in the second row. And we've got, oh my gosh, who is this? In Praise of Shadows, back there in the second row as well. Right, In Praise of Shadows made a video going after some other YouTuber that people are mad at them about. I haven't really looked into the situation, although I'm sure it's fascinating, but this is a video about the dangers of excessive carbohydrates, which is what you get with BreadTube. You get stranger danger. We're in danger from a stranger. And that stranger is a nice guy. And the problem with nice guys, according to Rob's Media, is that they are different people's behind the cameras. And so that's the general gist of this, right? Is you pretend to be, you know, woke, you can pretend to be caring, you pretend to be this, you pretend to be that, but actually you're this. Let me show you a clip of you. Oh my gosh, are you making fun of somebody's weight there? Are you making fun of someone's hairline? What exactly are you doing? You are not so high and mighty after all. You are a hypocrite. I will make video. I will get 50,000 views. I don't know how this fucking works. These are some lazy 50,000 views. Because this is some slop. I'll be honest. And look, we're going to end up watching this anyway, but I'm not going to try to watch this. I'm not going for watching this. I'm going to try to do it starting off through the eyes of one of the targets of this video. That being one Noah Samson. So yeah, get ready for some streamception. I hope you're ready. Shadiversity is one of the worst chuds. Especially when he wrote a power rape fantasy self-insert. That sounds scary. I love how they put Noah Samson on the most on there, the most unproblematic king. Well, they're gonna say that Noah Samson is violent and wants to melt down Chud Logic in a what is it, cauldron? Yeah. Noah Samson threatened Chud Logic with a cauldron. With a cauldron. Like, that's the scariest thing in the world, right? I know I'm really in trouble when somebody threatens me with a cauldron. So you know that this Noah Samson guy, he is up to no good. Jeez. So, here's the thumbnail. Are we the problem? Dudes with like a mullet? Yeah, dudes with like a mullet and a mustache. Are we the problem? Wendigoon, somewhat of a mullet, definitely a mustache, right? Problem. iDubbbz, definitely a mullet, somewhat of a mustache. Problem. Curtis Connor, definitely great mullet. Excellent mullet. Definitely a mustache. Who are these two on top, though? And of course, Noah Samson staring us straight in the face. Staring us straight in the face. Who are the two on top? Can somebody help me out with these two? I'm missing two, chat. I'm missing two nice guys. We know we can't trust the nice guys because they'll melt you in a cauldron. You turn your back on them for 2 seconds, and that these dudes will melt your ass in a cauldron. I really don't like mustaches. I mean, they're definitely a choice. I feel like you know, I probably shouldn't get started like talking about that choice, or else I'm gonna yuck somebody's yum. When I learned there was carnivorous butterflies, it kind of fucked me up for a while. Like, they're kind of freaky, you know? Wait, all of them have carnivore tendencies? Do they like lay eggs in you? Best mullet is Curtis, but who are these two up here? Anybody want to help me out with these two? I feel like I should know them. Nobody knows these two. Okay, well, I feel a little less bad then. Yeah, the two top guys up here, I don't know them. But we're gonna dive into this. Again, Hasan-Morgan is ahead in the poll, followed by Tim Pool, followed by Pibo Ponies, followed by John Doyle. John Doyle is not having a good night. I'm sorry, John Doyle. Nobody loves you. It's not my fault. We are 61%. Did I get that right? Yeah, 61% of the way to the sub goal. And Medhi Hasan is just running away with it. Like, overall, Hypno Ponies kind of making a play, trying to pass Tim Pool. passing Tim Pool, but nowhere close to Medhi Hasan. So remember to vote. And when you donate, let me know in the comments which of these are in the chat, which of these topics you want to see next. I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is by applying your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win. Right now, Medhi Hasan is winning, doesn't really need the help, right? Medhi Hasan is winning outright and winning according to the winner in the donations and the winner in your hearts is Medhi Hasan. But that could all change depending on how people vote and depending on what people tell me when they donate. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to take some of the power back away from the donations and make it so that it's more of a thing of like just what did people vote for. We are 39% away from hitting that dono goal, so we're in striking distance. We're in striking position, I would say. Strategically good position for striking that dono goal, which may happen tonight. And if so, we'll get to see extra content. Yo, it's Noah. He's making noise. Why are you making noise? Oh. Noah, what did you do?
Hello.
Are you in the back rooms? What's going on with Noah?
Today we're going to look at a video that I found on the internet. My face is in the thumbnail. It's called The Most Annoying Guy Ever, and that's me right there. The most annoying guy ever. Why does every guy look like this? Why?
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10. Meshi Hasan owns Piers' poor favor.
Meshi Hasan it is. Meshi Hasan it is.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Have you met this guy? Of course you have. He's everywhere.
Yes, I have. He is me. I actually did meet Curtis Connor the other day. We recorded.
Wait, I don't think this is Rob's Media.
A podcast. So once that releases, the world can decide whether or not we're the most annoying guys ever.
As someone who is originally from Melbourne.
But look, okay, I guess this gives us insight on why do some people hate Noah Samsen, and it's because he's one of these guys. Some people have a problem with these guys that they call the worst type of guys, and Noah Samsen is one of those guys.
I have to apologize on behalf of my city for unleashing this guy onto the world.
Hey, come on, man. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's okay. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Wait, what's going on with the head becoming bald?
We're the ground zero for this global pandemic that's spread around everywhere. The pedo stash, the mullet, sides often shaved, sometimes a beanie, often a bunch of shitty tattoos, some shirt with a band no one gives a shit about, nails painted black, and now it's everywhere.
He's got me on the mullet and the mustache, but one thing I will never do is wear a shirt with a band that nobody cares about. I only wear shirts with bands that everybody cares about, like Taylor Swift and Lil Xan.
And now it's everywhere. USA, Europe, New Zealand. Of course there were precursors. It's desperately trying to ape an 80s style, but the people back then were unapologetically living it. They didn't think it was cringe. They weren't living ironically through some desire to seem like some tough guy.
He's right about this one. Mullets in the 80s were a very serious thing. You didn't wear them lightly or as for laughs. Take, for example, this actor from a movie who's playing a character.
He was snapping into a Slim Jim.
It's ironic. He's a joke character. There was no faking it or irony. That's what the mullet is really.
He does look like he's got some irony.
Just good old-fashioned blue collar.
Like he's not supposed to be cool, right? I don't know. I mean, like I think a mullet could be cool in the 80s, but maybe not necessarily. Just like anything, right? Even the coolest hairstyle you can imagine, if you don't wear it right and you're a general goober, it's not going to be cool.
Easy guys.
They weren't living ironically through some desire to seem like some tough guy or a dirtbag, the scumbag, the filthy, dirty, nasty, but super chill guy.
Hey, Noah Samsen reference.
What do you call him? I just think like Chill Dave.
Yeah, Chill Dave. I like Chill Dave. That sounds good. I'll change my name for a little bit on YouTube, so check that out. Right?
Ah, Chill Dave.
He's another 40k follower Twitter account with a name.
Okay, so we got to get out of this because that's not even the right video. Which one is? Worst type of guy, insecure men of Instagram? Oh, here we go. YouTube's fake nice guys. This is the one. All right.
Hello, viewers. Welcome.
So this is how we're going to approach the Rob's Media video. The video taking down BreadTube. Now look, I will confess that on a certain level, there are things that are called BreadTube that I feel are overrated, right? There is, you know, the term, despite originating from Kropotkin, is not mutually exclusive of anybody like not cool calling themselves that. Hell, Xanderhall unironically called himself BreadTube. Probably still does. So I'm not ride or die for the concept of BreadTube. There's good video essayists that are considered BreadTubers. I think H Bomber Guy does, you know, good work. ContraPoints has made some contributions to our discourse over the years. But I'm not ride or die for anything called BreadTube.
To the show, the No Samson Show. As we all know,
Oh no, does it really say how I left the left? God damn it, this is my thumbnail artist. I'm glad you noticed, Galactic News Network. Look, whatever it says in the thumbnail and in the title, I have to do. It's like a prophecy or something, you know what I'm saying? Once the prophecy gets made, I have to fulfill it, so I have to leave the left.
Is an echo chamber.
Where am I gonna go?
Like listening to anyone that disagrees with me politically, and neither do you, the viewers. So
I will become politically homeless like Anna Kasparian, and hopefully not be anti-homeless, be anti-unhoused person like Anna Kasparian.
We'd spice it up for April Fools and do something different on the channel. We're gonna break out of the echo
French BreadTube is just called Baguette.
chamber, see what's going on. I keep getting recommended these videos that have like 500,000 views, and it's like the evil boy, the evil guy, and then I look at the thumbnail and
it's me. I've had that before. I've had a little bit of that. I don't know if I should break them out though. I've had a few thumbnails made about me.
Face there, and I'm like, hey, this is just like when I look in the mirror after I eat a full Cadbury bar at 3 a.m. Evil guy, naughty boy. The latest version of that is this video called Why I Hate BreadTubers. And the thumbnail is me and
50,000 views. This thing is approaching, right? This lazy thumbnail with bangers font, the wrong yellow. I wouldn't even use yellow on this thumbnail. I certainly wouldn't use straw. Like, this is the color that if you pee, you're supposed to go ask a doctor about it or something, right? This is stranger danger. Get your pee tested kind of mode. I hate this thumbnail. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to hate this video too. I'm pretty sure I've seen this video like 18 times. There are so many of these videos that are like, fucking BreadTube, right? Am I right? Am I right? These fucking BreadTubers, they think they're better than us. But look at them. They're making fun of people's intrinsic qualities. Oh, I guess you're not better than us after all. You're just a big hypocrite, Mr. BreadTuber. Mr. BreadTuber. You're probably just doing the BreadTube thing to get girls. Because that's why BreadTubers BreadTube.
other white dudes. One of them is kind of a red dude, and there's bread loaves in the back. And the thumbnail text says "Stranger Danger."
Is Vosh a BreadTuber? Some people would say so. Yeah. Some people would say so. Other people would say fuck no, because Vosh is. They recognize Vosh as being reactionary.
So we're going to watch through this and see what's going on. Warning, this video contains material not suitable for all ages. Viewer discretion is advised. Whoa, okay, spooky.
That's a serious copy. What's up with the copyright? Are we going to get sued?
Rated R, I guess.
Is White Nervosa going to come for me? No, wait, White Nervosa would be mad at this person too.
BreadTube.
They're talking shit about White Leaf creators. You're not allowed to do that. We take your channel down. Rob's Media, you're going to get a notice. Your email.
Group of online content creators who create video content, including video essays and live streams, from socialist, social democratic.
We're bakeware, see BreadTube. Oh, there is a BreadTube.
Communist.
I want a BreadTube.
Anarchist.
I want to make tube bread.
Other left-wing.
It would be tubular.
BreadTube has a
literally
problem here. It's a label that was made.
Wait, Look Bovine says I'm actually not aware of BreadTube. You've never heard that phrase before? It's just like H Bomber Guy, Philosophy Tube, ContraPoints. These creators are often called BreadTube. Sometimes Xander Hall will call himself BreadTube. Other people will call Vosh BreadTube.
by fans and then ascribed to creators.
It came from the conquest of bread. That's correct. That's correct. Choking on ashes.
Genre than anything else, just leftist adjacent video essays was the first group. The term has evolved over.
But apparently President Sunday was not aware of this.
Time though to kind of just mean anything that's
or the author of the literal bread book, The Conquest of Bread, as it were.
Aggressive, like anything that's left of center that's on YouTube. Because scrubbing through this video, I don't see really anyone that's a part of that group of creators, the original sort of BreadTubers. So who do we have here? We have Ethan is online. We have
that's a BreadTuber.
This guy Xander Hall.
This guy Xander Hall, definitely a BreadTuber.
We have this guy Jake Doolittle.
Jake Doolittle looks like a BreadTuber to me.
I don't know if these guys would call themselves BreadTubers.
That's okay. We're gonna call them BreadTubers anyway.
I doubt it personally, but I think the unifying factors again, like
no, Xander Hall, of all those people, right? Because like here's the deal: most people like. The original BreadTubers, the ones that I mentioned, right, they never called themselves BreadTubers. They were never like, I'm BreadTubing, let's do some BreadTubing, let's BreadTube, right? They would get called BreadTube because people would hang out in their chats and post emotes of bread. And then when somebody asked, what is the bread about? Their answer would be, read the bread book, read The Conquest of Bread.
Progressive. So I don't know.
It's a little guerrilla marketing campaign for Papa Crop.
That plays out in this.
I've been covering some of the antics from BreadTube over the past year, and I think now is the perfect time I do one big video going over my issues with these people. 6 issues to be exact, starting with 1. They're fake nice guys.
There we go. Big problem.
Okay, first.
We can't deal with the fake nice guys. Would Sophie from Mars be considered a BreadTuber? I don't know. See, like, I gotta admit, it's subjective. That there are some people that get called BreadTubers, like Vosh and Xander Hall, who I don't really consider to be that, but at the same time, I mean, what does it even mean? What does it even mean? What does it mean to be a BreadTuber, and who is a BreadTuber and who is not? I don't know. There's a lot of Wonder Bread, for sure.
What does he mean? Let's find out.
A lot of these BreadTubers build a persona revolving around them being wholesome and empathetic to those around them.
Hey yo, that's a reference to the YouTuber Noah Samson, that's crazy.
However,
the YouTuber known as Noah Samson.
There are many times where the mask slips, and their true colors come out. Many are just as hateful as the people they criticize. The only difference is that they are much less self-aware and act two-faced. This also makes them morally inconsistent.
Wait, I'm a focaccia? Is that because I'm spicy?
Which will be a common theme throughout this video.
So hateful, mask slips, not self-aware, two-faced, morally inconsistent, which is going to keep happening. Got it. I hope you're writing this down. You know, a while ago, someone described these types of back and forth videos and ones that I've made as just kind of like gossip at the lunch table. Like, oh, he said this, and oh, she said that. Oh, she was being fake and two-faced. Oh, he's been a fake nice guy. And that stuck with me because it's like I'm contributing to that right now by making this video talking about online drama.
So, why is he making this video? I think partially because just like the what thing before you sleep, it's like automatic views. Now, what's interesting is what he ends up saying later in this series, which is that when he puts one of these videos up, just like I am probably risking right now by having a stream titled How I Left the Left, people might unsubscribe. People might take it seriously. People might be like, I don't know, maybe Noah Samson is a fake. I don't know. Why does that happen? Right? He's saying he gets like some viewers back, he gets some subs back like later on. So like that's a churn. Now there is a constant thing when you put up a new video, right? If you give notifications or you pop up in somebody's homepage and they forgot that they subscribe to you and they don't want to be subscribed to you anymore, they will take that occasion to unsubscribe from you. That's a good, you've probably done the same, right? So there's that. You know, coming up with a new video doesn't always mean you're getting new subs. You might actually be losing, especially if you're a big channel, a lot of subs with every upload. But then there's some clawback, right? You claw back some, and that's what he's saying. He's like losing 200 and clawing back 50. So I'm not sure what's going on. But I would think that this sort of thing is just like easy views. Look, 400,000 views, right? Super easy video. This Rob's media person has basically made half of the video for him.
What people did wrong on the internet and this criticism, but I also think that's objectively bad. Like, if you're watching this, I would highly recommend you pause the video and like go outside genuinely, because when I hear this now, not in the past, but now, I'm like, oh, this is just like, ooh, he's being two-faced and fake. And again, I'm the problem, so this is your out. Leave, because this stuff is a waste of time, but I fear that it is my job, it is my duty as a man to provide for my family and argue with other nerds online.
The most widespread example of this is how these creators align themselves with the body positivity movement.
These dudes, these Rob Media, like Willie Mac kind of dudes, Turkey Tom, right? They hate Ethan is online. They got a special thing for Ethan.
Yet at every opportune moment, they'll make fun of someone's physical attributes. And I think it's fine.
Although most of them right now are probably making Bo Black's videos.
Fun of a public figure's appearance. My problem is the hypocrisy. My favorite case of this is with Jake Doolittle, who's made numerous videos on this topic. He spends half of his Fatspo video criticizing a 16-year-old girl with an eating disorder for saying mean things about fat people. He could have literally picked anybody else, but okay.
Alright, so first issue here is he doesn't show a clip, he just shows an overlay, so we don't really know what Jake actually said in that video. The reason he brings up this person is because they had a viral tweet that was just being a dick to fat people.
It's called Talk to Her because she talked to you.
Fat people shouldn't wear low-rise anything, in response to a girl wearing a shirt with her belly showing. And another one where the person says, imagine how sweet this video would have been if they were both skinny. So just someone's that's being a dick to fat people online. If you go to this video though, Jake doesn't ever mention this person's appearance. Criticizing someone that has an ED or claims to have an ED, or they didn't even claim that in
Do an apologist?
This post claims to be a part.
Isn't Jake Doolittle just commentary? I don't know that much about Jake Doolittle. The last video I saw from Jake Doolittle was Jake Doolittle going after Ethan Klein, saying that the health problems that Ethan was experiencing could not be real. Right? It was a weird video about going after Ethan Klein for his health problems. And when somebody does a video about Ethan Klein that people feel is not good, is not justified, I guess the only acceptable reason to go after Ethan is that he was friends with Hasan, right? That's acceptable. Or that he used to be more edgy and now he's not. You can go after Ethan Klein for that. But you go after Ethan Klein for anything else, and the video will blow up in your face. And it definitely did for Jake Doolittle.
Part of ED Twitter isn't the same thing as making fun of their appearance. So he's kind of like lying there, I guess. Ooh, he's kind of like lying. Ooh, he lied on the internet, Rob. Total lie.
His social credit score should be affected.
He then made a video on Orange Peanut, a troll YouTuber who's made numerous videos goofing on fat acceptance TikTokers.
Yo, did you hear the latest tea on Jake Doolittle throwing shade at Orange Peanut? Oh, you didn't? Seriously? Drop what you're doing right now. Come over.
Zafin did not go to the sleepover. He was not invited, bro. Spinky did not invite him, bro. I talked to Zafin. He did not get invited until Spinky already knew that he found out about the sleepover. That's not a real invite, bro. That's a courtesy invite.
This video from Jake ruffles some feathers, because many of his criticism of Peanut is just him making fun of his appearance and his stutter.
Like, I understand that this guy's accepting of his, I don't know, armpit bruises. I agree. Maybe he could tell.
Wait, armpit bruises?
How he's so confident in his small build. What's it like being 5'1"?
Okay, so right before he's talking about the armpit bruises, which they might be stretched.
So I get the genre of video. This seems like one of those videos where you take somebody that's been bullying other people and you bully them. What exactly makes Jake Doolittle an ineligible receiver for this kind of content? Can somebody explain it to me? Why is this okay for literally every commentary channel to do? But when it's Jake Doolittle, he's being a hypocrite for it. Is Jake Doolittle like, I am God's gift to leftism? I will start the goddamn revolution myself? Like, what is it about Jake Doolittle that's...
Stretch marks, actually, as a guy who sort of lifts weights and goes to the gym. I have actually, maybe you can see them. I got some stretch marks right there.
Those are some stretch marks.
You're just getting too big, basically. Your body says, chill out, bro. So it kind of sounds like he's making fun of him for armpit bruises, but he's pointing it out in service of a larger point that body positivity and acceptance is good because it would include stuff.
The H3 fandom is still telling Jake to unalive himself. Jake put out an apology. Yeah, right after an Ethan continues to bring Jake up. That's what I mean, is it did not, it was a bad situation for Jake.
Like the armpit hair, or the bruises.
It is yet again time to review.
And look, Ethan Klein is a bully, so.
Some fat acceptance TikToks. 3 words that should never, ever go together, but
3 words that should never, ever go together. Fat acceptance TikToks. Well, I think that it would make sense that they are together, right? Like, wouldn't that be a good thing if you're accepting of your body?
But you also don't have to do that to make that point. So fair point on that one. As for the roast for him being a short king, yeah, I mean, that's fair to say that's inconsistent with body positivity. I think you can call people out for that are being dicks without pointing to their height, because there's a lot of guys out there that are 5'1" and they don't, you know, shit on fat people or whatever.
Yes, they do. I've went through a bulk and a cut cycle. When I was bulking, I got very big because I ate a lot. And when
Why do you say yes they do like that?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I went through a bulk and a cut. You know,
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. YouTube and Twitch is usually the Wild West of streamers. Everyone is usually trying to react and dunk other streamers. SMH.
Medhi it is. And that brings us, wow, up to 76% on that dono goal. Medhi is at 49%. Medhi is too strong. Is there anybody who's dono I didn't put up there? If there is, let me know in chat. And if you donate, let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see next. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win. Speaking of winning right now, Medhi Hasan owns Piers Morgan is winning with Tim Pool. Doesn't know skateboarding in second place. Hypo ponies? No. What would a hypo pony be? Like a less than pony? I don't know. 21%. John Doyle is back at 8%, but with the dono, with the donos, Medhi Hasan is just is like destroying everything. Medhi Hasan is owning. That's the word. That's the word I'm looking for.
making fun of my speech isn't very woke of you. It's not very politically correct.
This guy Rob said Jake was making fun of his stutter. I'm not sure that's really the case. It seems like, you know, he's kind of got like an accent, almost like a Jersey type accent. And this is the trouble with putting everyone in a bag of like, these guys are woke, so they're nice to everyone. So anytime they make a comment, you know, that's pointing something out and making fun of someone, they're breaking the rules. It's like, I don't know where this guy ever said he won't make fun of people's like accents and delivery.
This is the exact same thing that Nick is not green did. He made fun of my stutter.
So wait, what do you think about that? What do you think that, was like, so the allegation was the...
And when...
Why do you say yes they do like that?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay, so... You know what's giving, chat? It's giving Adam Sandler. And Adam Sandler did... I don't know if you'd say like a character for years and years and years. I only know this because my ex was like obsessed with Adam Sandler movies. That was like, I don't know, supposed to have a speech impediment? So is this Jake Doolittle making fun of this guy's speech impediment? Or is this just this guy having strange delivery? What do you think? What do you think? Is there ableism afoot here? Does he have a stutter? Is he making fun of the stutter, or is he making fun of the way that... It does sound like an Adam Sandler character. And that's what makes me think that maybe it is ableist. I don't know. Can somebody fill me in on what happened to Bo Blacks? Oh my god. Where do I start?
I went through a bulk and a cut. You know, making fun of my speech isn't very woke of you. It's not very politically correct.
This guy Rob said Jake was making fun of his stutter. I'm not sure that's really...
Okay, listen, if this person is gonna say, don't make fun of the way that I talk, I better not catch you in another video calling somebody the R-slur. The thing is, the charges of hypocrisy can go in both ways. Is he Adam Sandler's son? I don't know. A second time, Irene mentioned Adam Sandler X in one stream. Really? No way.
The case, it seems like, you know, he's kind of got like an accent, almost like a Jersey type.
It does sound like a speech impediment, says Lauren.
Accent. This is the trouble with putting everyone.
How do I address what happened to Bo Blacks? I don't even know how to explain it. It's just a series of unfortunate events that caused Bo Blacks to become the target of a lot of other commentary streamers, and then, you know, some stuff that Bo Blacks said to people in private was released. Somehow at the same time, it's also come out that Bo Blacks is non-binary, and that is getting, you know, made fun of as well. But there is stuff that Bo Blacks, like there are ways that Bo Blacks acted to people in DMs that is just not how you should treat anyone. But Bo Blacks would say that was an issue of a situation with acute mental illness playing a part there, and that, you know, he's trying to get help for that. So that's kind of what's going on with Bo Blacks, if that makes sense.
In a bag of like, these guys are
oh yeah, because my Adam Sandler ex also really likes My Little Pony. My Adam Sandler ex was a brony. I dated a brony.
So they're nice to everyone. So anytime they make a comment, you know, that's pointing something out and making fun of someone, they're breaking.
That's embarrassing. That should be embarrassing.
Rules. It's like, I don't know where this guy.
But what do you think? What do you think? Is this a breaking of the rules? Is this hypocrisy? Was Jake Doolittle being ableist? Is Jake Doolittle somebody that prides himself on being anti-ableist? I'm not sure what's even going on here.
Said he won't make fun of people's like accents and delivery.
This is the exact same thing that Nick is not green did. He made fun of my stutter. I don't know why.
You're just like Nick is not green. You're a bully.
But all these people who preach like acceptance, political correctness, wokeness, they're all.
So you're too woke. If you're woke, then one of these guys, if you make fun of them saying, yes, they do, or whatever, then you're going to be accused of being ableist. You're going to be accused of being ableist by somebody who's probably ableist themselves. And that is supposed to be an accusation that stands.
They do the same things.
Is Adam Sandler in the My Little Pony film? Nobody should be.
End of the day, it's just they only do it when it benefits them and they know their audience is going to like it. Everybody is a piece of shit at the end of the day. It's just a matter of how.
Everybody's a piece of shit, so that means you're not actually good. So that means you suck. Is that how it works?
Just said, Nick is not green did the same thing, while also discussing body positivity and acceptance.
I'm not forcing women to talk about anything, and as far as boobs go, we like boobs. We don't
oh, boobs. Okay, I thought I heard poops.
about them for 3 hours straight.
Okay, so yeah, Nick like mocked where he stuttered in that video. I think it's bad to mock people's stutters.
Wait, what was going on?
Boobs go, we like boobs. We don't talk about them for 3 hours straight.
Wait, what?
The same thing, while also discussing body positivity and acceptance.
I'm not forcing women to talk about anything, and as far as boobs go, we like boobs. We don't talk about them.
Wait, I didn't hear the stutter. Where's the stutter?
Not green did the same thing, while also discussing body positivity and acceptance.
I'm not forcing women to talk about anything, and as far as boobs go, we like boobs. We don't talk about them for 3 hours.
So there's a little bit of like, ooh, we like boobs. So wait, do I stutter? Is that considered stuttering? I wouldn't think of that as a stutter.
Okay, so yeah, Nick like mocked where he stuttered in that video. I think it's bad to mock people's stutters, obviously. I genuinely can't tell from watching this video whether or not Orange Peanut has a stutter or he just stuttered in that moment. He calls it a stutter here, so if we're taking it at his word, then yeah, you probably shouldn't make fun of that. Did Nick know that it was an actual stutter and not just like a delivery thing? I don't know.
Both of these guys will get ratioed in the comments, because their more normal fans hate it when they do this crap.
Comment ratioing is such a like
someone else's fitness is an insult?
Funny argument, because these people that are commenting all these things on Nick's video are not Nick's fans.
So no, a comment ratio is if if you make a video and I leave a comment on your video and my comment gets more likes than your video, right? That's a comment ratio?
They're coming from the video that Orange Peanut made where he criticized Nick. Very clearly so, because their comments are all saying the same thing Orange Peanut said.
Though Jake turned off the comments and edited out part of the video that made him look bad, that being the weird consent comment.
There's a possibility that you can't do certain things, like bench an unconsenting girl, right, Orange Peanut?
Huh? You want to repeat that one for me, Jake?
Okay, yeah, the thing was removed, so I don't know what that was in response to, but he removed that part of the video, right? He said something, he was criticized for it, and then he...
Wait, so Orange Peanut removed the whatever Jake is referring to?
He took it out. He deleted it. Did he do it to make himself look good? I mean, maybe, but also maybe he just did it because he made a mistake, you know? I don't know. Very woke and cancel culture of you, Mr. Rob, to hold people to the mistakes that they have rescinded. See, there it is. I could do it. Hypocrite on the internet. I'm poisoning you, I'm poisoning you, I'm poisoning you, I'm poisoning you.
Another prominent individual you'll see in this video is Ethan is Online, who does this shit all the time. He commonly mocks others' appearances, despite pushing against that.
If I described to you a balding white man with a podcast who peaked in high school, you'd probably be able to perfectly capture exactly what this man looks like. Sorry to inject him into your head.
So on the one hand, he's kind of just describing how this guy looks. Like, I can't even really tell if he's balding because he's wearing a hat, but he is a white dude with a podcast. But he's doing it pejoratively, you know, he's doing it to kind of insult him, so.
If he shaved everything but his mustache, he would look scary. He would look frightening. Beard is giving Easter.
Yo, dude has an ass man license plate.
Island silhouette. Yeah, he does look like, someone point out he looks like from his profile, he looks like a crescent moon.
Yet when his appearance is criticized, he throws a hissy fit.
But wait, that's not a criticism of an appearance. Is that a criticism of an appearance? That doesn't seem like that to me. That is like literally noticing that somebody has a very distinctive shape. Am I wrong? These guys always sound like teenagers. Yeah, it's a very puerile mode of interaction.
Yeah. I'm a little overweight.
But I don't know if noticing that somebody has like a moon-like profile or he's noticing that the beard is very like kind of ends abruptly. That's what it is. Sharp beard, right? That's all. That's not an insult. You have a very sharp beard. Nobody's like, you fucking sharp beard. Your beard is sharp. Ah, there's no, I don't know any negative stereotypes of men with sharp beards. I think it's actually considered cool, right? Because it's like a sharp chin. Izzy Sanchez with the 5 gifted memberships. The commentary bro community is such an insecure, toxic little cesspool. Kind of, yeah. Marina, you just got weaseled. Dame Owl, you just got weaseled. John Bogardus, you just got weaseled. User BK for bunch of numbers, you just got weaseled. MCH, you just got weaseled as well.
How it feels.
So do something about it.
I am, asshole. It's really frustrating that your fucking audience keeps commenting that shit when I do. I used to be heavier, dickhead, but it's, you know, you don't fucking change overnight.
Now you're the
Medhi.
You literally were just like, do something about it. Fuck off, asshole. It's mean. You're mean. When you talk about weight.
Now we watched this. This is a debate between Ethan is Online and Sensitive Society. And actually, Ethan cooked Sensitive Society. Ethan roasted this guy. But yeah, they're clipping this out to say that Ethan wants to have it both ways, right? Ethan is making fun of Isaac Butterfield, is that who it is? For having a sharp beard and a crescent moon shaped profile, which I don't even think is an insult. But they're like, but Ethan is Online, doesn't like being called fat.
Shit, you're mean. And I don't
especially doesn't like to be, told to do something about it.
Like it.
It does annoy me.
Which is a dick thing to say. Right? It's a dick thing to say. It's like you come to debate somebody and they're like commenting on you being fat and saying you should do something about it. Like, it's like, no, that is definitely grounds for fuck you, at the very least.
A little bit when people,
if not grounds for being melted down in a freaking cauldron.
Will criticize Andrew Tate and throw,
which we're about to get to,
like he's bald or whatever. Because it's like you can do that without throwing all the bald boys under the bus with him. You know, the baldness isn't really correlated. Would this Zay guy care about being
not until we try to correlate it,
described as a balding white man with a podcast? Maybe. Would Isaac Butterfield be offended at being described as the Easter Island guy? I mean, probably not. He's a comedian, but he's right. You know, it is a contradiction to make fun of people's looks and then get mad when they make fun of yours. So in a way, I think it's good to point stuff out like this and say, it's really easy to watch a video and have our first reaction to be to make fun of how someone looks. But being on the other end of it does suck. You know, people calling Ethan fat, that sucks. Can't imagine that feels great. I think it's fine to say that. I think that's a fine point to make. Is this cancel worthy? The sense I'm getting is that these guys don't think it is, but they think based off of Ethan's logic or the way Ethan operates that he would criticize someone else for doing this. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but it does feel like a weird flip around into just being a cancel video, right?
By the way, this dude flat out lied.
And that's the weirdest thing about this shit, right? Is that as much as you want to say that the nice guys, the soy tubers, the left tubers, the bread tubers, as much as you want to say that they're hypocrites for sometimes having a go at somebody's physical appearance, having a go at whatever, right? When you come off criticizing somebody for being ableist, and you very likely say the R slur regularly, it just, like, I don't know what you think you look like, right? Because there's two parts of this equation. The subject of the allegations, right, is this person hypocritical, and the person delivering the allegations. We can also turn that around and say, are you being hypocritical? Are you being strangely moralistic for somebody that eschews any sort of application of morality to, like, how we treat each other, right? Are you not just as much of a hypocrite? I don't understand why they never turn the camera around on themselves.
He looked like this when he started YouTube.
Rob, he didn't flat out lie. He said that he used to be heavier.
I used to be heavier, dickhead.
Not that he has never been skinny. As in somewhere between this video and this video, which is a span of years, it seems like, he may have been heavier and has since lost weight and is trying to continue to lose weight. That's not lying. This Rob guy, man, what's going on with Rob? That doesn't make any sense.
Noah Samson is another breadtuber I've covered before, who's also made fun of people's appearances and mannerisms.
Have I ever done that before? I don't think I have, honestly. Rob doesn't provide any clips, but if I have, I hope it was funny, but also, sorry if you got roasted.
But there are even bigger examples of this dude being two-faced. He definitely portrays himself as a calm, understanding individual, just sticking up for disenfranchised groups. But this moral high ground he stands on is just for show. On Twitter, he's made multiple death threats, though if asked, he'll just explain it as jokes, like they always do. First is after he lost a debate to Vosh, with him liking a tweet where someone wanted Vosh to be put down like a dog.
We're really gonna go into somebody's likes? Is that what we're gonna do? God, I'm so glad that you're standing up against this BreadTube cancel culture by going into Noah Samson's likes. Wow.
I like this tweet because I thought it was funny. Does that mean I'm making a death threat? Personally, that seems like a little bit of a reach, but to me, this caption is just an edgy way to say that this post sucks. And then if you read the tweet in question, you know it sucks. The tweet sucks. At least now I know I can effortlessly beat the racism allegations by reminding people I've fucked black women. Yeah, it's a gross tweet, dude. It's a freak tweet. Should he be killed for it? No, I don't think he should be killed for it. But acting as if me liking it that's what it's saying. It's just...
You're advocating... What was her name? Kristi Noem. You're advocating the Kristi Noeming of Vosh. You're advocating sending Kristi Noem herself after Vosh to put him down, quote unquote, like a dog. That's not okay. That's not okay, Noah. How could you like that tweet? How dare you? Wow, what a nothing burger.
Understanding the way people...
What do you think, chat? Do they have more than this?
Communicate on the internet, man.
Then, during the super mega drama, Noah wanted Chud Logic to be melted into a large cast iron cauldron.
Oh god, dude, that's so...
Cauldron Gate.
I think that's hilarious because of how just absurd it is. During the super mega drama, Noah Samsen wanted Chud Logic to be melted into a large cast iron cauldron. Click off the video, I'm begging you. I want the retention rate right here to go from whatever it is to 0. Please go away. Now again.
All right, chat, we're done with this video. No. Okay, let's put it. Here we go. We'll make the retention rate go away right there.
This guy just made a bunch of, look at this, a 4-hour.
Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. It's our good friend, fellow ex-lefty, Chud Logic. Now, let's just let's take a moment to appreciate, right? This guy is a F apostrophe 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 OT. I wonder what these apostrophes are symbolizing. What is Chud Logic saying?
Into this lady sharing stories about her sexual assault. This guy just made a
based simp calls Donder a blank to defend his queen. Scorned ex-employee trashes super mega uses Lex me too.
Bunch of, look at this, a 4-hour stream, a 3-hour stream, an hour.
So a lot of videos on Lex Updog.
Stream saying that she was lying about the SA allegations, and he was using photos of her in her underwear on the thumbnails. And even though those are from her social media, I think from public posts, it's like, you know what you're doing when you do that, right? Of all the photos you could have chosen to represent this person, you chose the one of her in her underwear and her swimsuit. It's an obvious framing decision, you know?
And by the way, the pedophile part is borderline slander. Even Keffels and Xander.
I'm sorry, but the thumbnail says this guy is a F apostrophe apostrophe OT. What are you complaining about? Slander?
Who both hate Chud Logic. Don't think Chud is a pedo.
Wait a minute. The thumbnail of this video says that stranger danger with my face. He is kind of doing that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So the stranger danger thing isn't that like basically people running off with your kids? That's what stranger danger means, right? Teaching kids not to go with a stranger? Yeah, what are you trying to say if not that? And you can say you don't mean it, but also you got to then admit that no, it didn't mean that Chud Logic should be melted down in a cauldron. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. You would need some sort of a strong organic acid in addition to the cauldron and the... You'd need to know what the fuck you're doing if you wanted to melt down Chud Logic. Do you think this guy knows what he's doing? He's picking his nose. I don't think that Noah Samsen is competent, to melt down Chud Logic and create a candle out of him. I don't think that's happening.
Isn't he? Ooh. I get called a pedophile every other day on my YouTube channel, and it's usually because of my mustache and my haircut. You know, pedo stash, it's sort of a classic insult. But this Chud Logic guy, I called him a pedophile for, I think, more tangible reasons. He was horny texting an 18-year-old fan of his in his Discord. He was in his mid-30s, so like at least 35. I said 37, I don't remember exactly what it is. In these messages, he frequently references or kind of asks about her virginity. He says, I'm gonna penetrate the shyness. She says, you just don't understand me because
So now Noah's gotten yelled at by the entire commentary community for showing the DMs without showing like more context, right? It's the opinion of like the entire commentary community that although these comments, these DMs look bad, that the entire context of the situation is exculpatory and that Chud did nothing wrong. That is a belief that I am going to have to question just a little bit.
You're a boomer. And he says, nah, you're just a shy virgin, lol. Don't be sorry, you're awkward. I know you are.
So the gauntlet has been thrown to look at the entirety of the DMs in the context which they were sent. Challenge accepted.
Shy, it's how I know you are a
challenge accepted.
Virgin, lel. They got on my ass saying the fact that she's 18 makes...
So here's my issue with the whole Chud Logic thing. They showed him being creepy. They showed him using his Discord as a dating app. And they showed him exercising very poor judgment. Because although the person that he was talking to did end up saying that they were 18, when you ask somebody if they're 18 and their immediate response is not like, yes, of course, there's some chance that you're dealing with somebody who's not 18, right? You got to realize that for something like that, somebody under 18...
Sanchi, super chatted $10. Sorry, seeing the dono goal stuck at 91% was bothering my...
It's bothering your OCD brain. Okay, well, consider your brain unbothered, Izzy. And you're voting for Medhi, right? So is that another... Is that another vote for Medhi? Oh, 200%. What am I doing? I'm being told... It's 101 is what I should say.
Is chill, but even this guy knows it's weird for a 35-plus-year-old.
Yeah, it's weird. It's creepy, right? That should have been the extent of it. Instead, people were like, this guy is a PDF. And Noah did kind of... Wait, did he repeat the charge? What did he say on the outside set of...
Her in her underwear on the thumbnails. And even though those are from her... Now again, to translate from like edgy what it's saying, it's just misunderstanding the way people communicate on the internet, man.
Then, during the super mega drama, Noah wanted Chud Logic to be melted into a large cast iron cauldron.
Oh god, dude, that's so...
But he did say pedo freaks like this guy.
I think that's hilarious because of how just absurd it is. During the super mega drama, Noah Samson wanted Chud Logic to be melted into a large cast iron cauldron. Click off the video, I'm begging you. I want the retention rate plus-year-old man to be talking like this to an 18-year-old. Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who is... You're a boomer. And he says, nah, you're just a shy virgin, lol. Don't be sorry, you're awkward. I know you are shy. It's how I know you are a virgin, lel.
I mean, there it is. There it is. I mean, that should have been the long and short of it, right? Instead, some other people got a hold of this, and I would say that they did the equivalent of a prosecutor overcharging someone, right? Instead of going forward with this dude as a creep, and what the fuck is he doing, you know... I mean, like, accidentally interacting with a 17-year-old like that, a person that most people would have recognized maybe was not 18, but somehow Chud just did not take the hint, right? And because it was charged as, like, this dude's a PDF, the whole... Well, you'll see. I'll show you what happened. I'll show you why this is not a scandal for Chud. This is not a problem for Chud. This is not an issue for Chud. This is a reason for Chud Logic to be more popular, not less popular. And yeah, he messaged a 17-year-old, but we'll get to it, right? We'll get to it. He has plausible deniability as far as whether he knew this person was 17 or not. But it's plausible in a way that somewhat strains credibility. I don't know. You'll have to judge for yourself.
My ass saying the fact that she's 18 makes this chill, but even this guy knows it's weird for a 35-plus-year-old man to be talking like this to an 18-year-old. Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be...
We are 7 minutes from the end of this video. I'll go to the Medhi Hasan thing after this.
Flirting with someone who is underage.
And then we'll see who weighs in on this situation. Who gets Chud... Who pulls Chud's bacon out of the fire? Okay, so here we go. It's inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who's underage or even younger, or even young, sorry, like 18. So you get the feeling that he, you know, he's saying here that he doesn't want to be with somebody that's... Oh shit, I don't know. Sorry, I'm awkward. That's the answer. Okay, so here, look, you did the right thing by checking ages before you went any further. I mean, maybe before you said, I want to penetrate your shyness, you might have thought to check ages, but hey, better late than never. There we go. Are you Are you 18? Are you under 18, or are you even young at all? Like, it shouldn't be. Now he hasn't said, at least to this point, his age, right? So what his half his age plus 7 would be, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if the person that he's talking to would know either, but.
Or even young, like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. This is a meme. It's the debate lord meme that you are differentiating. And if you have to differentiate.
The term pedophile refers to people who are attracted to those that are prepubescent. Then there's something called a hebophile. That's people who are attracted to those in the early stages of puberty, like 11, 12, 13, 14. And then there's something called an ephebophile. That's people who are attracted to those in the later stages of puberty, like 15, 16, 17, 18. But I think the reason we don't make those distinctions is because it's very hard to explain the difference without sounding like a pedophile.
He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile, and a weirdo and a groomer. Because again, this was a fan of his in his Discord, who he reached out to personally as a 35-year-old man. And again, she was underage, but she lied about it, so not a pedophile. Just all those other things.
Here's where I'll make a correction from the last time I talked about Noah. I stated that this tweet was what got him banned from Twitter, but what really got him banned was this tweet describing how he killed Elon Musk.
Oh, this one was a banger, man. Elon Musk, I will kill you to death with a knife and a gun and a bomb and a nuke. Parody, 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 parody. You know, I don't really miss using Twitter, but I miss the way that it would frame my brain into cooking up some good shit, because this is a good tweet. This was also around the time where people were kind of pushing the limit on tweeting to see like what would get them banned, because I think Elon had just taken over, or people were getting banned for like random reasons. I think I got banned for this one, and then I wanted to test to see if I could appeal the ban by saying I was censored for my right-wing beliefs. And it worked. One of the times it worked. Maybe it was with that other tweet, I don't remember. Also, does he consider Elon Musk a part of a marginalized group? You know, because that's what he said. He said, this guy's a nice guy that sticks up for the marginalized.
He definitely portrays himself as a calm, understanding individual, just sticking up for disenfranchised groups.
So why is he tweeting death threats to Elon Musk? The richest person on earth. Oh, the hypocrisy. It astounds me. Unironically, if Elon Musk was not here, or at least just not running Twitter, that probably would do a significant amount of good for, you know, some groups of marginalized people, since he turned Twitter into Hitler Town.
This is the same guy making videos of this crappy bisexual lighting, ironically wearing maid outfits, by the way.
Hey, it's not crappy. It's cool. It's cool lighting. I haven't used the bisexual lighting in 2 or more years, I don't think. That was probably one of the more cringe decisions of my early career. Seeing a bunch of LeftTube videos and being like, I like how those lights look, I'm gonna do that. Makes me cringe because it's like, you couldn't have been a little more original, bro. You couldn't have chose different colors or something. Plus I was so damn purple. Look how purple I was. Oh my goodness. Even the thumbnails, I was just a purple guy. I pride myself now in being a little more original with my setups and intentional with the backgrounds. Treadmill there is kind of a good for the vibes. The fact that I just woke up, the fact that I do have bedhead. You could say I'm an artist. Also, how does wearing a maid outfit contradict at all with tweeting about wanting to kill Elon Musk? If I had a maid, which I never will, but if I had a maid or a butler, sort of an Alfred type character, I would want them to do cool shit like that. I might have been wearing that outfit while I tweeted it. Who knows?
These guys don't fool me. They're fake nice guys who take every—
You can tell by the oat milk shirt. You can tell by the oat milk shirt.
advantage of their viewers.
Okay, so that was the fake nice guys.
It's like one step beyond soy milk.
Section. Those were his arguments presented. Interesting stuff. I've been recording for an hour and a half, and we are...
Did they say he was 37? I think he was like 35 or something. So what would that be? 35... Wait. Like half... 17 plus 7, so like 24? They'd have to be 24.
5 minutes into this video. So what I'm gonna do is split this up into...
Yeah, that person did not seem 24.
5 videos.
But anyway, judge for yourself, right? Do you think like Chud, you know, has plausible deniability is what people are saying for not knowing that that person that he was dealing with was actually 17.
The sections are really fun. Is that unhinged to do? Probably. I think I literally have to. I need to go outside. I got stuff to do today. So just some concluding thoughts here. For one, I think it's totally fine to criticize hypocrisy regarding body positivity. Like using bald or short as an insult. If we're talking about moral consistency, yeah, those contradict. And even though that's being used as kind of like a gotcha here, my thing is it's more effective to criticize someone that's being a dick to fat people and saying body positivity is stupid if you don't in that process point out people's physical flaws. I think that's like a totally reasonable thing to say. Does that make these guys fake nice guys that are two-faced and evil? I don't think so, you know. I don't think we should reduce people down to these sorts of clips. I'm sure if I talk to Nick or Ethan or Jake, they might have more to say about it. Maybe I can for a future video. But the fact is, most of these clips are like years old. It's not like there's some serious pattern of behavior that's happened between then and now that warrants, you know, some like major demonization effort. I think a lot of these people just think they're cringe. And hey, YouTube is a...
So what I've noticed is that there's like a uncanny amount of pushback on anybody having a problem with what Chud Logic did here, right? The way that this scandal worked out was not where people backed away and was like, oh, I don't know about Chud Logic. Maybe that guy's creepy, right? It was like anybody saying having a problem with this was like, they're the problem, right? They're being disingenuous. They're trying to ruin a man's life. And I don't know, it's just a little weird. It's just a little weird. We'll look into what that is in a second.
Over 100 videos you can choose from, and if you don't...
Is this Nebula? Okay. So anyway, that's Noah Samson, right? He reacted to this Rob's Media video that's been going around, talking about a bunch of people, including himself. And he, you know, sort of brought up when Rob's Media brought up the Chud Logic thing, Noah gave his explanation. Okay, maybe he's not technically a PDF, but yeah, I guess I was kind of confused, right? Because the DMs, you don't necessarily know. Like, the person does and Noah didn't show this, but the person does eventually get around to saying that they are of age. But the fact that they have to beat around the bush so much about it, it should tell you everything that you need to know. Like, right, anybody that's ever in a situation like that, I would hope you would, if you ask the person, like, are you of age? And their, you know, response is like, IDK, right? If that's the first response, just, you know, block, move on. Do not talk to that person.
You can just go, you know, watch something that you like. Other concluding thought, BreadTube is a label used to mean progressive thing on the internet or on YouTube that I don't like. And grouping a bunch of people together under that label is, you know, it's an algorithm play, right? It's clickable, video's doing well. That's what I'm talking about, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, it feels very cancel culture brain to just like pick out these guys and say everybody is like that, and these guys specifically from things they've said here and there in clips. And I don't think that's like an empty call for hypocrisy, because my views have changed on that. I think, you know, in the past I've definitely treated people more unfairly based on clips that I've seen of stuff they've said. And I feel like just going outside and talking to people has helped me change that part a little bit, or just recognize that I think it's a problem. And once you recognize that it's a problem, you can see the people on the right or on the center, I don't know this guy's politics, but he's anti-BreadTube, and BreadTube is progressive, so you just kind of, you know, transitive property. They do it all the fucking time as well. So okay, I hope this helped break you out of the echo chambers.
It did, and we're about to get broken out of the echo chamber of the content that we're doing right now, that being the cautionary tale of Chud Logic. So we watched the first part of that cautionary tale, which is Noah Samson's presentation of what Chud Logic did that he thought was wrong. And, you know, some other people made a big deal about it too. I will say that the consequences for the people saying that Chud Logic did something wrong were much more grave than any consequences for Chud. There were no consequences for Chud. We will get back to that, and we will look into what Noah did not show you, right? There are more DMs than that. And there's also a very famous person who famously went over these DMs and affected the outcome of the Chud Logic situation greatly. But first, we gotta fulfill the bonus content. Okay, so I'm looking at this, chat. It's 105 to 31. Like, it looks like Medhi Hasan has won more outright than anything I've ever seen before. And if this is going to change, it's going to be expensive. All right. Yeah, it would take $75 to make hypo ponies have more than Medhi Hasan. And I'm guessing that nobody's out there writing that super chat right now. So we'll go ahead and watch this. Medhi Hasan owns Piers Morgan. Hey, I'm glad you picked this, actually, chat. I'm glad you picked this. And you picked this from voting, and you also picked this from donating. So for once, the donations did not skew the outcome. The outcome is what the outcome would have been anyway. But I'm glad you picked this one, because I feel like this is going to make for a very good segment for me. I've been doing good with the Medhi Hasan content, right? My videos are starting to pop off, so we'll look for more of that maybe. Let's see what we got going on. Medhi Hasan owns Piers Morgan, going 1 time, going 2 times, going 3 times. It is served.
Will have a profound impact on the state of the world. First, of course, is the forthcoming US presidential election. The second is the crisis now engulfing the Middle East. My next guest has strident views on both these big stories. He's not shy about airing them. Joining me in the studio is editor and CEO of Zeteo News, Medhi Hasan. Medhi, how are you?
Good to see you.
We have
Piers.
never met in person.
No.
Until now.
No, Twitter makes you think we have.
It was great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Great
Good
to
be
meet
in
you.
London.
Always enjoy our debates, which they are. Let's start with what's happening in Lebanon.
So do people know about Medhi's debate background? He's the author of a book called How to Win Every Argument, which, like, you know, that's a great way to sell books, to call your book How to Win Every Argument. But most people who make a book like that, they're probably full of shit. I don't know, though, with Medhi, right? I have yet to see him lose an argument. So maybe this guy really does know how to win every argument.
Areas of agreement here, I suspect. But first of all, Hezbollah. Do you see a distinction between Hezbollah and, say, Hamas?
In what sense?
In what they are, what they represent, how they have acted.
I mean, they're very different groups. They operate in different places, in different contexts. I guess what they have in common is that they both came out of Israel's occupation of their land, right? Hamas comes out of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, and many people are not aware of the fact that Israel occupied Lebanon, southern Lebanon, for 18 years, from 1982 to 2000, when they withdrew, although...
So they both have, you know, basically an insurgent sort of history.
Lebanese argue that there's still an occupation of a piece of Lebanese land called the Sheba Farms. So in that sense, they're similar. They're obviously different in some of their tactics. They're different.
Gotta change my name and profile picture too?
Religions. Well, they're different sects. I apologize. Not different. They're both Muslim, but one is Shia, one is Sunni. They're both backed by Iran. I mean, look, there's similarities, differences. I think what's really interesting this time round is we've seen for a year Israel killing thousands of civilians in Gaza and saying, well, Hamas is to blame because of human shields, because of tunnels. That argument just does not work in Lebanon. They've killed 550 people, Piers, on Monday. An insane amount of people in a single day, one of the highest single-day death tolls in modern warfare. Almost all of them civilians, according to the Lebanese health ministry, which is not Hezbollah, by the way. You know, they always say Hamas-controlled health ministry in Gaza. So I think what we've seen is so phenomenally bad on Israel's end and so little defense. You know, October 7th was used, as you and I have discussed before, as the excuse for killing tens of thousands of Palestinians.
Well, I would categorize it differently. I don't think they used it as an excuse to go and kill tens of thousands of Palestinians. They responded to one of the most egregious terror attacks of modern times.
But when does the response end? We're nearly a year in.
Well, that's the question. That is the question.
Well, that's when it becomes an excuse. When you carry on killing and killing.
Is it an excuse, or is it that they are wedded to the elimination of Hamas because Hamas has persistently said, we want to keep doing the same thing over and over again? And there's a correlation with Hezbollah, whose charter is very explicit. They stand for the eradication of Israel. I mean, that's what they're about.
That doesn't justify killing 500 people in a single day, does it?
I didn't say it did, but
that's what bothers me.
Okay, so by this logic, right, any sort of Jewish resistance group in World War II that talked about wanting to kill the Germans, what would you make that argument towards them? Like, right, there's a lot of situations in which I would hope you would not make this argument. where like some, you know, militant group you know, having a desire to do whatever would not like excuse a fucking genocide. You would hope not. You would hope not. Because there's very few people that have been, you know, targeted like that who haven't had some militant group from within at least have the desire to do this back to the people doing it to them.
To me, that's what happened this week. That's the big story. Hezbollah's charter is irrelevant to what we're talking about. That's not why they killed 500 people on Monday, Piers. I mean, Hezbollah's charter's been around for years.
I don't think it's irrelevant that you have a terror group on your doorstep who are wedded to your extinction. Why is that irrelevant?
I think the language you use is loaded, Piers. You say on your doorstep. Do you know they did a poll of Americans a while back who thought that Palestinians were occupying Israel? When we talk about this stuff, we make it sound like Israel is the one being occupied, besieged. Israel's the one that's occupying the West Bank, Gaza, longest military occupation in the world, going back to 1967. Israel is the country that occupied southern Lebanon. I mean, everything, the world did not begin on October the 7th. 1978, Israel invades southern Lebanon. 1982, Israel invades southern Lebanon. Sabra and Shatila massacre. 2006, Second Lebanon War, murder 100 people.
But you always make it sound like they're just doing this for the sake of it. They're not.
What are they doing it for?
Well, they've been provoked by Hezbollah.
Hezbollah didn't exist in 1978, Piers.
Okay, I'm talking about the specifics of going on now. The provocation since October the 7th. Hezbollah's first response to October the 7th was to unleash rockets on Israel
That's not true.
on October the 8th.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is what happened.
Where did they fire the first rocket?
They fired rockets on the 8th.
Where?
Well, you tell me.
No, you just said they fired at Israel. Where?
Well, they fired in the direction of Israel.
Where did they hit? They fired at the
if you know
Sheba
the
Farms.
answer, tell me.
I do. They fired at the Sheba Farms, which, as I said earlier, is an area of Syria. Well, the Lebanese claim it's Lebanon. Syria claims it's Lebanon. Israel says no and is occupying the Sheba Farms. They fired at Israeli military installations in the Sheba Farms. Now, have they got fired in Israel?
So
since?
they were firing at Israel. They were firing
Yes.
at an area that Israel says is theirs.
No, Israel doesn't say that. Israel says it's Syria's. Because remember, Piers, Israel is occupying Syria and the West Bank and Gaza. And Lebanon would argue parts of Lebanon. This is the problem, right? The core of the problem is Israel's territorial expansionism.
It's a mess.
Attacks, not a mess. It's Israel.
It's a mess. It's a mess. They're messy. They're messy bitches. That's all, right? They're just, ooh, geez, are we occupying your land? I'm sorry about that. What? I didn't know what I was doing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just messy. I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Leads to quote-unquote resistance or quote-unquote terrorism, whichever word. I don't care what word you want to use right now, but that is the core, right? You had John Mearsheimer on the show this week, made the same point. Deal with the occupation, then you deal with the violence. And look...
Tyler made a good point about this today, that all actively oppressed people are pretty much at war every day.
Has Hezbollah fired into Israel at civilian? Yes, I don't agree with that. But the reality is 82% of the exchange of fire between Lebanon and Israel since October the 7th.
I feel like there's some other things that in this debate that Tyler gets proven right on, some things that I didn't even know, right, in terms of the designs of Israel to push into Lebanon.
Has been done by Israel.
Okay.
82%.
But here's
is that not a provocation of
Let
Hezbollah?
me finish my point, which is that since October the 8th, 19,000 missiles, rockets have come from Hezbollah to Israel, right?
But way more from Israel into Lebanon.
Well, I'm sure,
82%.
Of course they've responded. What else are they supposed to do?
82%.
But
this is not two equal sides.
So they can't defend themselves.
But the vast majority of attacks is on Lebanon.
Okay, but would you condemn the firing of rockets by Hezbollah or not?
Of course, I condemn all attacks on civilian targets.
Well,
we know that, Piers. We've discussed this.
I'm going to come to Israel's
I don't come on shows to defend militant groups or foreign governments.
Okay. So,
I come on shows to say, let's end the violence.
Yeah.
Let's sort out what the solution is.
Yeah.
Let's look at the root cause of the violence. It is undeniable that the root cause of the violence is Israel, Israel's occupation, the genocide in Gaza. What did the leader of Hezbollah say? He said, we won't fire any rockets if you end the killing in Gaza. What did the president of Iran say? We won't retaliate for what you did to Ismail Haniyeh on Iranian soil if you end the killing in Gaza. What did the Houthis say? We'll stop blocking ships if you end the killing in Gaza. Where do all roads lead back to?
Why would you believe any of those people?
I don't believe any of them. I'm Ronald Reagan.
You're citing them as if there's sort of gospel statements from people who have unimpeachable integrity.
I'll tell you why.
You've really put yourself in a place where you could never negotiate because you're like, they're Hamas, they're Hezbollah, right? No matter what they offer you, no matter what kind of verification process is in place, you cannot negotiate with them because they are bad people. And that's integral to excusing the war crimes that you're committing in your pursuance of these militant organizations. You need them to be guilty. You need them to be beneath contempt in order to justify what you're doing.
Let me finish. I'm Ronald Reagan.
A bunch of terrorists said, we won't do X, Y, Z if you do this.
I'm Ronald Reagan. I say verify. Call their bluff.
Okay, I unironically hate it that he says I'm Ronald Reagan there, but I get what he's saying. Right? Ronald Reagan, I guess, said trust but verify or something. Is that the reference?
If they're lying, call their bluff. Stop the Gaza fighting and then see what happens.
Yeah, but Israel has called Hamas's bluff.
When?
There was a ceasefire in place before October the 7th.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
It's fundamentally false. They were attacking Palestinians the week before October the 7th.
There was...
In September, you can Google it on that tablet. What's your definition of a ceasefire?
Well,
Israel gets to attack people and not the other way around.
Okay.
In September, hold on. In September, you just made a charge that's not true. There's a tablet there. You can Google it. Guardian headline, right there. You can go see the news report.
I don't Google during interviews.
Well, afterwards, everyone can. There's a Guardian headline, September 2023, a month before October the 7th. The headline is Palestinians shot in the ankles by Israel in Gaza, attacked. There were airstrikes in Gaza. And by the way, Gaza is not isolated. Gaza and the West Bank under international law are one entity. There were several hundred Palestinians killed in the West Bank before October.
But my
7th.
point to you, Medhi, is...
So there was no ceasefire. You just can't say... It's just not true.
They would say there was a ceasefire.
And it's not true.
We'd say otherwise.
The facts say otherwise, Piers.
But what I've noticed with you is you always downplay anything which might be deemed by Israel to be provocation.
No.
You're always...
Not at all. Did I downplay October 7th? I don't think I have on your show or anywhere else. It's a horrible crime.
But what you do, in your debating style, and it's an impressive debating style, but you always pivot back to, yeah, but the real problem's Israel. Yeah, but the real problem's Israel.
Hold on. If we're going to talk about styles, Piers, you're famous for interview style that begins with condemn this group, that group, that group. On Monday, 500... Hold on. Let me finish my point, then you come back in. 500 people were killed on Monday. 100 women, 50 children. I assume you condemn that and don't support the killing of civilians in Lebanon, right? 500 people died. That's the equivalent of 30,000 Americans or 6,000 Brits in a day.
Sure.
And yet we started this interview with Hezbollah Charter. So if you're going to talk about styles, you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Okay.
I'm going to focus on 500 people dead.
Okay, let me come back to the week before, where 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists were targeted specifically...
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
You just said 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists were targeted.
How many was it?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Made the claim. How
That
do you
is
know
what's been reported.
By
Do
who?
you dispute that?
Yeah, I dispute everything Israel
But
says.
you
They've
don't
lied
know the
for
real
a
number.
year, Piers.
You don't know the real number.
But I didn't give a number. You did.
Well, what has been the number from the other side?
I didn't give a number. You said 3,000 terrorists. I'm wondering why a
That
journalist...
is what's been reported.
No, it's not reported. It's what's said by Israel. Or it's what's said by people speaking on behalf of Israel.
So
was a little girl who died?
Hang on. Israel hasn't even said it did it.
They have in private. It's been reported widely.
To you?
No, to the American government.
Okay, but don't say they said it publicly. They haven't.
But...
Obviously, I believe they did it, right? But
I believe they did it
but
too.
You're saying they said this in public.
You just gave a 3,000 number, and I'm wondering... I just saw a little girl's funeral last week. Was she a Hezbollah terrorist, in your view?
No.
So then why did you say 3,000 terrorists? There was a kid killed.
No, I was about to say that in the process of targeting very specifically, in an extraordinarily whichever way you
in a
look
terror attack?
Well, that's what I'm going to come to. So they target 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists with their pagers, walkie-talkies, and so on. In the process, a small... comparative to that number, a small number of civilians get killed, which is obviously deplorable.
This is worse than Loner Box.
But my point to you is, if someone's been chucking rockets over for a year at you and your people, you've had to displace 60,000 people from the north of your country because of his relentless bombardment.
I'm going to pee, chat. I'll be right back.
Respond in such a precise target.
Listen to this well.
Right? And in the process, some civilians are killed, which is never acceptable, can never be condoned, never be supported. But if it is right, as has been widely reported by all mainstream media, that 3,000 terrorists...
people associated with Hezbollah. Not everybody in Hezbollah is a terrorist.
Okay.
Like a driver, a nurse.
3,000 members of Hezbollah were targeted, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that that is... Some people have claimed it's unlawful.
Yep.
You've said it's a terror attack. So you think it was illegal.
Yep.
But I would say that's not. I mean, I would say that if you look at that in totality, they are responding to rocket attacks all year, and they are being extremely precise. unlike what they've been doing in Gaza, where I do not accept that Israel's been doing this precision targeting they keep talking about, and I've held them to account for that. I do think in this particular occasion, they were extremely precise, and it was a brilliant piece of warfare, right, if you want to call it that. Notwithstanding, I don't like any war, nor do you. But my point is, surely that is justified. I mean, in some parts of this, you have to say Israel's entitled to defend itself.
So, actually, Lebanon is the one that needs to defend itself, as we say, 500 people killed on a day. Look, you are right. You have held. I've watched your interviews with Israeli spokespersons. You have held them to account on their nonsense about casualty numbers. But let me just say 3 very brief things on that. Number one, you said just a moment ago, when they eventually respond, you use that phrase eventually. That's just factually inaccurate. We already discussed.
No, you're talking about
82% of the attacks. They have been bombing Lebanon for a year. Now, you can say who started it, whatever. I'm not talking about. But they've been attacking Lebanon.
But this is a significant escalation.
Yes, but 5 days after October the 7th, or 6 days after, they killed a Reuters video journalist in southern Lebanon, a man called Issam Abdullah, killed, according to Reporters Without Borders, targeted by Israel. According to the UN, a war crime, right? So they have been killing people in Lebanon who have nothing to do with Hezbollah for a year now. So let's not say eventually. Number two, I would say, yes, it's an act of terror. And that's just not my view. You know Leon Panetta, former Obama defense secretary, former head of the CIA. When the former head of the CIA comes out and says Israel is committing an act of terror, I think we should take that seriously. But it's not just him. A group of UN special rapporteurs on human rights and extrajudicial killings put out a statement.
But many other
saying,
people have said it was not an act of terror.
And that's the problem with international law. People can argue it all ways. You know that you and I are not lawyers, but we know that lawyers can argue.
But do you not think that action
things.
was justified?
No, of course not. I don't think you should booby-trap devices. It's against international law to use booby traps. I think I'm actually petrified, separate to the politics of the Middle East, Piers. I'm actually petrified at the ability of governments to use technology and surveillance to track us and now kill us. I think there's a wider discussion to be had. I think the idea that Israel keeps opening the doors to all sorts of new precedents that other governments will run with and we will regret. I think, going into the supply chain of devices, phones, beepers, whatever, pagers, I think that's very, very worrying. I also think from a practical point of view, it's not targeted. If you blow up a guy with a pager, even if you think he's a terrorist or a terrorist leader, you don't know if he's driving, he's at an intersection, he's about to crash his car into children crossing the road. We saw them going off in grocery stores. It's taken out people's eyes, fingers. No, I don't think it's targeted. I think it's barbaric. I think it's illegal. And I also think, look, I say this all the time. Even if I was an Israeli, I would not support this. It doesn't make Israel safer. Do you think Israel's safer today?
Would you support then any
They just fired a rocket at Tel Aviv.
Let me ask you, would you then, by your criteria, is there any military response that Israel can give, first to what Hamas did on October the 7th, the second to what Hezbollah has been doing ever since? Is there any military response Israel can do which, in your eyes, would be justified?
Well, I don't accept the loaded question. You say response. Israel is the aggressor in all of these places. As I say, they are illegally...
the aggressor on October the 7th, was it?
Well, it was actually, because it was occupying Gaza and it was besieging Gaza for 20 years, and even in Israeli general.
You're sounding like you think it was justified what Hamas did.
No.
It's one or the other.
Why? How is it justified?
So it wasn't justified.
Of course not. I've said that many times.
So was Israel not entitled to respond?
No, but I'm questioning you use the word response. Response implies everything starts on October 7th.
No,
I don't accept your timeline.
I've never said that.
Well, you keep saying response.
To that specific terror attack, in a way that if in England somebody suddenly launched an attack on our people and they killed 1,200 and wounded nearly 7,000, I would absolutely expect my government to respond with substantial force. Would you?
Yes, but Britain...
So you would?
Hold on. But is Britain occupying territory in that scenario? Because that's the key point here. It's Shlomo Brom...
It's dangerous wording.
No, it's not dangerous, because I'm
making it sound like... I don't disagree with you.
I'm going to quote... If you let me finish, before you keep suggesting I'm supporting October 7th, which I have not...
Sounds like you're justifying it to me.
Well,
you're saying,
not
they're
paying
being
attention.
occupied. They're being occupied.
They are occupied, and they're not occupied.
I think they probably are, yeah.
Not probably. The ICJ says they're occupied. Yeah. Shlomo Brom, who's one of the former top Israeli generals, one of their big strategists, said after October the 7th, what did you expect? If you keep people under military occupation,
is that what you think?
They will rise up. Yeah, of course. There's always going to be terrorism.
What do you expect?
Yeah, there's always going to be terrorism and violence as long as you oppress people.
On that scale, you expected that?
No, obviously, I don't expect the details, but do you expect Palestinians to fight back? Of course you do. Everyone who's sane, who looks at this conflict from American presidents downwards, would say the root cause of the violence has to be ending the conflict.
I agree.
So then, talking about tit-for-tat responses
but I also think if you go back
sense.
If you go back to the start in 1948, which I've had many scholars on from both sides of this, probably the most interesting piece I read about this was Jonathan Friedland of The Guardian, who's a Jewish journalist, who concluded, you can construct, if you're reasonably fair-minded about all this, you can construct a solid argument for both sides to feel aggrieved from the very start of this conflict.
Fair enough. And that's, that's a different argument. I'm talking about what you talk about now.
My point is, when people say it didn't start October the 7th...
Well, I'm not even going back to 1948. I'm talking about 20 years of Gaza under blockade.
I know.
Piers. Yeah, open-air prison camp, to quote David Cameron, that well-known pro-Palestinian lefty.
But also Hamas, in that process since 2005, have clearly run Gaza in a despicable manner.
Agreed.
You wouldn't disagree?
No.
So it's not all Israel's fault, is it?
Well, no, because you're mixing different things up. Is Hamas...
but you're always very keen to put it all on Israel.
No, because if we're talking about...
I try and be a little bit more like, hang on, when you commit a terror attack on the scale of October 7th...
you both sides occupation and illegal...
No, I don't.
Yeah, you are. You just said, I try and be fair. You can't be fair to an occupier. By the way, when we talk about Russia and Ukraine, this is what frustrates me. And I know my friend Owen Jones sat here and said the same thing to you. When we talk about Russia and Ukraine, you don't do both sides. You blame Russia as the invader and occupier. You don't do that with Israel. That is the double standard on your part.
No,
I try and be consistent, Piers. I'm morally consistent. I say Russia... Hold on, let me finish the sentence. Russia illegally invaded and occupied Israel and illegally annexed to Crimea. And Israel is doing the same thing in the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights.
As you know, they are completely different.
Yeah, Israel's worse. It's been going on much longer. And people living under much worse conditions. And they've killed more kids.
There is no similarity in these two situations.
Agreed. Israel's is worse.
It's not.
How many kids have been killed in Ukraine versus Gaza?
Well, in 1 year.
Ever.
In 1 year?
Ever. Take whatever point you want. More kids have been killed in Gaza than in Ukraine.
Okay.
Every human rights group agrees with that.
What's happened in Ukraine, and we can come to Ukraine. What happened in Ukraine is a Russian dictator invaded illegally.
We agree on Ukraine.
Yeah.
But we don't agree on Israel because you're not consistent.
I think Israel is much more complicated.
That's complicated, as my friend Ta-Nehisi Coates pointed out the other way, is just a good way of avoiding attributing moral responsibility. It's complicated. No, it's not complicated, actually. Israel is the occupier under international law. Israel is the one killing the vast majority of civilians. Right now, it's not a liberal democracy. It's run by neo-fascists right now.
Well, I don't disagree with you. There are some right-wing headbangers on that cabinet. I also think that Netanyahu has to go. I also think the whole of Hamas have to go, right?
Under no scenario is it liberal democracy right now. Palestinians do not have the same.
Right.
Come back to my point about Hezbollah, because that's the most current part of this crisis over there. We'll cover all this. We've got plenty of time. With Hezbollah, my point to you would simply be that if someone does what Hezbollah did on October the 8th, has carried on doing it all year, they have a charter which says they want to eradicate Israel. You have to defend yourself. So the question then becomes, what type of defence or response or reaction or revenge, whatever you want to call it, I don't want to get caught in the semantics of a word, but what kind of thing can Israel do, given that direct threat to them, to their existence? And the same sort of ideology applies in argument to Hamas. But with Hezbollah specifically, this state within a state in Lebanon, which is far better armed, far more powerful, far more resourced.
Far more popular with the people, part of the government. It's much more part of Lebanese society.
And was created by 1,500 members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
Supported, not created, but yes.
Well, they trained.
I mean, they're also indigenous to Lebanon.
They trained.
They're not foreign force.
So my point is, what can Israel do that would actually tick your box of being justified?
My box is a very minimum box. My box is Hippocratic. Do no harm, don't kill civilians. So
you don't respond?
No. You don't respond. This is the same argument with Gaza. You don't respond by killing 40,000 people.
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do if you're Israel?
Target Hezbollah people.
How?
I don't know. Jonathan Conricus came on your show last week.
They couldn't have been...
IDF colonel. He said they're not in civilian areas, so we're able to target them. OK, target them then if you want to target them. Under the rules of war, you can target combatants. But Piers, hold on. You just said earlier. Let me finish my point, then you come back in.
No, Medhi.
Go on. Then I'm going to finish my point.
You literally just said you can target combatants.
Yes.
But when they did that last week with the walkie-talkies and pages, you said, no, that's a terror attack, it's illegal.
Hold on.
Couldn't there been a more precise targeting of combatants?
Because they didn't just target combatants, as we've just discussed. B,
they
did it in civilian areas. And C, they did it in violation of the amended Protocol 2 of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, which doesn't allow booby traps.
So there is no...
I already explained the booby traps.
Actually, no, that's not true. It's not true.
OK.
Booby traps are not allowed if they are genuinely indiscriminate in the way that they potentially...
You don't think going off in a grocery store is indiscriminate?
No, actually, I believe what I've seen...
You gave the British example earlier, Piers. Are you OK with someone blowing you up in Sainsbury's, the guy next to you, blowing you up in the aisle of Sainsbury's?
I believe that what has been reported, widely reported, is that 3,000 terrorist militants, Hezbollah members, whatever you want to call them, were very precisely targeted.
Are you saying people did...
By your criteria...
Did they go off in grocery stores and hospitals?
If it's legal...
Piers, did they go off in grocery stores and hospitals? No, you brought up the UK earlier. We're in London right now. If I go from here to the local Sainsbury's to pick up some chocolate on the way out of the studio, and a terrorist is targeted next to me and they're blowing up in Sainsbury's and I lose my eyes, you're saying that's okay?
No, but if you have
Sounds
people,
like you're saying it's okay.
If those people in that grocery store are literally responsible for firing rocket after rocket at
You're
a
okay with them being blown up with me? I'm just collateral damage.
I actually looked at what they did and I thought it was a very precisely targeted
What about
thing.
the 500? What about the 500 civilians killed on Monday, which you just don't want to talk about?
No,
today?
I'm going to come to that.
You keep saying that. The time's nearly up. 500
the time
people.
is not nearly up.
Well,
we'll be talking for literally 15 minutes. Stop
500
racing
people.
the clock down.
I have another
Medhi.
show to do, Piers.
Hang on.
500 people died on Monday.
I've come in early for you.
500.
I was looking for a thank you, Piers.
Thank you, Piers. 500 people were killed on Monday. You're not talking about that. And I would say it sounds like you're justifying that.
I am going to talk about that.
I've not justified October 7th.
First of all, though, before we get to that, I just want to get inside your head about what you think is legitimate, because you said a very interesting thing. One, what they did was a terror attack, even though they would say they targeted specifically combatants, and that is lawful.
But that's not true, though. We know that's not true.
Well, it is true.
It's not true.
It is true. You can never
kids, doctors, nurses.
You can never target combatants and not involve civilians ever.
That's funny because Israel.
This is a slippery slope argument. This is a really noxious slippery slope argument, right? Because there's always some chance when you target combatants that you will hit somebody who's not a combatant. Therefore, it's okay to go after people with pagers that are going to blow up in places like grocery stores, that are going to blow up in wherever the person is, right? That is such a bullshit argument. And it's just because it's like a shell game and people can't like track the shells. You know, if you move the shells enough, people can't track them and they're like, aha, right? It's like they fool you into thinking, oh, well, yeah, no, that's right. I guess, I guess there's always going to be some indiscriminate element. So therefore it's okay if you do something that you know is going to invariably end up in civilian civilian casualties, right?
Well, people on behalf of Israel.
Tell me one war.
Didn't they
kill
Ismail Haniyeh without collateral damage?
Tell me one.
Hold on, didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran without?
Tell me one war where
I just
that's
told
happened.
you. You just interrupted me twice. Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. There was no collateral damage.
But to be
I don't agree with that killing, but there was no collateral damage.
But to be clear, you think that the targeting of combatants is legitimate?
If you're in a war.
Okay.
And they are fighting with you, and they are fighters. Yeah, of course it's legitimate.
But you also think that when Israel targeted combatants from Hezbollah last week...
Because I don't...
He's just fascinated with the fact that they put it in pagers, and that the pagers, by and large, got to targets, right? And so therefore, it's like, that's impressed him, and so he's like, oh, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. One target, one pager, it's going to go off on them. It's going to make a beeping noise, so they pick it up, and they put it next to their face, and it's going to... potentially fatally wound them. And he never thinks about the fact, and anybody who's close to their face is also going to be fatally wounded.
I don't
It's terrorism.
Yeah, I don't...
How can it be both?
Hold on. Leon Panetta says it's terrorism, the former head of the CIA, not just me. Well, you act like it's some crazy extreme view. If the head of the CIA, the former head of the CIA is saying this is terrorism because it's
I want you
not
to
done...
explain what is... So give me an example.
It's literally terror. People in Lebanon don't know what devices to use anymore.
You think killing... Well, Hezbollah don't know
By the
what
way,
devices
I'm not playing this game, Piers, because I'm not here to talk about the rules of war. My position is, even if it's legitimate...
You just talked about them.
No, because I'm saying even if it's legitimate.
Again, chat, sorry for being so late tonight.
Even if I accepted the 3,000 as legitimate, which I don't, I still don't think they should do it.
But
Because
you said targeting...
Can I finish a sentence?
You said targeting militants, combatants, is lawful and justified.
Yes, but even then I don't think you should do it.
Okay.
You know what? Can I finish a sentence?
I think there's an inconsistency there.
No, I'm very consistent. I'm saying even if it's legitimate, which in this case it's not legitimate, let's say I take the saying it's legitimate, you still shouldn't do it because all it leads to is escalation. I don't want escalation in the Middle East. I don't want a regional war that America dragged into. I'm saying that the way of the gun, the military solution to everything, is a failure, whether you think it's moral or immoral.
How should Israel respond?
I've told you, end the occupation. You don't want to talk about the occupation, Piers. You don't want to talk about the 500 dead. I'm telling you that's the root cause. Israel wants to do everything except what every smart person is telling them to do. Even members of their own security establishment are telling them to do. End the occupation. And then see what happens.
You say...
Nobody's waking up in the morning saying we want to kill Israel for no reason.
You say, Medhi, all roads lead to the occupation.
Yes.
Okay? Israel would say all roads lead to Iran.
Who cares what Israel says? They've lied for the last year. They've lied for 30
Who cares what they say?
Yeah, do you care what Russia says?
No.
This is what I'm saying. You're inconsistent. The
Israel's
occupier and the
a liberal
invader
democracy.
doesn't... I don't care.
It's not a barbaric.
So if you're a liberal
dictatorship.
democracy, first of all, they're not a liberal democracy, and second of all,
well, they are.
No, they're not. They're an ethnocracy. But even if they were a liberal democracy, you don't get to invade other people's land. That's not an excuse. Piers, you sound like you're justifying an illegal military occupation here.
No, I'm not.
You just did. You said they're a liberal democracy. Sounds like you're justifying occupation.
You're extrapolating two things together. Why?
I said it's an occupation. You said, but they're a liberal democracy. Sounds like a justification. for
I'm just
occupation.
coming back to one thing because I'm curious what you think Israel could do that would pass your test.
It's probably not much. I'm as close. I'm as close to a pacifist as you can get. I think you only use
pacifism
force
is not
to defend yourself.
Everyone else to attack you and to rape and murder and pillage you, to fire rockets all year.
Who's raping? And
you don't think that's what Hamas did on October?
I thought we were talking about Hezbollah. You're jumping around.
I'm talking about both.
Well, you were talking about Hezbollah a moment ago.
Well, it's the same. To me, it's the same.
But that's the problem. To you, it's the same. Everything's very simplistic.
Let me explain why.
Is not simplistic.
Let me explain why. You have two.
Lebanon is way more complicated.
To me, you have two groups of terrorists funded by Iran. They both are wedded to the existential removal.
Okay, chat, I'm looking for at the debate tomorrow. It's 9 p.m. Eastern time. 90 minutes. The same length as 2 presidential debates? Wait. 90, what, presidential debates are 45 minutes? Okay. CBS. I don't know how we're going to have to do it. We might have to do it the way that we did before, where you watch on, you pull up a tab and listen to it at the same time as I'm, talking over it, or maybe we'll figure out a way to stream it, like, safely.
And disintegration of all things Israel, and they're prepared to use a lot of violence to achieve that.
But not as much violence as Israel has used to occupy their land for 50 years in the case of Gaza and the West Bank.
So your argument is whatever Hamas has done.
But yeah, I would love to start way earlier.
And whatever Hezbollah does.
I'll see if I can make that happen. I'm supposed to, like, I'm literally, like, my Twitch, like, I was like, I don't know, 5 hours after my Twitch time says I'm supposed to start.
No. The only person justifying violence here is you, Piers, not me. So I've not justified any violence today. You've justified terrorist attacks via pages. You seem to have justified the occupation. You won't even say occupation.
I do think the specific targeting of Hezbollah in the way that they did it...
Do you think it makes Israel safer?
That's a different question.
Well, that's the question that matters to me.
I think Israel
feels... If there's no point doing all this, and at the end of the day, the war continues. I want to end the conflict, Piers.
So, of course, maybe this is...
Well, then escalations don't help. Israel is briefing the press, Piers.
Just saying, I want it, or I want peace and joy. You sound like Kamala Harris.
No, actually, Kamala Harris is funding Israel. She supports you, so that's the problem.
She doesn't support me.
She supports your position that Israel has a right to do this stuff. It doesn't have a right to do this stuff.
Yeah, keep up, Piers. Keep up.
All of it. I've never said that.
Oh, you pick and choose which bits?
Yeah.
What do you think they have a right to do?
I think that they have been disproportionate.
And this is what he's trying to say. Is that, like, I got some major problems with what they did in Gaza, but this stuff that is in Lebanon, chef's kiss, right? It's precise, it's technological, it's beautiful, it's a work of art, right? He's got this. It's like he's using this as a. This is the game that he plays. He rides this fence on this particular issue, where he can make claims on both sides.
That's very vague. What do you think they're allowed to do in Gaza? You made me very specific. What do you think they should specifically do in Gaza?
I think in Gaza that they were the victims.
While being overall utterly useless in terms of bringing this conflict to a fucking end.
On October the 7th.
You've already said that.
I know.
What should they do in Gaza?
So I think they are perfectly entitled to go after Hamas. What they're not entitled to do, in my estimation, is to level the whole of Gaza to the ground in the way they've been doing. Nor can they move vast numbers of Palestinian civilians to specific areas.
Those are war crimes.
And then bomb those areas as well.
And those are war crimes,
So on those,
yes?
on those
and
things,
those are war crimes, yes?
Probably, yeah.
And what about in Lebanon?
In Lebanon...
They've killed 500 people.
There is, to me, a big difference.
50 children.
I'm about to answer you. I think there is a big difference between what they did in the targeting of the pages and what they did with the airstrikes, which were far more indiscriminate and killed far more civilians.
I mean,
and my question for Netanyahu, if he would dare to do an interview with me, which he now won't, but if he did, I would say, what are you trying to achieve here? Because it seems to me you're just levelling Gaza, killing tens of thousands of people in the process.
He's trying to stay in office.
You're never going to finish off Hamas completely. You're certainly not doing anything but, in my view, fueling their ideology. And you have no plan for what happens in Gaza afterwards.
Agreed.
And you have a bunch of right-wing nut jobs in your
We finally
cabinet
agree.
who actually do speak in quite a genocidal way. All of that I agree.
They are about Lebanon too, by the way. You know that, right? They're speaking about Lebanon in a genocidal way too.
I think there are people there who just want total war with everything to do with Palestinians.
But don't you think someone like you, with
Hezbollah.
your huge platform, should be calling that out consistently?
I do, but I also
No,
think...
you're always... You just gave me a whole thing. Iran backs Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorism. That just sounds like an Israeli narrative.
You take one side completely.
Just like you do in Ukraine.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm consistent. I take the side of the Ukrainian people under occupation and the Palestinian people under occupation. I'm consistent.
No, you're not. They're totally different situations.
You have to say that because you're not consistent.
And you have to say what you say.
No, but I literally described it. 2 people's under foreign occupation, 2 people's having their hospitals bombed, 2 people's having their kids killed, 2 people facing governments that say genocidal stuff. Yeah, I'm consistent.
One is a democracy and an ally of the
Says
West,
you.
and one is
Oh,
not.
ally of the West. What little slip in there? What's that got to do with anything? So allies of the West get to be genocidal?
No.
Wait, yeah, what is that argument, right? Like, Russia's wrong because they invaded Ukraine. Like, you don't need to appeal to, like, the shitty, like, government that Russia has to find the reason why they're wrong. It's right there. They invaded a sovereign country and they're doing war crimes to that country. Yeah, Medhi is consistent here.
Why did you say ally of the West? Why
I don't believe what they're doing in...
So if Russia was an ally of the West, they could kill people in Ukraine?
I don't believe what...
Yeah, that's basically what he said. That's basically what he said. If Russia was a government that he liked, it would be okay.
Genocide. You do, I don't.
Well,
genocide is the complete...
Put genocide to one side. Whether we agree or not on genocide, and it is genocidal.
It's not
You
genocide.
just said they're your ally of the West. Why is that relevant?
I think it's important that you support...
So if you're an
allies.
ally of the West, you get to kill kids?
No. You get
So
support.
why is it relevant?
You support...
You're making my point for me, Piers. I'm consistent. I don't care whether you're an ally of the West or an enemy of the West.
Fine.
I care about what you do.
Yes.
And Russia and Israel both committing war crimes, both saying genocidal
Yes,
stuff.
but Medhi, here's my point. You are so blindly anti-Israel that you frame everything...
I could say the same thing to you about Russia.
I'm very blindly against Russia.
Okay,
yes.
then so again, so you're inconsistent. I'm consistent. I'm blindly anti-occupying Russia that occupies Ukraine, and I'm blindly anti an Israel that occupies Gaza. By the way, another area I'm consistent is I do think both wars need to come to an end, and they're going to come to an end through some sort of negotiation. I don't believe in prolonged conflict. I don't know. I'm not a negotiator.
What's
but
the
I
negotiation
I don't believe there's a military solution to either conflict.
Give me the solution in
I don't
Ukraine.
have one. Do you have a military solution? I don't think there is one.
We can't possibly give Putin what he's taken.
No, I agree.
So how do you do it?
I don't know. But I don't think the military continuing helps. I mean, how do you win militarily? I don't know how that
Would
works.
you have said that in World War II?
What do you mean?
When the Nazis were trying to take over the world?
No, there was a plausible plan to win, wasn't there, when the US came in?
Just to fight them.
And there were no nuclear weapons back then, Piers, as you know.
Okay, but you do think Putin would ever use them?
Do you not think he would?
No. Why would he? He's not an Islamic fundamentalist who wants to blow himself up.
Oh, that's a very racist thing to say.
It's
Piers.
not.
You're saying only Muslims want to use nuclear weapons?
No, I said
What?
Islamic...
Why would Putin not want to use
I didn't say Muslim, I said Islamic fundamentalist.
Why is it Islamic fundamentalist? What's
Because Islamic fundamentalists kill themselves to get what they want.
But they haven't used nukes. The only people who've used nukes in history are the United States of America.
You're missing my point deliberately, and you're playing
No, because I just find
and
these
you're playing
weird
the race card stupidly.
You're playing weird asides, Piers. You're bringing in Western
I'm
allies.
answering your question about whether I thought Russia would use nukes. No, because
But the only people who would are Islamic fundamentalists.
They do not behave.
Western centric.
He does not think like an Islamic fundamentalist, where they will kill themselves to get their goals.
You know the United States of America used a nuclear weapon, Piers, right? They're not Islamic fundamentalists.
You're missing my point. The point is, Islamic fundamentalists will kill themselves in the process of destroying others. Russia does not want to do that. Vladimir Putin doesn't want to kill himself.
Fair point.
Right? So my point about the nuclear threats, which he does all the time, is he takes what should be a deterrent. Look, we shouldn't have nuclear weapons, right? Period. But we do. Russia has 6,000.
As does Israel.
Russia has 6. I'm sure they do. And I put that question to Netanyahu, and he fudged it. But I'm sure, of course, they do. Right? But the point is, I don't think that the mindset of someone like Vladimir Putin is to start a war where he gets instantly vaporized. Makes no sense to me. So I think he uses it as a...
I don't know. That's a silly thing to say. Right? If somebody's backed into a corner, you don't know what they're going to do. And I mean, like, I don't think that anybody should, like, let Putin blackmail people, you know, with nuclear threats. But at the same time, you can't be so sure that there's not a scenario where Putin would not just go for shit.
Threat, and a lot of people in the West go like this and go, oh my God, we can't do it.
Suicide and terror attacks are Israeli tactics as well.
anything.
Yeah, he's stereotyping the fuck out of.
Must let him continue what he's doing because he might nuke us. And I think he's been doing this now for years, and we've got to stand up to him because he's never going to use nuclear weapons because he knows the moment he does, Russia and him are dead. And he doesn't think in the way that Al-Qaeda or ISIS or one of these groups do, where they don't mind dying in big numbers to blow things up.
It's a very fair argument. I respect that argument.
That's my point.
That's a fair argument. I respect that argument. I'm saying I'm not willing to take that risk. I would like to see the Ukraine conflict come to an end.
So would
in Ukraine's favour.
Yeah, but how?
I don't know. I'm not pretending to know the solution.
But with respect, and I do respect you, with respect, simply saying, I just want peace and harmony.
You
and
don't have a
everyone
solution to
like each
Ukraine
other.
either.
I do.
What is it?
Support them.
That's not a solution.
No, it is.
No, it is. What's the end goal?
You give them the tools that they're asking for to repel Russia long enough that Russia goes, all right, enough.
And there's nobody agrees that Russia's going to give up Crimea. No one's ever going to agree.
I didn't say Crimea.
That's part of Ukraine. You said don't give up any Ukrainian territory.
Crimea, to me, has already been sorted. I'm talking about the... Well, I don't think anything they can do about
good.
that.
Well, we agree
right?
on that then.
But I do think that the area of the Donbass...
Yes. But they've been annexed as well, unfortunately.
They should not be allowed to take that as well. If they do, they'll never stop.
I agree with you. I don't think they should be allowed to take it, but I don't see a military solution. But I'm not a military expert. But the people I read say there's no way the Russians...
What do you think is the solution in the Middle East with Israel? I get the argument, give up occupation. Okay.
Yes.
All right. On that, we agree. Okay? But Israel will only do that, and this has the vast support of their people. They'll only do this if they feel that they can get security out of the situation. They'll only allow a two-state solution. I mean, do you believe in a two-state solution?
I don't believe in any solutions, right? I don't talk about one state, two states, three states, because all of it is nonsense. All of it is pie in the sky. None of it's happening. My position is I want equality for Palestinians and Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Christians living in that part of the world.
Exactly the same human rights for all.
Exactly.
On that, I agree with you.
I don't care about the structures. I don't care what the name of the place is, what the government looks like. I want equality between the river and the sea, to use a phrase, for everyone living in that patch of land. No one's leaving. I don't believe any of those people are going anywhere. They're all staying. They all have to live side by side as equals. I'm a Democrat, small d Democrat. I believe it should be a democracy. But fundamentally, right now, I'm only concerned about one thing: stop the killing, stop the genocide.
Do you agree that Hamas could play no part in any government going forward?
Which government?
On the Palestinian side,
like in a final settlement?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there would ever be a final settlement government. I don't think anyone would agree to that. I agree. Yes.
So
if there was a kind of one-state solution, which some people talk about, which is everyone binationally living side by side, of course not. If there's two states and the Palestinians were to choose a coalition government involving Hamas, well, that's up to the Palestinians, is it not?
Let's go to something else. I think we're in fun agreement. The Al Jazeera raid, because you work for Al Jazeera. I thought that was disgraceful. And I think actually, when you take it in the context of what Israel's been doing in really prohibiting almost any foreign correspondence going into Gaza as well, you're seeing a genuine suppression of media and press freedom. And to actually shut down Al Jazeera studio in Ramallah, I thought was an absolutely outrageous attack on free speech. I mean, I presume you agree.
100%.
And
it's outrageous that there's no foreign journalists allowed into Gaza a year in.
Yeah.
What do they have to hide?
Well, exactly. That's my point. That is my point. I totally agree with you.
But that's why I say when you say liberal democracy, I laugh. That's not how liberal democracy behaves.
Well, no liberal democracy is perfect. We're not here.
Your whole thing with what you're saying when you say Israel is a liberal democracy and therefore it's, I don't know, what, permitted to do war crimes? Like you're saying you're making like a Western argument. You were saying Israel is Western in its culture and its orientation and something. There are fucking underlying, like, there's an underlying racism to what he's saying.
As you and I would agree about, for example.
But there's a difference between a liberal democracy not meeting standards and behaving in this way, which is complete censorship. You see what's happening in Israel, where kids are being pulled out of school just for criticizing what's happening in Gaza, head teachers, academics. It's not liberal democracy in any way. Separately, going back years, the way Israel is constructed, Palestinians do not have the same rights as Israel.
Who would be a better president for resolving what's happening in the Middle East, Trump or Harris?
That's the hardest question you've asked me today, harder than anything else.
I know. So I've seen what you said about it.
I think they're both hopeless. I think John Mearsheimer made a good point about Tweedledee and Tweedledum on the Middle East.
But one of them's going to have to win.
Yeah, who do I think is less bad? They're both horrible on this story.
That's a different question.
Well, they're both horrible.
I phrased it very specifically, so you'd find it hard to answer.
I know. So go on, can you say it again?
Well, the question is, which one is more likely to be able to help resolve the Middle East crisis?
Okay. So
Trump or Harris?
Oh, Harris, simply because she's a sane, reasonable person. But I don't believe she will resolve it. I'm going to add the caveat. I'm not saying there's going to be some two-state solution in a Harris term. No. But is she more likely? If you're asking me as a betting man, I'm a Muslim, I don't bet. But is she more likely? Yeah, Harris. Obviously, she's more likely to do anything productive because he's the most unproductive, ridiculous figure to ever come near higher office in the history of America.
He's had 2 assassination attempts on his life. The second one, who obviously is still alive, he wrote a note, assuming he might get killed in the process of killing Trump, in which he basically rattled off a series of Democrat talking points. I mean, literally word for word in some cases from what Harris has said and so on. I'm not blaming Kamala Harris for what happened. He's a lunatic.
He's a lunatic. And he invited Kim Jong-un to Hawaii.
Right, and the Secret Service should have stopped him way before he ever got to where he got to.
And Trump shouldn't be playing so much golf as well.
Well, actually, he plays as much golf as Obama.
The Secret Service have asked him to reduce...
Does he, though? He said that he was not going to play golf. He made a fucking statement. He criticized Obama for playing golf, and he was like, I'm not going to do that. If I'm president, I'm your president. You're not going to see me out there on the golf course. And I swear to God, he does more golf than Obama.
Because they can't protect him. Yeah. Which is disgusting,
and I'm not
in my
defend
opinion.
the Secret Service.
But
no, again, they can't protect him because he insists on going to certain courses that are more difficult to protect him on. Oh my God, what did I just do?
Process of killing Trump, in which he basically rattled off a series of Democrat talking points. I mean, literally word for word in some cases from what Harris has said and so on. I'm not blaming Kamala Harris for what happened. He's a lunatic. He's a lunatic. And he
invited Kim Jong-un to Hawaii.
Right, and the Secret Service should have stopped him way before he ever got to where he got to.
And Trump shouldn't be playing so much golf as well.
Well, actually, he plays as much golf as Obama.
The Secret Service have asked him to reduce it because it is a security
Because they can't
risk.
protect him. Yeah. Which is disgusting,
And I'm not
in my opinion.
My understanding is that the Secret Service, they did not ask him to reduce his golf game. What they asked him to do is golf at different places, right? Because that one is a nightmare for protecting, right? It's right up against the street. There's fences and bushes, right? It's like the perfect place for something like that to happen, right?
Somebody using specific talking points, and you see the rhetoric being used. We've had the debate before about the left.
He also cheats at golf.
And so on. But I do genuinely...
Not the left. J.D. Vance called him Hitler, his running mate.
I accepted that point.
Good.
But no one should. In my estimation, likening Trump to someone who killed 12 million people in World War II is ridiculous and dangerous, and in the wrong, dangerous minds, lunatic minds, this is where you end up. On both sides, Trump's rhetoric is often terrible. Let's agree with that. But as someone on the left yourself, do you not think that there has to be a dialing down of the blind hatred rhetoric about Trump?
So I'm going to say the same thing I said to you last time, which is I wish we didn't have to raise the rhetoric. I agree with you to a point that if you say certain things about certain people, of course I do. I'm on the left. I think if you dehumanize people, I'm the one who says migrant attacks because of Trump's rhetoric. So I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that rhetoric leads to things. Yes, of course it does. I'm not one of these free speech absolutes says words have no feeling, sticks and so. No, words lead to actions, words lead to violence, clearly. So yes, in any scenario where we can dial down any incitement of violence, completely agree. I get very uncomfortable, for example, at now Democratic rallies, people are shouting, lock him up, which I don't agree with. Right?
Well, it's total hypocrisy.
It's hypocrisy. Put him. He's on trial. If he's going to be locked up, let a court and a jury do it. I don't think crowd should be shouting that. It's not a helpful contribution.
Do you feel comfortable?
That makes me wince.
He's a convicted criminal because of a one-night stand with a porn star.
That's not why.
Did you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with the trial that Alvin Bragg done. I'm comfortable with the grand jury that indicted him. I'm comfortable with the jury of his peers that convicted him. But
you can't be comfortable.
And I'm actually, what I'm uncomfortable with is that a bunch of his...
He's so disingenuous. He's not under charge for fucking sleeping with a prostitute, or so he's not. Sorry, let's say that, like, sleeping with a sex worker. That's not what he went to jail for. It was the cover-up. It was what he did, the game that he fucking played with Michael Cohen.
Judges now are protecting him from justice elsewhere. That makes America look like a quote-unquote banana republic. You know, you and I live in the UK. You don't get to go pick your own judge.
I actually thought the way that the
Florida thing was ridiculous.
I thought the way the Democrats weaponized the justice system to go after Trump.
I wish they had. They didn't actually. They spent years dragging their feet.
They made
Merrick Garland was the most useless AG.
They made him a convicted criminal over a one-night stand.
They did not make anything. A jury,
18 years before.
A jury of his peers
should never have been put to a jury.
Let me answer your original question about violence, but since we sidetracked, a jury of his peers convicted him. Back to this, on the rhetoric, I wish I didn't have to compare Donald Trump to Hitler. But when he quotes the lines from Mein Kampf, as a journalist...
Come on, Medhi.
As a journalist, should I not point out that?
You shouldn't compare him to Hitler, because he's not Hitler.
Okay, so here's what Medhi's going to say, that he didn't mean to invoke Hitler. He's a dumbass, and he said some shit that just happened to be very similar to something that Hitler said. So you should just let him go, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I say that if he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he came up with the exact thing that Hitler said on his own, he's even more dangerous.
What should I do? So I'm a journalist. Donald Trump says immigrants are poisoning our...
He doesn't have to be somebody who's read Hitler and has adopted Hitler's viewpoints. He doesn't even have to be somebody who necessarily understands, like, Hitler's concepts, right? If he's got that fucking natural inclination towards fascism, you're staring down like a very horrible world, the possibility of a very horrible future when you're looking at that man, and you can tell by the links that he's willing to go to. When you're dealing with somebody that's running for office that is like, I fucking love dictators. They are great. I feel like that's how we should run our government. What did I say wrong? You should be afraid of them. And if you need to invoke historical figures to drive home that fear, then fucking invoke them. No, I don't see a problem here.
Blood. I go look in history, who's the only person who said that? Hitler. Should I not tell my viewers on Piers Morgan Uncensored? Should I go, can't tell them that?
No, you can say he shouldn't use language like that.
Can I say he's quoting Adolf Hitler?
You can't say he's the new Hitler.
I haven't called him the new Hitler.
Right.
I've never called him the new Hitler.
So you accept the people who
but
say
I'm allowed.
that.
But you say I'm allowed.
I mean, it's a stupid thing to call him the new Hitler, like, right? But it's not. It's not completely off either.
I'm allowed to say he's quoting Hitler.
You can, if he uses a direct sentence, which you can chart back to
it's almost directly the same.
That's absolutely fair enough. But the idea that there is any comparison between Trump and
Hitler,
Hitler,
course not. Hitler is Hitler. We know that.
Is appalling.
Hitler is Hitler.
Do you agree it's appalling?
No, but I want to qualify what you're saying. Hitler,
you agree it's appalling?
What is appalling?
To compare him to Hitler.
To compare him to Hitler in what sense, though?
They're calling him the new Hitler.
Yeah, so no, don't call him the new Hitler.
Is that appalling?
Oh my God, I'm not playing the silly game.
Give me a word.
I don't want you to put your words.
Give me a condemnatory word.
I think it's not accurate to say he's the new Hitler because Hitler killed 12 million people. Yeah, it's not true.
Not offensive.
But if you let me finish the sentence, I speak to a lot of fascism scholars, people like Ruth Ben-Ghiat, Jason Stanley. A lot of people say that there is an analogy between what Trump is doing in America now and what happened in places like Germany in the 20s and 30s.
No,
right there. But I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion that you don't think it is.
Well, give me an example.
I'm not having that argument around. I'm trying to make a separate point, which is if fascism scholars are saying we look at history and we make comparisons, they are scholars of fascism and they're saying, hey, hold on, the rhetoric is very similar. The way they're operating is very similar. That is it. That first of all, free speech, they should be allowed to say that.
You
used to be the free speech champion.
I am.
And then you sit there.
I love Medhi turning around the free speech thing on him.
It's appalling.
I'm not regulating. No, I'm asking you.
You literally just told me.
I asked.
Call it appalling.
That's not regulating what you're saying.
These guys are such hypocrites for this shit.
I'm asking you, can you bring it in yourself to condemn people who say he's the new Hitler?
Well, I don't know who those people are. J.D. Vance called him the new Hitler, and he's his running mate. So take it up with J.D. Vance.
Condemn him as well.
Call him on your show.
But you condemn anyone on the left who uses it too, right?
Uses what, though?
Who says he's the new Hitler?
He's all about getting you to condemn hummus.
The new Hitler, yes.
Okay.
Is he speaking like Hitler? Yes, he is. Okay. And that should be condemned. Do you condemn him speaking like Hitler?
Yes.
Does that not outrage you?
Of course.
He's like your pal. Why don't you tell him to stop it?
Of course.
Have you ever told him to stop quoting Hitler?
Yes, probably. I can't remember the last interview I did was before or after, but if I do again, I will. Yes, of course.
Good. And hosting on...
I'm sorry. He's so disingenuous.
Holocaust denier at Mar-a-Lago.
But yes, Nick Fuentes, absolutely.
Have you told him to stop doing that?
I said it on Twitter to him. Don't let white supremacists anywhere near you. Why are you doing that?
No, that's not condemnation. That's a question.
I think it's condemn it. It's disgusting.
It's appalling.
It's appalling.
It's more than I expected from Piers.
We're in agreement.
You're
I
trying to
love when we
regulate my
agree.
speech.
I love when we agree.
You said that Trump called for the ethnic cleansing of legal immigrants in the United States. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
What did he say?
He said he wanted to deport illegal immigrants.
No, he didn't actually.
Yes, he did.
Piers, you're wrong.
That's what he said.
Again, anyone can play the tape after this interview. You're wrong. You should do better homework.
Ethnic
when
cleansing is a forced expulsion.
I love your team.
Usually involving killing of members of a specific religious or ethnic group.
Hold on.
That's what ethnic cleansing
I really
is.
like your team. I deal with them a lot when I come in there. But you should talk to whoever did your research, because that's wrong. You know what he said? Go watch the clip. It's on tape. He said, we've got to get rid of them from Springfield.
Yeah.
Who are the people in Springfield? Haitians. They are not illegal immigrants.
So it's interesting, Springfield.
Hold on. No, don't jump around. You just got something wrong.
I'm going to mention I didn't get it wrong.
No, you did. We could play the tape back. He said illegal immigrants. That's not true. He said Haitians should be... You've got to get rid of them.
You said, Medhi, let me just go back to...
you said...
Hang on, let me clarify what you said.
Clarify what you said.
You said his policy is calling for the ethnic
I didn't say
cleansing.
policy. It's a phrase on Twitter. If you're going to come and police my tweets, then fine.
Well, you said that Trump has called for the ethnic cleansing of legal immigrants.
The violent, forcible removal of legal immigrants, I think, is a form of ethnic cleansing.
That's not his position.
But his
position is that there should be mass deportation of illegal...
Wrong.
So, he said something like what Piers is talking about at one point, but he also said something, Medhi's point, he's talking about a different instance.
The clip is online. Everybody,
You're
I don't know what camera
conflating
to look
different
at.
things.
No, you are, because my tweet...
Hasan-Morgan not beating the Little Red Corvette allegations?
...for that clip, so anyone can go, look, you guys got it wrong. I looked at a clip of him saying, you got to get rid of them in Springfield.
Different story. Different thing.
But that's what I'm tweeting about, Piers. You don't get to misrepresent
But that's not what he's talking about with the mass deportation.
Yes, he is. He was talking about Springfield.
No,
he said
wasn't.
Springfield.
No, he talked...
Have you watched the clip?
Yes, I've watched many clips of all
but
of it.
the clip that my tweet is on.
Well,
you're wrong, Piers. I get it. You can back down and say
So you think he wants ethnic cleansing of Haitians in Springfield?
What he wants, I don't try and get inside a madman's head.
You call that ethnic cleansing?
I'm not. If he tries to violently remove...
Think he wants to kill them?
Can I finish a sentence? If he wants to violently remove legal immigrants from their homes, yeah, I think that's a form of ethnic cleansing, yes. Based on their ethnicity or identity, 100%.
Do you think it's right in Springfield?
Do you think it's right to call for the deportation of legal immigrants? No, you cut me off.
It is technically my show.
And you misrepresented my tweet, which you haven't corrected yet. My tweet was in reference to legal immigrants. You said illegal. So you should walk that back. You said it to all your viewers. That was wrong.
Medhi's got him here.
But you said that he effectively has a policy.
No, I said, no, Piers, don't misrepresent
Is it a policy?
I said, in this clip, he's calling for the ethnic cleansing. It's a quote above a clip. It's a quote tweet. You should check your tweets when you put them in your document.
Do you think that's what he's doing, though? Ethnically cleansing?
Yes, if he's calling for the deportation of legal immigrants based on their ethnicity, yes.
Do you think
he's called it a bloody operation? Are you okay with 14 million people being violently removed from their homes?
Are you?
4 million American children losing
let me
their
ask
parents?
you a question.
It's outrageous.
Are you okay with the situation on the southern border with so many
And he changes the subject.
illegal people coming in illegally?
No, I'm not.
So presumably you're illegal, Mike.
He's just going to disappear into the bushes.
Yes, I am.
Right, so everyone has gone through the process like you.
But whether you're
Aren't they
legal or
entitled-
undocumented, you shouldn't be violently removed. And by the way, the southern border situation is a very complicated situation. It's been going on for years. Multiple presidents, multiple parties. There's no easy
But you would
fix.
concede under the Democrats it's been a fiasco.
No. Why
Come
would I
on.
concede that?
Really? The numbers in the last 3.5 years?
And they were really bad under George Bush, if we go back. I mean, it's
Who
a
was the
multi-party...
biggest-
It's a multi... To make this into a party thing is ridiculous. In fact, last time I came on your show, you tried to do a gotcha on me and said Obama was the deporter.
Yeah, he was.
So clearly Democrats aren't bad. They're on your side. They're deporters.
You can't have it both ways, Pierce. You can't have it both ways.
Interesting you raise the Obama thing.
You
because
can't have it both ways, can you?
When Obama deported 3 million migrants, presumably then, was he ethnically cleansing them?
If they were undocumented, that's very different, isn't it? You're legally... Look, again, to go back to our discussion about Israel-Hamas...
So is ethnic cleansing if Trump's doing it?
Now who's cutting me off? Something can be
If
legal...
Trump's doing it, it's ethnic cleansing.
No.
If Obama's doing it, it's perfectly okay.
I'm well known for speaking a lot. I can say my own words. You don't need to put words in my mouth. I'm saying, what I said earlier about Israel, you can do something that's legal, but I still think it's wrong. So what Obama did was legal, right? He didn't break any laws. He was entitled to deport, but I thought it was wrong, unwise, unhelpful, counterproductive, unfair. That's a different argument. What Trump would be doing is taking people who are here legally and suggesting that they get out. You know when they go after 14 million people, Piers, you're a very experienced journalist, you've covered many political issues around the world. There's no scenario in which the American bureaucracy goes house to house to look for 14 million people and doesn't end up getting innocent people, green card holders, legal immigrants, just people who look brown or have a Spanish name and getting them as well. You know this. It's going to be a disaster, Piers. So next time you talk to your pals, tell them not to do it.
On Springfield, do you think it's
think what happened in Springfield is outrageous. If you condemn the incitement of violence there by Trump. New Hitler.
Yeah, Crushy, Piers, the committee's on this. Like,
he shut down an entire town, 30 bomb threats.
Actually,
it's disgusting.
There weren't 30 bomb threats.
That's what
and it turned out
that's what the local authorities
all the
said.
bomb threats, all of them, came from what they now believe were bots and pranksters. And all of them. And nothing to do with Trump.
Nothing
or
to do with
JD
Trump.
Vance.
So why did it happen? Why did it happen straight
They
after
were
we spoke?
literally, the mayor has said, actually, it turned out these were not
You know what the mayor
inspired
said?
by
You know what the mayor said?
the only good excuse is that those threats were going to be made against Springfield, regardless of whether anybody had said anything about eating the dogs, eating the cats. And you know that's not fucking true.
Trump's words are harming us. That's what he said. He's harming our community.
I'll tell you what does harm
Why
me.
don't you condemn that, Piers?
Can I please ask you a question about Springfield?
Get him back on his own shit. Why don't you condemn this?
I have condemned the ridiculous Haitian migrants reading cats and dogs without any evidence.
It's not just ridiculous,
Right?
dangerous.
It's wrong. There is a wider and more interesting
Medhi isn't even at full strength and he's steamrolling him.
and nuanced debate to be had, which unfortunately got completely destroyed by the cats and dogs bullshit. Which is this. When you put into a place like Springfield, I had this with Vivek Ramaswamy, who's from that area.
Yeah.
When you suddenly change the makeup of that town by putting 20% of the entire population becomes one community, brought in Haitians in that case. I've seen lots of people in the area.
Again, this whole concept, this whole framing of brought in. They were brought in. Why were they brought in? Who brought them in?
They say the Haitians have been great for working and economy and so on. Great. But it also brings with it, as we've seen in the UK, when you radically change the makeup of towns, it can have a real effect on what that town is for people, on the effect on infrastructure, on the effect on schools and hospitals, et cetera, et cetera. Do you accept that this has to be handled carefully?
Yes.
And that actually putting 20% of the population into somewhere like Springfield inherently is a very tricky scenario.
So this is what worries me about you, Piers, because you ask good questions. You have these important discussions.
Not as tricky of a scenario as the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour on Twitch for what? 3 minutes at a time. That's an ad break. That's an ad break that you can escape for free using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself out of that ad break at no cost to you. You can also, if you don't have that, you can. You've got a few more hours. No, you don't. You don't actually. You do not have a few more hours. It is after midnight. It is officially October, so it is back to $6. You can get out of that ad break for $6. You can also maybe get out of that ad break, if you're lucky, by being gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're actually active in the chat, unlike what's happening tonight.
But the framing, and my friend Brian Tyler Cohen said this to you a couple of days ago, your framing is very right-wing.
Why?
So when you say,
Why is
I'll
it
tell you
right-wing?
I'm telling you. You said twice there. They put 20,000. Who put them? Nobody put 20,000 people there. They went there voluntarily. They went there at the invitation of the local town. Do you know the local town put an ad in a paper saying, please come to our town. It's in decline. We need labour. And they went and they helped the town. And the local factory managers and the local mayor of all, as you say, they've all come out and praised them. I actually find uncomfortable that rhetoric because I think immigrants should be valued regardless whether they're hard workers. But look, people have come and said they're hard workers. They attend the local church. They're integrated in the town. There hasn't been a crime wave associated with it. When JD Vance uses...
Yeah, I don't like the implication that you've got the right to your culture, like staying the exact same. If anybody brings anything different into your city, it's noticeable. Well, you've been wronged in some way. No.
And here we go, Nazi-like rhetoric, and says they're bringing disease, which is what Die Stürmer used to say about Jewish people. Yeah, I find that horrible. And who put 20,000 people? Nobody put 20,000 people there. They went there for jobs. Does that cause unease? I'm sure it does. Does it radically transform a neighborhood? I'm sure it does. Should the federal government and state government be helping communities that are dealing with migrant influence? Of course they should. I'm on the left, Piers. I want higher taxes, more government spending. You're going after the wrong guy. I want more infrastructure.
Actually, I wasn't going after you. I was just asking you.
No, we agree.
Exactly.
Look, I'm going after hitting 100 likes on the stream somehow. I don't know how we're going to make it happen, but the first thing I had to do is mention it. That if you haven't liked the stream already, you should do that.
There should be better infrastructure. The federal government should support these areas.
And better help with the integration process. Because I think often that's where the real problems start.
Agreed.
Yeah, am I bad because I seldom go to church, right?
But both ways, right? Integration, as David Cameron once said, is a two-way street.
Yeah.
You don't want racists repelling new people, and you want new people understanding the ways of the world.
Yes.
Agreed. But what you don't want is a presidential candidate going on TV and just making up insane stories about immigrants eating. It disqualifies you from the race. I don't know how you went on and on about Joe Biden's age and dementia, and yet you have, here's a guy who went on TV. If Joe Biden had got on TV and said people eating your pets, you would have condemned him straight away.
I condemned Trump straight away.
No, you would have said get out of the race. You haven't said Trump should get out of the race. Say it now. Say Trump, get out of the race. You're too old and nuts and
I don't
racist
believe he
and
should get
dangerous.
out of the race.
Why? He just said eating pets. If Rishi Sunak had said that, or Keir Starmer, we would all said get out of the race. But in America, for some reason, we give Trump
He's pointing out something very real.
pass. We grade him on a curve. We treat him like a man-child.
What about when
toddler.
Kamala Harris deliberately misquotes him and tries to pretend that he said if he doesn't win there'll be a bloodbath? When everybody
did say bloodbath.
When everybody knows he was specifically talking about a bloodbath in the automobile.
No, you don't, because the dude does speak in dog whistles, right? There's no way to know. Yeah, he was talking about the automobile industry when he said bloodbath, right? So you could interpret it one way, or you could interpret it the other way. And given how far this guy's pushed it in the past, I don't think you're wrong to say that there was something implicit in that in the reason that he said bloodbath.
Well,
he was.
I don't have time to get into all that. I don't agree with that. But just on your wider premise of Harris, even if I accept that she misquoted him, you and I both know there's normal politics where politicians lie, exaggerate, do hyperbole, do gotchas. We all know everyone does that. Democrats, Republicans, Labour, Conservative. You know that's not the same thing as a old man going on stage and screaming at the audience, they're eating your pets.
Yeah.
There's no comparison.
I agree.
There's no comparison. There's nothing like that from Harris, Biden, Starmer, Sunak, anyone.
But I also think it's far worse to say he's the new Hitler.
Did Kamala Harris say he's the new Hitler?
No, but a lot of Democratic politicians have used that language.
What about Trump's language?
What you're saying
Hold on, what about Trump's language?
Does that make it disqualifying for them as well?
No, okay, hold on. Yes. Okay,
any Democrat politician that says the new Hitler, disqualified.
Hold on.
They're kicked out of
Hold on, I'm about to answer your question. Agree. Do you believe that a presidential candidate should not call the other person a Hitler?
Yeah.
Okay,
including
so
that.
Trump has called Kamala Harris a fascist, communist, Marxist. Harris has not called Trump a fascist, as far as I'm aware. I wish she would. But
I think she has, actually.
I don't think she has, but she hasn't since she became the candidate. So the person who's doing the incendiary rhetoric is Trump. He called Biden the Gestapo. Do you agree with that? Do you think Biden is the Gestapo?
No.
Well, that's what he called Biden. He said it's a Gestapo administration. I didn't hear you condemn
Massive fucking double standard.
No, but I do know that there have been 2 attempts on one of the candidates' lives, and both times.
You don't know how many. You don't know what's going on with Harris or what's going to happen. She's a black woman. You don't think there's going to be death threats against Kamala Harris?
There have been no attempts on her life.
You don't think?
Are you aware of any attempts?
I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know. We didn't know. Hold on. We didn't know about many death threats against Obama till very recently. That came
threats
out.
is one thing. Actually trying to kill somebody.
They arrested someone just the other day for death threats against, I think, Biden or Harris. Can't remember off the top of my head. Let's not be. Come on, Piers. There's death threats.
Who's
against
going to
politicians.
win the election?
I have no idea.
Who do you think?
I don't do predictions.
Really?
No, not after Brexit and Trump. In 2016, I got both wrong.
So you accept you're the worst predictor out there?
I mean, a lot of people got. Did you get Brexit and Trump right?
I got Trump right.
Okay.
2016. Brexit, I didn't know. I don't think I made a call. I voted Remain, but I actually was quite happy if Brexit worked.
America's too close, and the Electoral College is too stupid, and that's a conversation for another day.
Medhi, it's great to see you.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, that was a very friendly dunking on Piers Morgan. Kind of amazing how he does that, right? They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating. What am I missing here? We did this. Here we go. So chat, look, it's super late at night. All right, I noticed that I am responding much less than I normally do to this topic. I feel like this is some interesting stuff. There's even more stuff, right? There's there's a lot of commentary bros that have weighed in on this, but why is Destiny coming up here? What is Destiny doing? Thought Slime, Jesus Christ, Destiny is an effing monster. Circled 2.2 likes. How dare 2.2k people like Thought Slime's tweet? Anyway, what is this about? she lied about her age, right? The Chud Logic allegations.
Okay. Let's see. That's good.
Did not become allegations that nobody cared about until Destiny covered this, right? And Destiny does indeed go over many, many screenshots. Now, will we get to all these screenshots tonight? Well, actually, this is kind of short. I'm surprised. This is shorter than I thought. We might actually get through this. We might actually be able to watch this at all of this. 3 years ago, yes, 3 years ago. This is when this went down. This is when this happened, right? These Chud, rizzed up somebody on his Discord server. Person turned out to be 17. Chud had asked them, "You are of age, right?" The person answers, "I don't know." That's their first response to "Are you of age?" I don't know. Right? A bunch of other stuff, eventually getting around to saying, "Yes, I am of age," right? So that's the controversy. People claimed that Chud Logic knew that this person was underage, made the allegation Chud Logic is a PDF. Other people looked at it, said that, he seems to have asked this person if they were 18 and insisted that they should be if he was going to go forward with this. So therefore he's off the hook. Those are the two sides. And I think I think the truth kind of dwells in another place. Yeah, there were people that were just like, I don't know, because they hated Chud Logic so much, willing to try to stretch the charges as far as they could go. But the problem is that what you're going to see here is not good. None of this is good for Chud, right? It doesn't make him look good. It doesn't make you have a lot of respect for him. But this has been turned into Chud Logic was the victim of a smear campaign. They tried to ruin this man's life, and Destiny, brave Destiny, came forward and set things right. We are 1% towards a possible second dono goal. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay awake. But we did hit the first dono goal and have 1% extra. In terms of the other stuff on the voting, Tim Pool doesn't know skateboarding is in first place, but Hypnoponies has it tied, right? That's where we're at right now. Anyway, like I said, I'd be happy if we just get 60, if we just get 100 likes on the stream, right? That would be awesome to me. I need to start talking about the likes more. But and we did hit the sub goal once, but I have opened it up that we can, potentially hit it more than once. Although I don't know if that's gonna happen tonight. We'll see.
Good. How dirty are you really, though, is in your mind. I'm sure you're very pure hot. Me, pure, funny. No, I'm a heathen in the eye. Oh my God.
So chat, what you're actually reading is the DMs between Chud Logic and another trans person. Right? The trans person that he was talking to in the DMs, the person who ended up being 17, right? That's another person. This is a separate person. What I'm telling you, chat, is that this is not a unique situation. This was a activity, a hobby, if you will, of Chud Logic, of having these conversations with trans women at this time. Now, that wouldn't be it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You're interested in trans people? Cool. Right? That's totally cool. That's awesome. Except for the fact that at this moment, a portion, let's say, I don't know, 15% of Chud Logic's content is pure transphobia. And I am going to make an argument to you tonight that this is why that Chud Logic has taken his anger at certain trans people that made accusations against him out on trans people as a whole. And as such, I'm going to have to pull his fair card, right? They say Chud is fair. I don't think so. They say Chud is impartial. I don't think so. I say Chud is biased. I say Chud has a chip on his shoulder. I say the next time I hear him say some shit about trans people, I am bringing this up again and again and again and again. All right? And I'm going to rub it in people's face that this is why he has a problem with trans people. And that as such, he needs to stay in his own fucking lane. All right? I don't want to hear any more of this bullshit from Chud. You do not get to have a gender critical viewpoint, you fucking asshole. You just hate trans people because of relationships you've had with them.
Will you review the Chud Logic allegations? Well, but listen, I'm looting. I joined the Discord of a certain bread tuber early last year and I experienced grooming from the person in the service, and the person was Chud Logic, fragrance faults. I lied about my age saying I was 18 plus when in reality I was 17 and I posted on certain
Chucky says, I remember him describing himself as a Marxist.
These fake swap meets are extremely... Is this going to be like not safe for work? Hold on. Now one of the faults of Chud Logic. Chud Logic can be frequently DMs first, although it's true. If you leave a message I first sent, so the screenshot is hard proof, but you'll have to take my word for it. After this, over the course of many months, Chud Logic continued to make inappropriate comments to me. Some of them, I'm embarrassed to say, made me feel special and attached, but many also made me uncomfortable even at the time. Here are some things I found particularly troubling. Let's see. Haha, I'm going to penetrate the shyness. You just don't understand me because you're a boomer. Nah, you're just a shy virgin. Sounds perfect for me. I like things like
I don't know. I don't know why Destiny's got... Does he not want to show the DMs or something? I'm trying to figure out what this is. You got Yee on the left with the little Olympic rings. You got Pepe on the right. It looks like, I don't know, some kind of news network. An angry political pundit Pepe. Who is this? I don't know. It looks like he's playing League of Legends over here. We have Jesse Lee Peterson on the screen over here. We have two gnomes down below, getting ready to gnome Destiny into oblivion, which is where he should be gnomed.
How is this? We don't... I'd also like to note that Chud Logic is in his mid-30s and said this to me in one of our first convos. I could post screenshots of weird behavior. He asked me to promise never to leak the stuff so YouTube could continue. I agreed. I feel bad for bringing my promise. Can't let others get groomed. Okay, listen up, okay? This is bullshit, okay? Somebody flirting with you and like typing sexual messages at you.
So that is the accuser, right? The person that you saw in the Noah Sampson video, the screenshots that Noah showed, right? This is the 17-year-old. They got on Twitter, they wrote a thread, and they said, like, I am not okay with what happened to me, and I don't want anybody else to get groomed, therefore I'm coming forward with these DMs to show you. Now, my understanding is that, and probably part of what made this, like, whole situation look more kindly on Chud than the accuser, is that the accuser came through with a limited number of screenshots, which on some level is understandable considering the nature of these screenshots. It's understandable that you maybe want to come forward with a minimum number of screenshots, given that this is you sexting somebody that you now find totally gross. But the dearth of messages and the dearth of context showed by this initial accuser, I'm not even sure if this was the first one. I don't know, Chad. I've heard a lot of stuff about Chud Logic, right? A lot of it involving trans women, and you know, this seems to have really informed his perspective on trans issues, which he weighs in on regularly, right? And my major problem with Chud, beyond, you know, whatever you want to make, you know, you be your own judge in terms of these screenshots. You'd be your own judge in terms of the question of age and all that, right? But I think what's unquestionable is that Chud has got no business talking about trans stuff. No fucking business at all, right? He is not, there's a conflict of interest here, and I'm not letting him get away with it any longer. This stops now.
You is not grooming.
And if I have to leave the left to make it so, then God damn it, so be it.
What the fuck do you guys think grooming is? Like, what is grooming to you? It sounds to me like every single attempt at flirting is grooming to you people. That's fucking disgusting. You guys are dumb as fuck. If you think you don't know what grooming means, just don't use it as a word. Like 95% of you clearly have no fucking idea what it is, so stop. Jesus Christ. Grooming equals guy hit on me and later on I decided that I wasn't really into it.
Actually, no, grooming doesn't have to be guy hit on you at all, right? Sometimes grooming manifests as a person being nice to you, cultivating a relationship, a friendship with you while you're underage, with the designs of, you know, being like the very basic definition of grooming is usually something like that, with the designs of being with you when you are legal, so to speak, if you want to put it that way.
Grooming can be a lot of different things, but randomly flirting is not grooming. Grooming, so here are a bunch of things that grooming could be. Doesn't necessarily have to be these. Grooming generally implies that there is like some big power differential that causes one person to trust another one, where a sexual relationship would otherwise maybe be inappropriate. Like, that could be grooming. Not necessarily, but it could be. So for example, if I'm like tutoring a girl and she's approached me for tutoring and that's our relationship, and I like slowly try to like massage that relationship into something sexual or whatever when it otherwise shouldn't be, that's kind of like grooming. Grooming could also be like, kind of like, I don't know if you'd say like illicitly gaining trust from.
All right, here's the deal. Like, right, at this time, I was of a similar size to Chud Logic, right? In terms of my concurrence, in terms of everything, I was very close to the same size as Chud Logic. He was, you know, probably had more followers, probably had more concurrence, but I would have felt it inappropriate for me to try to DM somebody in my server and start up a like romantic or physical or whatever relationship with them. I would have felt that was inappropriate for me. I was not some kind of big fish. I was not some kind of large content creator, right? And neither was he. But I feel like there would have been a disturbing power differential there, right? Within my Discord, I am regarded in a certain way. I am granted a certain level of trust because of the person I am on the internet. And for me to take that trust and to use it to cultivate a relationship with somebody, I think would have been like, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Somebody in ways that you shouldn't be. So like maybe like trying to slowly isolate somebody from all of their friends and convince them like, hey, like this guy's bad for you, that person's bad for you, this is bad for you, blah, blah, blah. Like I'm the only one you can trust, blah, blah. That could be like kind of like a form of grooming. Just like awkwardly flirting with somebody. And I say awkwardly flirting, and that's not even fair to say because all flirting is awkward, okay? God, even put a rock in my fucking grill. All flirting is like fucking awkward, okay? Nobody's gonna post their logs flirting and everybody's gonna be like, oh man, dude, I'm posting that to r/Tinder. That was a Chad fucking move. Like, I'd say it's manipulating or creating a relationship with someone younger than you in order to get a sexual outcome from it. Sure, it could.
And again, the thing that everybody's dodging is the fact that when Chud asked, are you 18? This person gave a very non-committal answer. I've never heard anyone who's defended Chud Logic address that. All they do is address the fact that he did in fact ask if she was 18, and she did eventually say, yes, I am. She did eventually lie about her age. However, if anybody in this chat were to encounter such a situation, not that you would, but you would know by the fact that the person's not forthcoming with their age. Because when you get asked about your age and you are of age, what do? You say, yes, I am of age. It's not a hard question to answer. You are not like, you do not answer, I don't know. You do not like take, multiple lines to get to answer. You just fucking answer and say, oh yeah, I'm of age. Yeah, no, definitely.
Be that, yeah, sure.
When you don't get that, and when you get all this weird stuff about, you're telling the person that you want to penetrate their innocence and that they're a virgin and all, like, he obviously recognized that this is a person that at the very least is without a lot of experience in relationships. Yeah, he's taken advantage of her.
Going into situations with the intention of like getting sexual relationships out of people that probably aren't appropriate could be a good example of grooming. So for instance, like let's say that I want to become a dance teacher of people in high school, and I'm really just doing it because I want to fuck girls, right?
People are saying that, is this true? Did President Sunday talk about this on stream today? Anybody in chat see that? Somebody's saying that Sunday talked about this situation on stream today.
And then like giving private lessons and like forming close relationships and then getting them to trust me and like talking sexually and getting what that would be like kind of like grooming. Sure. That could be like a form of grooming. Just talking to somebody on Discord and then like flirting.
You're not just talking to them and you're not just like, this is a very sexual, it's not flirting like, I don't know. Like flirting is more subtle. Come on.
With them? That's not grooming. That's just flirting.
Flirting is more subtle than I want to penetrate your shyness. Come on.
So Chud Logic didn't think me awkwardly flirt in that instance based off what was presented in the thread. I'm young and don't know the... No, nothing in any of his messages is wrong. She's not like presenting herself as being like very uncomfortable with the conversation and he's pushing forward. She's not like presenting him as like acting predatory in some way or being like emotionally manipulative or abusive. It's just him flirting. That's literally all the messages. There's nothing wrong in anything that was posted. Would you agree if the person is clearly under...
You don't think that there's anything creepy about that, Destiny?
Age, let's say 14, and then even awkward flirts can become grooming. If the person is like severely underage, then yeah, we could... Then you're probably getting into like possibly a grooming territory. Although like, I get even that though, like grooming is like specifically like... I think grooming implies more of a predatory behavior. Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years...
What? Roll that back, Destiny. Roll that back. What did he say?
Then you're probably getting into like possibly a grooming territory. Although like, I get even that though, like grooming is like specifically like, I think grooming implies more of a predatory behavior. Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're...
Whoa, there's somebody that's 30 years old. They're randomly sexting 14-year-olds? What is the distinction? What is it missing? Like what part of this is not grooming? Chad, am I missing something? Like what does there have to what's the requirement that he thinks is missing there? The requirement that there's a potential that they meet in real life? Is that necessary for it to be grooming? Anybody get what he's saying with this? Like, in what way is this not grooming? He's all like grooming that's grooming territory. I mean, that's like the...
seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're all in your experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming. I think grooming is kind of like, yeah, it's like manipulating.
What's the difference?
You know, be cool because you're all in your experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
Wait.
Grooming is kind of like, yeah, it's like manipulating some out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are.
Okay, so the person that sexts an underage person is not grooming, but the person that tries to chat personally about them, about their life, right? And then also inject some sexual intent into their conversation, that's the groomer? I don't get it. I don't get what I'm not trying to be sus about Destiny, right? I just don't know what he means. I don't understand.
You know, be cool because you're all in your experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming. I think grooming is kind of like, yeah, it's like manipulating somebody, usually younger than you, under kind of like false pretense and like relationships that otherwise like shouldn't happen. But apparently, like these days, like I guess everything is grooming if the person is like, I guess just younger than you. Dude, you guys, everybody sucks. Understanding like consent and rape and like what's okay and not okay. I don't think anybody fucking knows. We just like, everybody just uses every single word now. Like every single thing is sexual assault and rape and grooming and blah, 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 blah. Seems like people are reacting viscerally to the 10+ year age difference and post hoc rationalizing it by calling it grooming. Just because there's an age difference doesn't necessarily mean it. Hello?
Oh.
Okay, we'll read this, okay? Please don't do the meme voice thing. Oh, sorry, okay, I'll read this better. My bad. Content warning, abuse, sexual things, grooming. I wish I knew how to word things properly, and the fact that this isn't something I want to do doesn't help, but I feel morally obligated to say something as to improve the safety of young people in the online leftist...
Wait, being subtle is the difference? Is that what he thinks? So it's not grooming because it was overtly sexual? I don't get it.
Fuck off, I'll read this however the fuck I want to do, you dumb fuck. First, if you are related to me, I beg you, don't read this. I don't want this.
Yeah, so wait, now here's the deal. I want to be real clear about this. I want to make sure everybody understands we're on the same page here, right? He's 35, she's 17. He asks her by the, like, after, maybe, it'll be important, I guess, to see the order, because we've seen two different screenshots. It looks like prior, he says, I want to penetrate, you know, oh, I can tell you're a virgin, I want to penetrate your shyness, right? He gets creepy. And then it looks like after that, he says, by the way, you are 18, aren't you? I wouldn't want to be with anybody who's not 18 or even somebody that's young. The rule is, you know, half your age plus 7. That's what I want to go by, right? And her response to that, her first initial response is IDK. IDK, right? You ask somebody if they're of age, all right? And their response is IDK. Now, maybe, I don't know, is she doing the math to see if she's, you know, half his age plus 7? Does she know his age? I'm not sure.
Be in your minds. Jesus, fuck, this person must have been fucked. Wow, we're about to read some crazy shit. We're about to read some crazy shit in this thread. I joined the Discord of a certain BreadTuber earlier last year, and I experienced grooming from the person who the server was centered around. This person was Chud Logic. Before I get into his faults in this, I'll mention mine. I lied about my age, saying I was 18 plus, when in reality I was 17. And I posted not safe for work content of myself that Chud Logic saw. These mistakes haunt me, as they are extremely embarrassing for me to look back on. For me looking back. For this, I'm sorry. Okay.
So again, this is like Xander Hall all over again. And like I said, like, Xander Hall did not have a sex cult. Xander Hall had an inappropriate NSFW server. But I don't think that I feel like even Xander Hall had some mechanism in place to try to avoid what happened, which seems to be a 17-year-old who, I don't know, how old was she when she started posting? Right? Posted stuff in the NSFW server that Chud Logic, the NSFW channel that Chud Logic had on his server.
Now, onto the faults of Chud Logic, who I'll be calling CL.
Does Destiny use light mode? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe not anymore.
In DMs first. Although it's true, I could have deleted a message that I sent first, so this screenshot isn't hard proof, but you'll have to take my word on it. Chud Logic.
Okay, so that's how he opens up the conversation, right? That's how he makes his first contact, is with the emote. Let me show you the emote again. Does anybody know, like, what is, like, generally the meaning of this particular?
CL engaged me privately in DMs first. Although it's true, I could have deleted a message that I...
Or meme, or whatever the fuck this is.
But you'll have to take my word on it.
Was Xander Hall the foot guy? No, that was Chugga Conroy.
Chud Logic. Message her. Boom.
Xander Hall was the guy that wanted to make Keffel's heart stop.
Chud Logic. Message. Wow.
But so what? Why is that the opening message?
After this, over the course of many months, Chud Logic continued to make inappropriate comments to me. Some of them, I'm embarrassed to say, made me feel special and attached, but many also made me uncomfortable, even at the time. Here are some of the things I found particularly troubling. So when we are looking for groomer-like comments for making somebody feel special and attached, right? I don't even know. We're looking for things that are like trying extra fucking hard to make somebody seem like really special, emphasizing the fact that they're young and special, emphasizing the fact that he's old and knows, maybe something like that, maybe, possibly. And then she said
Like the virgin shit?
She was uncomfortable at the time. We're looking back on her, maybe pushing back, being like, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not very comfortable, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Well, let's see. Okay? Let's see what we've got here. Here are some of the things I found particularly troubling. Now, this person is trying to Me Too this person, and they're posting logs, so we're going to guess, okay? These logs are probably like the worst things that they can find. Ha ha ha, I'm going to penetrate the shyness. You just don't understand me because you're a boomer. Nah, you were just a shy virgin, lol.
Okay, so there's a very clear knowledge between the two of them that there is an age gap, right? I mean, I guess you can say boomer for other things, like if somebody doesn't know how to, you know, do something simple on the computer, that's another, especially at this time, this is 2020, right? That would have been called a boomer.
My ass small. Sounds perfect for me. I like small things like that. Small ass, small boobs, perfect. Okay, do you want me to be nicer? I don't care anymore. You were such a sweet girl, I won't be mean.
Oh my god, he literally puts out the conditions. What are these going to be if we're looking for, you know, these kinds of words that make you feel special and indication that maybe you know that you're dealing with a much younger person. He's literally proposed, you know, stuff that he's now finding. Now, again, this is out of context, right? These are cropped tight. This is not maybe a full conversation, right? So we'll see the full conversation in context. So see what we think about that.
Sorry, I feel like simping you. Can't help it. I'm not simp worthy.
No, not trying to make her feel special at all.
Nothing is wrong with any of these messages. Not yet. Literally nothing. Wait, they just voted no?
Perfect.
Hold on, obese Luis? You're about to...
Perfect messages, right? Just like the perfect phone call to Zelensky, just like Trump's perfect phone call.
Get IP banned if that's not true. Destiny, see Spenny's lying. Bye. I have a problem. What do you need to buy with microtransactions? Plants vs. Zombies stuff. Aw, yeah, that sounds like a waste of money, lol. It's my passion. Aw, that's cute. What else would I buy? I don't know. Sex toys? You seem horny. I know, but I bet you do have a nice butt. Kinda. Are you still in bed half naked? Yeah. Can I simp for you, though? Oh, okay, lol. To be honest, it would be fun to help you come. Hope you don't mind me saying. I mean in an IRL situation. Why are you crying again? I'm trying to be nice. Also thinking about you being horny, not gonna lie. So, it's like, we can call it cringe, but like, the standard flirty messages. There's still absolutely nothing wrong here, okay? I'd also like to note that Chud Logic is in his mid-30s and said this to me in one of our first convos. Or not, your call. I am, however, never horny on main. I have the brand to consider. I like how she's like only posting like one like cutout here. I'm so curious what he's responding to. Or if she's trying to sext him. It sounds like the girl is pushing back, no? Where?
It's really ironic since now this is part of the brand.
What? No way, where? She's not really being as responsive. If I was getting messages like this, I probably like feel like the person's not that engaged. But like, they're not like pushing back hard. And these are ultra cropped, dude. When you're getting like one messages like this, like one message. God, awkward much? Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who is underage or even young, like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. I don't know. Sorry, I'm awkward. Don't be. Are you awkward about talking to me like this? If you don't like it, you can say, is cool. Don't be sorry you're awkward. I know you're shy. It's how I know you're a virgin, lol. Like, I mean, like, this person is literally saying, like, yeah, it's cool.
It's actually L-E-L. It's lel. Motherfucker said lel.
Cool. Like, wait, shit, did he know she's underage? No, she said he was 8. She said she.
Okay, now you judge for yourself. It's inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who's underage or even young, like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. I don't know. Sorry, I'm awkward. So the response to like, hey, by the way, like, I gotta make sure you're 18 is, I don't know. Sorry, I'm awkward. Don't be awkward. Don't be sorry. Don't be awkward. And then is cool. Is that really all she says to confirm the age? Is cool? Oh my god.
Said that she'd said that she was 18. I could post screenshots.
Also, anybody else feel...
I don't find it necessary.
Anybody else feel like she really does not sound like she is well over 18? Because that's what he's asking. He's not just asking, is she 18? He's asking, is she well over 18? And that's part of where they exonerate him from, right? Is that, well, you know, if he was trying to fuck you know, if he was okay with, you know, being with a minor, then he wouldn't have asked that. But the answers that he gets, I don't think indicate strongly that you're not dealing with a very young person. In fact, I feel like it indicates kind of the opposite. And, you know, if he's going to claim that he was that freaking oblivious, I mean, I guess we have to take his word for it, but goddamn.
Maybe you should have tried posting at least 1 or 2. I'm already extremely embarrassed as is for allowing this to happen to me, for wanting attention so much I would lie about my age so fucking YouTube would notice me. He asked me to promise never to leak this stuff so his YouTube career can continue, and I agreed. I feel bad for breaking my promise, but I can't let others get groomed. Nobody got groomed here, dipshit. I can post more screenshots if needed. I'm rereading and noticing spelling errors. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at noticing these things. Does it matter? A 30-year-old shouldn't be talking to an 8-year-old? Like, I mean, like, who cares? Who are you even to judge this? Who the fuck cares that much? Like, if this guy was like trying to like abduct her from like a fucking high school or some shit, sure, maybe. But I mean, if you're all in a Discord room, like, as long as they're 18 plus, like, are we?
Okay, so you're getting a little bit of a sense for Destiny's opinions on these things.
What does it matter? There's a clear power dynamic that makes consent impossible. What? There's also the power dynamic of a parasocial relationship. Where is that power dynamic being like exploited? Also, even after learning about Haley's age, he still continued the sexual nature of the convo. Don't be sorry you're awkward and you're shy. It's how I know you're a virgin. He's clearly still talking sexually with them. Well, she said she was fine with it. She doesn't say she's underage, and she said it was cool. What do you mean? I'm so sorry.
You mentioned that you don't want to be with an underage person, and instead of a affirmative, you know, that is not an issue here. That is not what you're dealing with. You get I don't know, sorry, I'm awkward, and fucking is cool. He was married I think he was married at the time, Semric. I don't know for sure. I could be wrong about that. I'm not, like I said, Sunday should have done this, right? If Sunday was less biased, if Sunday was less connected to Chud, if Sunday was not reliant on Chud, right, you'd have Sunday covering this, right? Because I honestly think he'd be better at doing it. He knew Chud a lot better than I ever did. Right, so as far as the story of Chud's, you know, trip down the pipeline from, you know, to leaving the left, from leftoid to Chud, right? I feel like Sunday would be the best to tell that story. He's not going to do it though. From what I've seen, when this stuff comes up, he does not explain it. So you're gonna have to get it from me. Sorry.
Sorry this happened to you. Oh my god, I'm sorry. This type of language is unacceptable.
If everyone is an adult, okay, so right here we're seeing where we're not all tracking on the same page. If everyone is an adult and consenting, who cares? Simric, she's 17. That's I don't know where you picked up everyone's an adult here, but he's dealing with a 17-year-old. He's asking her if she is of age, and you know, kind of implying that he wants to know her age because he doesn't want to be with somebody that's, you know, even young, right? So he's signaling that, and her reply to that is, I don't know, IDK. And then eventually she gets to saying is cool, right? Does is cool mean I'm of age? Or could is cool mean a lot of different things? Like, that doesn't seem like an answer there. Right? Yeah, this is not a situation where everyone's of age. That's the problem. He's fucking around in his Discord server after making an NSFW channel in there, and he's seen somebody post in there, and now he jumps into the DMs. And although he does like signal that he would like to know that, like, he's not, you know, effing around with somebody, and yeah, he's already made it sexual. He's already made it sexual by this point. But you know, afterwards, he signals that, like, you know, hey, you are 18, right? And she doesn't actually give him so far anything that I would take to the bank as being like, oh yeah, she says she's of age, right? That's not what he's getting.
I'm so sorry you had to go through with that. Oh my god, the guy hitting on you. The guy hitting on you in Discord DMs. I'm sorry you had to suffer so much. As someone who's been through this type of abuse, I want to tell you that this isn't your fault. You didn't invite this by lying that you were a year older or anything else. He knew better. This is on him. No. First of all, no one's making you lie about your fucking age. Fuck you. There is no pressure. There is no fucking like, man, I was just so pressured to introduce myself to a Discord server and lie that I was like, fuck you. Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here with that. Fuck out of here, dude. You're like, imagine in your mind, like, you were abused the minute you joined that server and you had to state an age. That was abuse. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
So this all went down. These posts were made. This person posted some of the conversation. More of the conversation got leaked later, right? And there was accusations made by a few fairly no, I won't say prominent leftists. Like, the most prominent person was Noah Sampson, right? That made the accusations, right? And the accusations were, this guy is a PDF. And so now that's not exactly supported by what we see, right? There is something going on. It's not good. It's creepy as fuck. There's a huge amount of negligence, right? He should have known. He claims he didn't. And we don't have a way to look inside his head and see if he did, right? So as far as the accusing the guy of being a PDF, I don't think that's supported. But this isn't exactly a clean bill of health either, right? There's a lot wrong with what's going on here. And it low-key feels to me like he did not want to know, like, the truth, that he was going to be happy with somebody telling what seems to me to be, in fact, she hasn't even confirmed it yet. I wonder where that is, right? Like, I'm because of her initial post saying that, like, I lied and said I was 18, there must be somewhere where she says she's 18 at some point. But when you ask somebody, I want to make sure you're of age, right? This would be inappropriate if you were not. And your response you get is IDK is cool. Oh no, that is not a good sign. That should be red flags.
First and foremost, this is not your fault. You didn't let this happen. You were not stupid or naive. You trusted someone who took advantage and betrayed your trust. Someone in a position of, oh my God, dude. Jesus Christ. Is this like is it trendy to be a fucking victim? Is that what's going on in these fucking Twitter threads? Because, like, Jesus, how fucking weird. Like, I feel like some of these, like, Me Too's that I'm reading are, like, literally, like, 3 years ago, this guy, he made some sexual comments about me in chat. I didn't really say anything because we were chatting a lot and everything. But
anyway, like I said, I'll let you make up your own mind about the DM situation. What I'm really pointing at is the fact that this is one of two situations involving trans women and Chud Logic, right? In this case, somebody, underage, but, somebody wasn't maybe forthcoming with the fact that they're underage. And you'll see another example of that too. And I'm going to point out that Chud Logic is somebody who does a not insignificant amount of content about trans people, and it is from a decidedly gender critical perspective. My point here is not to tell you what to think about this DM situation. You can figure out that out for yourself, what you think about, Chud Logic based on these DMs. My point is that this person is not coming from a neutral position, coming from a neutral place in terms of trans issues, right? Their hatred of trans people, their bigotry comes from these situations, comes from comes from their own pursuit of trans people sexually. What I'm telling you, chat, is that in Chud Logic, we have our very own Graham Linehan. And I'm not letting up on that. All right? I'm dug in on that position. Prove me wrong. This is our very own Graham Linehan situation. This is our very own, like, chaser / hater.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I don't think he gets to continue going on like this. I don't think that him, given his position on, what's wrong with trans people, is fucking acceptable, considering that this is all coming from some kind of jilted, personal experience he had pursuing trans people.
Not really into him now. Anyway, here's the logs. You decide.
And if you want to know why Chud left the left, this is why. This is why. He got called out by 2 trans people, maybe more, and decided that he fucking hates not just trans people, but the left. Leftoids. Like, anyone on the left. You fucking suck. If you support trans rights, you fucking suck. You should be more gender critical.
Now, maybe he has done some really fucked up things. Let's find out. I haven't read this through yet. Content warning. Inappropriate sexual situations. Grooming.
Fuck you, my stream was delayed. I thought that was the final vote on the Washington Post stream. Unban me. Ooh.
Somebody decided to flirt with me on Instagram DMs, so maybe this combo will show up in a Me Too somewhere. Okay. I could be grooming that person. Fuck, who knows? Jesus. Okay. Content warning. Inappropriate sexual situations. Grooming. So
no, this person is not underage, okay? It's another trans person that Chud was intimate with over text and that had an issue with that situation. Now, I'm not sure how I feel. Like, I don't remember this situation that well. I'm not sure how I feel about, like, their claim. What are they? Content warning, abuse, sexual things, grooming. So they feel groomed. I'm not sure. My big issue is just that Chud changed his fucking stated ideology over these situations with trans women, right? Chud turned on the trans community and the left over this shit. This is why he did it. This is why he's like that. This is why he left the left. This is the explanation. And look, I think differently about him because of that explanation. He's not just some fucking commentary dude that has antipathy towards trans women, right? He is a chaser that has some weird feelings about certain trans women and then has transferred that onto trans people as a whole, right? That's my issue with him. And he does content. He does talk content, like opining about things like the, oh my God, what was it called in the UK? I can't remember this thing that came out and everybody was like, you got to read the report. UK report transgender. What was it called? Cast review. Yeah. The cast review. Somebody that agrees with Jesse Singal on almost everything, right? This is who Chud Logic is. He's doing way too much content on, too much gender critical content on trans people for somebody that is literally a fucking chaser. ...
Haley here isn't the only one who had uncomfortable encounters with Twitch/YouTube streamer at Irrational.
Who's that other guy? Blanchard too. Blanchard also a chaser. Blanchard, the author of some really weird ideas about how trans people work. Some really weird ideas about, really dehumanizing ideas about, like, trans people's psychology that very much probably come from his own interest and pursuit of relationships with trans people, right? We just see this over and over again. And Chud, like I'm saying, is our very own Graham Linehan.
Chad. Is this the person? Is that who Chud is? He was incredibly forward with me last year when we first started talking around May or so. I think I got caught up in the mindset of, ooh, a guy is interested in me, yay, rather than stepping back and saying how inappropriate it was. We met in a Discord server where a handful of creators were all invited to join, him included, and he started getting really flirty with me. At the time, I felt a little odd about it, but naively decided to continue on and flirt back, and it didn't take long for him to cross into truly uncomfortable territory. He mentioned coming to the US to see me, constantly talk about what he'd do in a scenario with me, and it just went on. Who? Okay. Let's see. That's good. How dirty you really, though, is in your mind. I'm sure you're very pure. Ha, me, pure, funny. No, I'm a heathen. In the...
Oh my God.
What is the oh my God from?
Sure, I could whip you into shape. I mean,
Is he just allergic to what? Somebody calling themselves a heathen in the eyes of God?
usually the one whipping others into shape, or submission, depends on my mood, LOL. Damn, well, is that how it's going to work between us? It's a clash of the titans. What happens when two big personalities face off? Well, I know how dominant I can really be. Okay, I think I understand you, da-da-da. Basically, I'm a less dominant personality than others and like prodding them into letting their dominant side out. They're literally like almost sexting each other. And she is actually ultra engaging. This is so much interest. Damn, dude, if I drop a dirty message to a girl and she responds back with like 3 or 5 messages every time, holy shit. This is a winner. We got one. Like, hell yeah, they're interested.
Now, how did this one start again? Is this him texting her? I just want to go back to the, oh my God. Looks like he starts it. I don't know. Again, I'm not sure what I think about this one, but what I do think is that, like, you know, this is a lot of interest for Chud in trans women, for somebody who now does like a decent percentage of his content from a gender critical perspective against trans people, right? This is where that came from. This is why he changed his whole motherfucking ideology, right? It's because nobody on the fucking left, on the intersectional left where he had planted his feet, right? This is a guy that told Xander Hall to say, stop saying the R slur, if I remember correctly at one point, right? Very different guy back in the day. And he flips over this, right? And he embraces this, you know, sort of jaded, black-pilled commentary world.
Okay, let's see. That's good.
Oh no, you're gonna see what?
I'm sure you're very pure. Ha, me, pure, funny. No, I'm a heathen. In the...
Oh my God.
Okay, I can't tell who started the conversation.
Sure, I could whip you into shape.
I also am not sure.
Whipping others into shape, or submission, depends on my mood, LOL.
Why is Destiny getting so triggered here?
Clash of the Titans. What happens when two big personalities face off? Well, I know how dominant I can really be. Okay, I think I understand you, da-da-da. Basically, I'm a less dominant personality than others and like prodding them into letting their dominant side out. They're literally like almost sexting each other. And she is actually ultra engaging. This is so much interest. Damn, dude, if I drop a dirty message to a girl and she responds back with like 3 or 5 messages every time, holy shit. This is a winner. We got one. Like, hell yeah, they're interested. If we were in the bedroom, you would be trying to dominate me. Sometimes. I'm more of a switch and I like being both a sub and a dom, but tend a little bit more towards being submissive instead of the dominant one. This means they're a sub, by the way, but for some reason people say switch because they think it sounds better because they don't want everybody to let them know they're a lazy fucking sub. If you're
Destiny, do you really have to tell us so much with this? Waluigi seems melancholy. I am tired too. All right, this went later than I meant it to go. But Destiny's like burned by the fact that somebody is like a switch, right? Like, oh no, they're never a switch. They always want to be a sub. They're the worst, right? It just reeks of somebody who's been trying to get dommed and maybe did not get what they were looking for because the person was said something like this, right? You're projecting your own experience onto this. You don't need to do that.
If you ever use these terms, red flag is I'm a switch, but I
Destiny he's such a petty little, oh my God. No, I gotta say this. He is such a petty little bitch. Okay. Oh my God, I can't believe I met somebody that said that they were dominant but sometimes submissive, and then they didn't dom me as much as I wanted to. What the fuck? Oh my God, Destiny.
Well, that sounds ideal for me, to be honest, although a little tiny bit of sub stuff can be fun sometimes, right? Everyone has a little bit of blah blah. Have you explored that? Well,
I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying he's a bad person for it. It's just funny.
They're literally
Like he's probably a pain in the ass to deal with as a partner. I will say that.
just flirting with each other. He showered me with compliments and made it sound as if he were singling me out as a special human being, as if I was the one he had eyes for. Looking back now, I'm horrified that I went along with it the way that I did. But I realize that groomers are very good at manipulating you, enticing you, and pushing certain buttons. This wasn't casual sex fun talk between strangers. It felt like I was being pulled into it quickly, without no care towards whether...
Now, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not like 100% sure, but I think that... Was this like around the time I think he was married, like with kids, and that this is what the relationship ended over? I'm not 100% on that. Like, don't quote me. Like I said, I'm not a Chud Logic expert. President Sunday would have been a better person to do this content. However, he is compromised. He cannot do this content. He cannot speak freely and tell us what he knows about Chud Logic and about this situation, even though I think he's probably got a better perspective, a more complete perspective than I do on why Chud Logic left the left.
Here, man, are you fucking serious? Like, manipulating and enticing and some shit would be like suggesting like, oh my, this would be, here's like an example, like, oh my god, like you have 50,000 YouTube subs. That's fucking awesome, dude. We can make fucking content together. I bet you get a ton of fucking views. You should come over and hang out sometime while we like film stuff together. Maybe you can even spend the night. That would be like an example of like leveraging some status over you to gain like a sexual relationship with you. That would be an example of like, hey, maybe I can help your career. Man, maybe you could suck this dick, right? Like this is like, that would be like an example of like grooming and abusing some shit. Looking back,
oh yeah, I forgot. She's a so she's a content creator, much smaller, I think, than him.
And the strangest part of this was that it ended just about as soon as it started, and we never spoke after. Y'all, please take this allegation seriously. I'm disgusted with myself for letting these conversations happen the way they did, but that's in the past. I'm sending all my love to those who were put through this. Thank you for sharing your experiences, Alice. I seriously hope Chud Logic and everyone in the broader leftist media sphere reflect on these posts and get help. Listen, if you guys are sad that my Twitter account was banned like a month or whatever, a few months ago, it would have gotten banned. It would have gotten banned on these tweets, 100%. I would have gone so fucking hard on these tweets. Holy shit, I'm so sorry, and it was absolutely unacceptable that this happened towards you. You got groomed for what, like 2 days? Wait, I don't know if I can look at there. People are saying this person is 30 years old? Wait, is that true? Oh my god. Thank you for sharing your experience. People are saying this person is 30 years old?
Okay, let's... please pause. Fuck me!
You got groomed for what, like 2 days? Wait, I don't know if
I just need to pause it and see what that fucking says. Come on.
People are saying this person is 30 years...
Okay. Description. Do people actually read this? Hey you, my name is Alice. I'm a 30-year-old trans woman, self-described communist cat girl, Marxist. Make videos on all things leftist, LGBTQ, and trans-related. Expect copious amounts of sass, positivity, my perspective on all the spicy drama, and the latest headlines, and my view of a better future. Community is everything. Let's make a real revolution happen, shall we? Okay, that's a description.
Years old? Wait, is that true? Oh my god. Thank you for sharing your experience. It had to have taken a lot of strength to do it. Ah, so you willingly engaged in overtly sexual, flirty DMs, regretted it, and are now trying to throw him under the bus for it. From what we see, he did nothing wrong. If you regret it, tell him, not us. This guy's problematic. You are. True! Destiny is going over this on stream and is saying nothing wrong happened. Actual pro-grooming pig. All flirting is grooming, by the way. This is so... Fuck people like this, dude. Fuck both of these people. How disgusting. Whatever.
No, disgusting is having Destiny go through this shit, right? I'm sorry. I won't sign off on, you know, what the...
Remember to hit that like and subscribe and don't...
I'm not signing off on what the Twitter people were saying. I just, like, yeah, you were gross about this. You were fucking gross about this. But there we go, chat. So there's your answer, right? Now I don't know, like I could probably cover Chud Logic stuff to like, if it wasn't so late, that's probably what I'd do. So go take a look at some of his videos where he talks about trans people and give you that. I have covered that though in the past, and it is very late. It is very late, and I must now sleep. I must now sleep. So, you know, for just the wrap up, all right? First person was 17. He says that he didn't know they were. He asked if he mentions like, I need to know that you're 18. They didn't seem to give him an answer. Like they said that they lied and said that they were 18. I guess that was the is cool supposed to mean I am of age, or you know, but you know, obviously they're not, right? So, you know, there's a real lack of judgment on Chud's behalf. I as far as, you know, whether he knew that this person was underage, again, you know, we don't have any confirmation of that one way or the other. But I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that some people, including Keffels, have about this situation. That being said, the other situation is a 30-year-old person, and again, I'm not gonna, I don't know, like as far as their conversation, I don't really see anything stand out at me. But what I do see is 2 instances of Chud having relationships with trans people that were then outed, and that afterwards he has flipped from being, you know, trans, like a trans ally, to being gender critical, right? That's where he's coming from. There's a conflict of interest. There's a conflict of there's a little something going on here, right? He's not the right person to be making these accusations. He has very much found himself in a Graham Linehan / Ray Blanchard kind of place, and I just think it's cringe as fuck that this guy's sitting there trying to be a principled critic of the transgender movement when he is motivated by his own experience with at least 2 trans people. Right, that's where he's coming from. Usually it goes the other way, right? Usually it's like somebody's transphobic and they're revealed to be in relationships with trans people, and maybe they change their mind about being transphobic after that. Instead with Chud, it's the opposite way. That's how he left the left. That's why he went from being a leftoid, a Marxist of some kind, to what he is now, the Chud, the unironic Chud that you see standing before you. This is how he made his transformation. This is how Dr. Logic turned into Mr. Chud. And that's all I'm saying. So just like, there's the important points, right? I am not signing off on any of the accusations made against Chud. In fact, I think that the fact that those accusations were slightly stretched prevented any kind of the space actually dealing with what was there, which was concerning and negligent and cringe as fuck. And but then I think the most striking thing is the connection between this situation and his leaving the left, right? He changed his whole fucking ideology based on a couple of trans people calling him out on Twitter. There you go, that's Chud Logic. I'm gonna get to bed. I think I've explained it well enough, I hope. But again, come to your own conclusions about the DMs. I definitely think the first set of DMs is more troubling than the second. But the most troubling thing is that this person opines in a very transphobic way on the regular. And we can see where that comes from. And it's just, there's no fucking excuse for it. So yeah, the people that went after Chud, I think you went after him for the wrong reasons. I think you had a set of much stronger cases against this guy, and that might have actually resulted in him being, and people realizing who the fuck he is, rather than people just coming in and defending him and being like, "Oh no, he's not a PDF." Yeah, there wasn't proof of that, right? There wasn't. Like, right, he's got plausible deniability. That's not where you should have gone after him after. And again, this is a problem that a certain part of the, even the intersectional leftists tend to have, right, with these like kind of overreaches. And that's why Chud Logic is as influential And I think to the detriment of trans people as he is today. Anyway, I have got to get to sleep. I hope I gave you all something to think about and a little insight on the overall lore of the space. But I gotta get to bed. It's just so late. Anyway, chat, much love and good night. I should probably shout out Patreon once again. My Patreon has several different tiers. The lowest tier is the $3 tier. You get my videos before they come out, unedited and uncensored. So if you want to hear me say the F word a lot more than I normally do in a video, that's the place to be, right? That is the based weasel tier, right? We've also got the fancy weasel tier that is $5. For that, you get a fancy shout out every stream. Then we got fancy weasel, which we're gonna try to build a weekly chat with me on Discord right after stream. That's what I hope to do. That's the perk with the fancy weasel, and that is the $20 tier. So that one's a little bit more expensive, but you get a lot more for it. So anyway, let me shout out my fancy weasels that are signed up for Patreon right now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe Noib, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, and a fancy shout out to Zerix and to Omega Star, my fancy weasels. Again, we got to figure out when we can get together and make that Discord thing happen, because that is a benefit that you get for being a fancy weasel, and I appreciate the support of everyone, including those who can't support me financially. Don't think that you're getting out of here without giving me your thumbs, all right? I need your thumbs. The thumbs are important. The thumbs are what's important to me, and I appreciate Thumb Gang as well. So yeah, anyway, thank you everybody, and I'll see you again tomorrow. The debate is at 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock, am I right? Yeah, 9 o'clock Eastern time. It's going to last for an hour and a half. And it's, Tim Waltz versus JD Vance. So we'll cover that. I'll probably be on earlier than that. I'm going to try to start earlier on my streams in the future. That is my hope. But I'm already getting a bad start on it. So I need to shut it down. Good night, everyone. And take care of yourself and take care of each other. I will see you tomorrow.